Good Wednesday morning, everybody. John and Lance along with Dell here with you for the next 3 hours on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. I am the most positive person that you know.
Sometimes, yeah.
Yeah.
When it comes to your overs and unders for Astros season totals, a lot of times Texans season totals, you're not positive when it comes to Jalen Green. I will say that.
I am positive. I'm positive that he's probably going to get traded.
No, that's not being a positive
Well, no,
person.
I'm not anti-Jalen Green. I'm
That's
really
what
not.
the streets are saying.
No, I'm not anti-Jalen
The streets
Green.
have said you're anti-Jalen Green and a quote-unquote hotter.
You know what?
That's a fancy way of saying hater.
Hotter?
Hotter. You're a hotter.
No, I'm not a hater. I'm not at all a
You
hater.
ain't got no haters, you ain't popping.
That's right. You ain't popping like this.
No, Jalen's popping.
You got to pop.
Jalen's popping. You're not popping.
I'm popping.
No, if you ain't
I
got
got
no
a lot
haters,
of haters.
You do have some
I
haters.
got haters. Oh, no, trust me.
Have you ever noticed people who call you a hater are usually the biggest haters?
Yeah, they're haters.
That's the ironic part. My draft grades are getting ready to come out, and I think today, and there will be a new set of hate that comes out. Although typically, actually, the people who look at draft grades and scouting profiles respect my work. It's the mock draft losers that are the ones I got to watch out for.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Oh, that's hating on them.
Yeah.
Mock draft losers.
I don't
mean-
think it's hating if you say a factual thing,
No,
right?
I just think
You've been aggressive from the moment you walked in the room.
yeah.
You
You've been,
said some things about John's shoes that weren't very nice.
Franks and beans?
oh, shoes.
said some things about
you
John's
said
shoes.
some ugly things.
It just
I
had
mean,
Velcro on
I
it.
got some
What do you want me to
Velcro.
do?
That's all. I don't
What
have
do you-
ties. I don't. I got some Velcro. That's all.
I just not used to seeing grown people with Velcro.
That's all.
And what did you
They're
say?
easy
Most.
because here's the deal.
These are Yeezys?
Here because here's the no, they're not Yeezys.
I thought you said they're Yeezys.
No, here's the deal: is they're easy to take on and off when you go play golf. I gotta put my golf shoes on. So you just
on and off. Look.
no because see that's why you can't even walk without falling down. Okay.
Actually, they're extremely comfortable. You are like you don't tie them up real tight. Well, I don't like to. So
yeah, that's why you fall
can.
down.
I saw somebody on Humans Getting Hurt or some account like that where this guy threw.
Was it you?
No,
Oh.
but he threw a ball forward, and then it's almost comedic where he starts stumbling forward and like trying to catch himself for about 15 yards.
Kind of like you at the Superdome.
And then he crashed into something. I'm like, well, that's what I was like. I didn't look like this, did I? That's the first thing I thought of because I'm thinking, how do you not either go down or catch yourself? Like, you can't keep doing this for 15 yards where you crash into a stage.
Self-aware, Del?
Well,
is there any self-awareness?
Maybe
in
the
here?
AI is becoming
Never.
self-aware.
Never has been.
Look, computer vision, you have to feed a computer data. You have to feed them video or feed them information. They become smarter and more self. That is an example of maybe I'm becoming more self-aware because I was fed a video that
Maybe
said,
they
you know,
know
maybe
who you are.
maybe this is what I'm the computer now.
No.
I'm a numbers guy. Makes sense.
Or
And I'm
your
saying,
laptop knows, hey, look at my owner.
oh, you mean the algorithm?
Yes.
It's figured out my
They
algorithm.
Figure out your algorithm. Look,
Well, I don't need to
falling
worry
down.
about people sending me lightning strikes killing soccer players because I'm sure you saw that one.
Yep.
I got that
Wow.
no less than 15 times sent
Oh
to me.
my
Hey, Nick,
gosh.
look at this guy die from lightning strike. Oh, thank you. That's comforting.
Wow.
I don't know if
he
he died, but I'm just going to assume he did.
ESPN just had Saquon on. There are multiple stories about Saquon coming to the Texans. About who would be the best fit. How about one AFC South team that would be the best fit for Saquon Barkley?
See, here's the thing. It would shock me, and I'll tell you why. Saquon's not a zone scheme runner. He's a dancer up to the line of scrimmage. He is the exact opposite. I think people would end up being disappointed because if the run blocking is not good, if he doesn't have a clear point of entry, he is not a zone scheme runner. It's one of the big problems he has, which is what Damian Pierce has trouble
in counter to that, the Texans are not a good zone scheme blocking organization, okay? And in counter to that, I would say this.
With the line they had last year.
Yes, they were not good.
You didn't have Kenyon Green there.
They weren't good. You didn't have what?
Kenyon wasn't there.
Wow.
I don't know if he's going to do well this year.
Okay.
Do you?
Yeah.
Or are you going to be a hater?
The guy who was awful the year before. Yeah,
Rookie
you didn't
season.
have him there.
Big deal anyway. It was rookie season.
So let me ask you this. Is Saquon Barkley one of the better if not, well, he's top. Is he top 10 running back in the NFL? The answer is clearly yes. Clearly,
I guess.
yeah. I mean, clearly. And here's the deal. We talk about this all the time. If a coach can't, players can't adapt to a coach's system, that's on the coach. You have to adapt to your players. And if this isn't the best scheme for Saquon Barkley, then change your scheme because you got one of the best running backs in the league.
No, the scheme is also based on the outside zone scheme is what sets up mesh points and timing of the passing routes. That you're basically saying, hey, let's do some things that aren't as good for C.J. Stroud for Saquon. Screw that.
Well,
I'd rather have Josh Jacobs and let's keep the same thing.
Well,
show me another running back. Go get me Jonathan Brooks from University of Texas in the late second, maybe. Or Jalen Wright from Tennessee. Like, I do not believe in changing your fight. Everything about this scheme is based on outside.
First of all, I don't believe that Saquon Barkley is as good a runner as he is, that he can't adapt or be better.
He can't.
What? Okay,
it's just he doesn't see, like, he doesn't have. This is something that I'm just telling you with 100% certainty. This goes from studying with my dad, the zone scheme, talking about with Kubiak, studying Alex Gibbs stuff, talking with Terrell Davis at NFL Network one time about this. He is not. You have to read. So you make your reads up front into tackle. Sometimes you can read up to your linebacker. And when you see what it feels like, you have to know what it's going to run lane feels like. You put your foot in the ground and you go, and there's no hesitation. He's more of a gap scheme guy where he knows he's going to the A gap, he's going to the B gap, he knows where it is, and the blocking is different, and he's headed to the gap. This is where you have to read and have a feel. And Saquon, and I wrote it up, and even in college, I go back to my notes, like, it tells you don't run zone scheme with Saquon. I'm just telling you, I'm warning people right now. He's great, so he'll still, he would still be effective. I'm not saying that he won't be effective.
That's
but
exactly my point.
I ain't changing nothing
that's
for Saquon Barkley.
Is he Saquon Barkley? He will still be
good.
Well,
I take it back. They do run some gap scheme stuff. Not everyone's just pure outside zone anymore. However, a lot of it is based on that, and I think Saquon will need a clear point of entry to be a guy who's decisive. I think he'll be a little indecisive, and that's just, that's what hurt him early on when the Giants' running game, the blocking wasn't as great. He couldn't get his own yards with anything but power because he just couldn't read the fronts as well. I'm just not as – and look, like an idiot, I pay for Saquon Barkley in our auction every year. I don't know why I end up with Saquon Barkley. It's like when I used to tell people, I would never touch Jamal Lewis. This is after his this is later in his career. Every year I ended up with Jamal Lewis somehow. Like, what am I doing? But I would rather have Josh Jacobs. Why aren't we talking about Josh Jacobs?
Because Josh Jacobs is probably going to get franchised. You would think.
I would
think they're not going to let Josh Jacobs win.
The smart move would be to franchise him. You can't do that if you're the Giants.
No. And I think Josh Jacobs is not going to be available.
I think Tennessee, it would make sense for me for Tennessee to do it.
Josh Jacobs is going to be the most expensive guy. Now, the salary cap went up to $250 million yesterday or the day before, whatever the case may be. And so the Texans are going to have plenty of room somewhere, $60+ million. They're going to spend it somewhere. Is running back the best? Because that top running back, Josh Jacobs or Saquon Barkley, isn't making money.
To me, yeah, but, based on the numbers, it's probably not going to be more than $12.5 million a year. I'm not saying that's a small number.
That's a big number.
It's a chunk. For me,
look at the production that you got for $2.5 million last year.
How do you prioritize it?
I think that's
free agents. Where's your priority? With
my
free
priority?
Agents? Yeah, with free agents.
Defensive line first.
Okay, and you saying pass rush too, or do you make Jonathan Grenard I'm going to make you the GM now. We do that with me all the time.
Well,
what are you doing with Jonathan Grenard to start with? What's your
depends
philosophy?
On what's out there. Okay, hold on.
Right.
If Josh Allen isn't that much more, I want Josh Allen.
Will be franchised. 100%.
He will be franchised as well. So, so which free agents are available? That's
okay. I'm pulling that up right now for you.
Okay.
I'm pulling it up right now, and I want to see.
Chris Jones, I don't believe is leaving Kansas City.
No, I don't either.
No.
Would you?
I wouldn't mind Matabuike.
Yeah, Matabuike makes sense. Okay? So defensive line is your number one.
Number one defensive line, and it's not only mine. I heard it from D'Amico. D'Amico's number one is we got to get better on the defensive line.
That's actually a good point.
Yeah.
Now that could be in the draft.
That's more important.
I'm telling you, where the Texans draft, it's unlikely they take a D tackle. I know what the slotting looks like. You'd
Well,
have to
everybody
trade. You'd have to
keeps
trade
putting,
back or
uh,
trade up, and you ain't
It
trading
keeps-
up.
Everybody keeps putting the Illinois.
Well, you could get you could get Johnny Newton, but you know what? I watched a Penn State center yesterday who I didn't even know. Some kid who came from Cornell, then went to Penn State, Norzad or something. This guy's whipping Johnny Newton's ass. I'm like, and I realized when I watched Newton's tape, I gave him a second round grade, and I'm like, why is everyone else higher? You know, I'm watching him. He's second round, and I remember I watched Penn State, but I wasn't thinking about the center at the time. I'm just watching Newton. And then I'm watching the center. I'm like, dude, this center's a starting center. He's actually really good. He's a good center who no one's talking about. And I'm watching Newton, and Newton's not having a big impact. The Johnny Newton stuff, Jerzon Newton, as they call him, he's
right.
Johnny, is what they'll call him. But Johnny, and that's not me messing up his name. He literally is going to be called Johnny because it is a coin flip if I'm messing up the name. But Johnny Newton is not going to have the impact I think that some people think is a first rounder. He may go in the first, but I don't want the Texans to draft him in the first. I think they can get, you know, I'm almost getting on board with wide receiver there. I'm almost getting on board with wide receiver. I had a really I got a phone call. My wife goes, Lance, your phone's ringing. It's Steve Smith. I'm like, get it. Because if I don't answer Steve's, I could get punched in the face.
Oh, no, you don't. You have to answer.
So I answer, and I'm like, hey, what's up, Smitty? And we start talking wide receivers because he's got a great feel for wide receivers. Imagine that.
Well, yeah.
So we're talking, and, you know, he's got some – I'll give you some of his opinions. It's going to come out today. He's got the same guy I have first, Malik Neighbors.
Wait,
I think
does he have the same opinion that Jameis does? Did Malik Neighbors grow up near water?
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't ask Steve that.
Wait a minute.
Can you tell people what that means?
Where's he from?
What Jameis said?
Well, Jameis said if you you have a way with water.
Well, that was Mike, but he's talking about Mike Evans.
Well,
though.
any person who grows up near water.
Okay.
Because water doesn't
Where did
care.
he play? Are you familiar with Baton Rouge and where that is?
Yes.
It's a coastal area.
Yeah, it is.
Jameis
Well,
says
it's not
He's
on
from the muck.
They've got a lake around. There's
Yeah,
a lake at the campus.
Yeah, I don't
Well,
know
that's
how
still
he-
growing up near water.
Yeah, well, he didn't grow up near water if he just played at the school. I don't know how Jameis feels about man-made or lakes, but he said Galveston is because water doesn't care who you are.
Right.
It'll treat you how it treats you.
It takes you where it
Well,
wants
they
to go.
also took some shots at
It
Galveston's
has no
water.
soul, he said.
It has no soul.
Yeah.
So water, if you live near water, you're a different type of person because if you're one with water, you know water's dangerous.
See, some of that feels like you could be listening to Hickson Gracie or listening to the guy from the Kung Fu show. What was his name? David Carradine.
Yeah.
Feels like you could be listening to
Yeah,
Yoda.
except didn't he choke himself out?
No, I don't think. Oh,
autoerotic-
David Carradine might have
auto-
been a self-asphyxiation.
Autoerotic asphyxiation.
Yeah,
Yeah.
boy, we lost two of them. Him and the
Asia.
NI.
He did it in
Him
Asia.
and the
So I'm out on him.
the IN. What's his name?
He lost
I
all
need you to
credibility.
not
Why?
NXS.
Because he killed himself trying to have.
NXS lead singer and karate guy.
Yeah.
Both of them.
Yeah.
But you know what? And then Yoda also would say stuff like that. And Jameis Williams. I mean, Jameis Williams. Jameis Winston.
I will.
I know. Tie the belt to my neck. Did you ever see this where Robin Williams, Robin Williams' son killed himself the same way?
Trevor Bauer, where are you?
Oh no!
Anyway,
Choke me
Malik
out.
Neighbors. I was talking about wide receivers, but
What
it's
happened?
easy for us.
We
to
gotta
get-
break it. We
I'll
gotta break
just
it.
when we come back,
Yeah,
we'll
fi-
fix the Texans.
We'll figure that.
We'll fix the
we'll
Texans.
Fix it.
coming
Yeah,
up.
we'll fix the tape. We're gonna erase all that, Dell, and we're gonna start over on Malik Neighbors.
Yeah, let's get
Because
off
you
of
got us off
autoerotic.
track.
Let's
We're
get off of
actually talking.
autoerotic asphyxiation and let's get to stacking wide receivers, okay? And fixing the Texans
One does
defensive
not
line
try
problem.
to choke themselves out. You either do or you don't.
Oh,
To serve Craig, you need to talk of.
Jameis Winston's Yoda's Joda.
He lived by the water, he lives.
Or is that Kermit? Craig DeSurf. Love Craig DeSurf. Love the fact that he's doing something special for Buick. So I'm really going to focus on this because this is too good a deal for me to pass up with my own son. They've got deals right now on
buying him a car.
on the Buick. Yeah, he's got to get. We got to get him
just
a car.
finding this out.
We got to get him a car. No, but this is what they've got. I can tell you about their APR financing and all that. But did you know that you can get the Buick Envision? A Buick Envision vehicle preferred which is you can get it for as low as $99 a month with no money down. $99 on a lease on a 24-month lease. That's incredible. Now there are some details that you need to for the complete details you need to ask the dealership about that, but you might qualify for $99 a month. But even if you don't, you could be looking at $299 a month. $299 a month for a lease for the Buick Envision. It's got great space on the interior. It's very sporty. It's got about we're up near 30 miles per gallon on not city driving, but on open road driving, and it's really going to have the cool features on the interior that you like or that you love. And how about $0 down? You don't have to put anything down. This is a great opportunity. They're trying to move the 2023 Envision so they can get more of the 2024s on the grounds. So make sure you take advantage of this great offer with their leases. And I have some specific needs in terms of mileage that I want to put on it for my son because he lives, in Tuscaloosa. So we're doing that, and they'll work with you on all of that. They are the best at Gulf Coast Chevy Buick GMC. They'll help you with payments. They'll help you with trade-in value. They'll help you with lease amounts or purchase years. It doesn't matter. It's Gulf Coast Chevy Buick GMC. Go to lancezcars.com.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John Granado and Lance Zerline.
7:18, 19 now. ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. All right, so you got Malik Neighbors ain't lasting to 23.
No. I've got Malik Neighbors the number one player in the draft.
Yeah. Well, you said I like Malik Neighbors. What were you bringing up there? He ain't gonna be around for that. You said you want the Texans to take a wide receiver.
Just saying. I was talking about the wide receiver draft, and it brought up. Oh yeah, Steve Smith called, and it is weird that I have conversations about quarterbacks with Kurt Warner, running backs with Terrell Davis. He don't work there anymore, but we did at one point. And then Steve Smith and Maurice Jones-Drew too. We talk running backs. Although MJD, I'm not sure about some of his evaluations. If you went to UCLA, you're the best back ever. And then it's not even, you can't take him serious on anybody from UCLA. Nobody, no position, because he's such a homer. And then Steve Smith, and I'm like, 10 years ago, I could have never imagined having, when we're doing, or 11 years ago, when we're doing 15, 60 stuff. I could have never imagined having a conversation with a guy that you know how you just fear people that you know you'll never meet? Like, man, I don't know not any part of Steve Smith. I've seen all that. And then I meet Steve Smith in person. Same thing with Willie McGinnis. Like, ugh.
Oh, no, Willie McGinnis. Well, you pissed Willie McGinnis off.
First day. He didn't even know who I was, and I left a mess all over the locker room, which was very small, because I had to hurry and get my clothes out and put stuff on so I could get on TV. I was running late because the flight got delayed. I came in there, and my stuff was all put up on a table, and Willie goes, "That's yours?" Like, oh, no. He goes, "Oh, yes, sir. Yes, Willie." And I'm older than Willie. Actually, I don't know that I am, but I said, "Yes, Willie." And he goes, "We don't do that here. You have respect for this locker room." I'm like, this is the worst start to working for the NFL. Now, I got to where I actually got along really well with Willie McGinnis. But Steve Smith's talking about wide receivers. Malik Neighbors, I'm telling you, Malik Neighbors may be the first wide receiver off the board. I talked to a team that needs a wide receiver that has a high pick.
You're going to have, wow.
I know, that's fine. I talked to I'm like, I've got Malik Neighbors higher in my grades. And I talked to a team who's got a big need at quarterback and wide receiver. And I'm talking with, now this guy is a personnel exec, but he's not, a head decision maker. And we're talking, and he's almost matter-of-factly I'm talking about Marvin Harrison Jr. He goes, "Yeah, man, in any other draft," he said, he'd be way up there, but he's good. But yeah, I mean, you're not going to, Rome and Malik are just better. And I'm like, damn, I said, "Who do you have one?" He said, "Oh, Malik." And I'm like, "I do too." I'd heard no one talk about that. Steve Smith watched it. He goes, I said, "Well, how do you have them stacked, Steve?" He goes, "I can't tell you that. You'll find out tomorrow." I said, "I already know you. You have Malik Neighbors one." He goes, "How do you know I have Malik Neighbors one?" I said, "Because you do." He said, "I do. How do you know that?" I said, "Because you watch tape, and it's on tape. And Malik Neighbors is better than Marvin Harrison Jr. Or he's maybe got a higher ceiling. He's not as polished as Marvin Harrison Jr. What I'm telling you is this draft is going to be more interesting than people think. Malik Neighbors could go ahead of Marvin Harrison.
So who could be there at 23?
So Brian Thomas from LSU could be a player. I think he's going to be there at 23. Steve Smith thinks all the receivers are going to have a big fall after the top three that no one's going for a long time. That's actually possible. Thomas could be the fourth wide receiver off the board, with as early as 23 being the case to the Texans. No, we're not 23. Are we 23?
Yeah. Oh, no, we're 24.
24, yeah.
No.
And I think, is it
No, we're
27, right?
Go ahead. Keep going.
Yeah. We win in the playoffs. We don't lose in the playoffs.
Yeah, we do. Oh, you're right. We do lose.
But we have the Browns pick.
We have.
So I think it is 23.
Which is 23.
Yeah. So it's 23, not 24.
That's what I knew. Yes. You're
it's
confusing
23.
me. It's 23. Yeah.
So anyway, you told me 24, and that really got me confused.
No, that's what. Okay. It's 23. Like I said.
So Brian Thomas, you could pay a lot of money for T. Higgins, but this is the point, and this is a point Daniel Jeremiah made on the Moving the Sticks podcast I did yesterday. He goes, when you drafting a guy like Brock Bowers, okay, what you pay a tight end in his second contract isn't going to be vastly different than what you pay him from the first contract. It'll be more. He said, but a wide receiver, it's substantially more in the second contract. He said, so the thought for teams is, why would I not draft wide receiver in the first round where I have club control an extra year and I get him at, whatever it is, $2 million a year before it goes to 20 if he's really good, or 18 or 17, where you could get Brock Bowers go from 2 to 8. But to make it more worth your while, you draft wide receivers and you kind of, you create a, what is it called? It's the amortization or where it evens out. What's the word for where you even out the cost over a certain amount of time? So if you have a wide receiver for 10 years, well, if we go get T. Higgins or Mike Evans, you're paying retail price.
Yeah, right.
When you draft them, you get to pay just like with the Astros, right? Just like with the Rockets, just like with anyone you draft, just like C.J. Stroud right now, you get to pay wholesale price. You get discounted rates, deeply discounted. So you want discounted rates for the first 5 years before you have to make a decision on the heavier pay. And when he was explaining that, because he said that's how teams are looking at this, I realized, and that's why wide receivers are getting pushed up now because they're expensive. Yeah. The most expensive positions are getting pushed up.
Well, and look at that. It proves out like Saquon or Josh Jacobs would be about $12 million. Mike Evans, I've seen $30 million. I mean,
That's dumb.
crazy money, but it's going to be 20 plus. It's going to be mid-20s or higher. I mean, Mike Evans is a 1,000-yard receiver for 10 straight years. Nobody but Jerry Rice does that.
But you know who benefited from it? Tampa.
But Tampa did. Yeah.
Tampa did.
But he's still good.
Now you get older and high price tag version.
Yeah.
You know, that's what you get.
But your point is well taken in that you can go and get a free agent running back after they're gone, or after 4 years, you get that extra year of an expensive guy in a wide receiver, or left tackle, or defensive end. Yeah.
Premium position. And that's why you look at this draft, it's going to be a ton of corners, tackles, defensive ends, quarterbacks, and wide receivers. Those are going to be the five, and Brock Bowers and Byron Murphy. That may be it. Brock Bowers and Byron Murphy. Byron Murphy, Texas, defensive tackle. Brock Bowers, tight end, Georgia. They may be the only guys who aren't offensive linemen or guys who catch, or wide receivers, cornerbacks, pass rushers, tackles, quarterbacks.
Yeah.
It's crazy how this draft is going to go. And so the Texans may be able, but I'm telling you this is going to be such a good second round for receivers with Roman Wilson, Ladd McConkey, potentially A.D. Mitchell, although Daniel Jeremiah is fairly certain A.D. Mitchell goes in the first round from Texas. You may have a chance to trade out of the first, pick up a future first, pick up a future first if somebody wants to come up and get like a Bo Nix maybe. Trade, like maybe, let's say New England says, hey, we want to get Bo Nix. They drafted a wide receiver at 3, and they come and get Bo Nix. I'll trade back to 33 if I get your first round next year. I'll be more than happy to take your first round next year, New England, because you're going to suck, more than likely. So, and I'll still get a really good wide receiver in the second round. So I'm starting to think defensive line in free agency, I think, is where you need to do it, or pass rush, because you can get pass rush in the first round. But I'm with you. I would personally let Grenard go. Would you let Grenard go?
It depends on what is out there.
Or I'd let him test the market. I'm not going to say I'd let him go. I let him go test the market. And if he comes back and he's reasonable, I'm re-signing him.
If he's reasonable. If he goes and finds out, well, maybe that ain't out there. But he is considered, he's a top 10 to 12 or 15 free agent out there. He's going to get paid.
So your pass rushers, here's the thing. Your pass rushers, I'll bring this up for you, and you see what you think. Update. Okay, your pass rushers in free agency this year are going to be Leonard Williams. Well, he's a big defensive lineman.
Yeah.
Leonard Williams. So Danielle Hunter.
Yeah.
Not going to get tagged. Carl Lawson, I'm not touching. Randy Gregory, don't have any interest. Marcus Davenport. I could see Marcus Davenport being of some interest for the Texans because he fits the physical profile. Zadarius Smith, but he's 31.
That's all right.
Not a huge fan.
Well, but
Yannick
you know
Ngakoue is always productive and always on the move.
Yeah, but he's
always on the move.
He's a problem.
Chase Young.
No. Nothing.
Injury.
Yeah. I mean.
Leonard Floyd. He's 31 now. Whew. Dorrance Armstrong. Josh Allen is going to be a Brian Burns. Brian Burns is 100% somebody I would target.
Yep. And you got money. And you got some money.
Caleb Von Chason, nah. He's young, though. 24.
You draft a defense. Okay, even if you don't like Newton, maybe you trade down.
Josh Uche could be a guy that they take a look at.
Yeah, Uche, yeah. Even if you trade down, you pick up a Brian Burns in free agency, and you pick up a Newton in the draft, and you're better.
Yeah. I mean, even if I don't, I don't always agree with where Texans take guys. I like Juice Scruggs a lot. I thought he should have gone in the third, but it doesn't matter. Just go get good players who are going to fit you. Josh Uche is 25 years old from the New England Patriots. He only had 3 sacks last year, but he had 11.5 sacks the year before. 3 sacks this last year. They project him at about $8.3 million annual salary. See, that's the kind of guy. That's the kind of guy is you could let Grenard walk, go get Josh Uche, go target the Brian Burns one, and then Josh Uche as a backup. And then you go target Chris Jones as a defensive tackle. Then you have Justin Madubuike as a backup. And frankly, Justin Madubuike is going to be your probably your number one defensive line target potentially, because he can rush also, which is what you want. But he's not a run stopper. He's a rusher. So you got to be, you better have a plan on getting a run plugger at some point in the draft. But that's also one of those positions that man, I can't tell you how many people you could bring DJ Reader back if you wanted. It's just he's been injured so much that he just has a hard time staying on the field full time. That I don't know if I want to do that. But some of the run pluggers, DJ Reader, Grover Stewart from the Colts. Grover Stewart can play.
All right, we got to break it here. 713-780-3776 if you want to get in here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. A couple of, we got to talk about some changes that are coming to college football and then maybe baseball that we'll talk about
NBA
on the other
or
side.
college? Major League Baseball or college?
Major League Baseball.
Okay.
We'll talk about it on the other side. Right now, I'm talking about Doc Manavis. I'm talking about your enlarged prostate. I'm talking about you getting up in the middle of the night multiple times. I'm talking about you not being able to start and stop. You not being able to hold it. Your pee. You having to go multiple times and within hours. And it's just like I can't anymore. I just can't anymore. My wife. I don't know because I'm always have a lot of liquids. So my wife the other night was like, "I'm glad you're not drinking beer because you'd be getting up and going to the bathroom all the time." And I'm like, "Yeah, but I don't have to anymore." But I don't. Here's the deal: is if you don't drink nearly as much as I do, and you have to go to the bathroom all the time, chances are you have an enlarged prostate. You need to get that checked out, and you need to do that at 975prostate.com. And Doc Manavis has the best procedure, period. Do not get an operation if you have an enlarged prostate. Just get the IV with Doc Manavis. You need to see Doc Manavis if you have an enlarged prostate. She's the one to see, 975prostate.com.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John Granado and Lance Zerline.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. 713-780-3776 is the number if you'd like to get in here with us on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. You are more than welcome to do that. So 5+7 came out yesterday. 5+7 college football playoff. The top four, obviously, and they are going to be, even if you are,
by the way, this was expected.
Yes.
Yeah.
This, even if you're not ranked, if you're you agree with it? If you're not a highly ranked team, let's say you're in the teens and you win the ACC, they're going to get a first round bye, but you're a conference champ.
If they're not,
I'll let Dell jump in on this because he used to have a college football podcast before he got canceled.
What do you mean by canceled?
Well, I assume that's why you don't do it anymore. Did you get canceled?
No,
Well,
I
people cancel
don't do it anymore because it's not fun when your team stinks to do college football every couple 2 times a week. But I believe how they set it up is, and they did this specifically, is that they just say that the 4 highest ranked conference champions, they're not going to mention group of 5 at all, but a group of 5 is certainly considered. So let's say the ACC finishes 12th, but a group of 5 team like Cincinnati in the past finished 4th.
They'd be in it.
Cincinnati would take a spot away from a group of 5.
Right.
As
Well,
a
that's
bye.
the 5. I'm counting the group of 5 as a conference champion.
Okay.
Yes, the group. Those are the 5. The group of 5 plus the ACC, the Big 10, the Big 12, and the SEC.
Yes.
Those are the 5.
Yes. So it could be now Cincinnati's in the Big 12 now. So let's just say Tulane has a great year. They would take, and the ACC is 15th. They get a bye, and the ACC wouldn't.
Right. Correct. The ACC then would be the 5th. Then
they would be 5th.
Fifth seed.
They play on the first weekend and host the game.
Would be the group of 5 team be the 5th seed if it's like ranked 22nd?
Yes, as the lowest ranked conference champion.
That's the lowest ranked. That would be the 5th. That would be the 5th seed, no matter what, because they're the champions.
Yes.
Okay. So the 5 through 8 will host the first round, and 1 through 4 will get byes. The winners go on to play at bowl sites.
Yes.
The winners go on to play bowl sites against 1 through 4.
And the thing that isn't mentioned in some articles, but someone pointed it out, I saw on a tweet, no matter where Notre Dame is ranked, they're playing that first weekend because they're not a conference champion.
Right.
So they could be the best team in the country, but they're not getting a bye, and they're playing on the first weekend.
Yes, they will not. They will not
until they bite the bullet and join a conference.
What would you do to flip and change anything? Would you do anything different than what they're doing?
I mean, I like them punishing Notre Dame, but if I was, but if I was being unbiased, I'd say maybe you make it. Maybe you make a Notre Dame provision, like if they're considered a top 4 team. They get a bye.
Playing a semi-ACC schedule.
You know, they'll play a USC. They'll play teams.
But they could abuse it by not playing.
Sure, and be Notre Dame But they've never done that in the past, so we don't expect them to.
But you can't trust them. You can't trust those people.
Why? Is it because they're Catholic?
Well, because are they the Catholics or the criminals? Which ones are those?
Well, I mean, it's up for some debate. Sometimes they start a fight and they blame the Miami Hurricanes, but whatever. But yeah. I don't know right now if I change anything. The interesting thing is that they're going to give the Pac-12 that doesn't really exist, but the 2 teams who are still involved, Washington State and Oregon State, a full share if they make it. So they're still involved because the contract isn't actually up; it's been extended. So I think it has 2 more years on the current contract. So for the next 2 years, if Washington State and Oregon State would get a full share of the playoff money, even though
nice,
yeah.
That is nice for them. Holy crap, that's a lot of money.
Yeah.
A lot. What was it, a $7.8 billion deal?
Well, for them, I think, I don't know, I have to get into specifics, but I think it's contingent on a couple things, but they're not treated like a lesser than for the next couple of years because they are the Pac-12.
Yeah.
Those 2 are the Pac-12 going forward. Now, they'll play Mountain West schools. They got a deal going so they can actually fill out a schedule, but they'll be treated like a normal Pac-12 conference for the next couple of years.
That's crazy. But they're not getting an automatic bid.
No, they
It's
can't.
They've eliminated the
Yeah,
Pac-12
but if they
from-
make it somehow, some way,
right, they could make it.
and they'll get a share.
Yeah.
They'll get that share.
So I like it. I think it's gonna be. I think it's gonna be fun.
I'm
We'll see.
fine. I mean, for me, I'm pretty hardcore about. I think it's 6, and that would be best. And you have the buys. I think that would be best. 8 at the most. 12 is just too much for me. But I'm sure I'll be watching, and it'll go away. I think it could be better, but I'm sure it's not going to matter once we get started.
It's like
it is
anytime
what it
there's
is.
a
It's
change.
game.
Oh, this is gonna be. Oh, it's okay. We don't care. It's fun. We got more football. I'm
It'll
okay.
probably be like that. I still think that the regular season needs to matter. Greatness needs to matter.
As soon as we get a couple of upsets, it's going to be great.
I think people are going to dislike it.
No, I think
If
they're
a
going to
one
love
goes
it. That's
out-
what made the NCAA basketball tournament
Do
great.
you think they're going to love it when somebody gets hurt and everyone complains about their draft, about how they shouldn't be playing in this game and should have opted out? Because
No.
now you have
In the
more
playoffs,
players.
No one will say
I
that.
do. What are you going to do though if you select a team and then you have players opt out? If they're a 12 and they're like, we're not advancing, and you have players opt out for
I
the
think
draft,
the 12
that's a
will
problem.
be the happiest to be there, if you want to know the truth.
Well, but the team may be, but players who want to start their draft stuff.
If you opt out,
I don't know if it will happen. I'm just saying.
I'm just saying
'Cause some people do
you
believe
are telling the NFL
Jackson
something
Smith
if you're opting out of a playoff.
Jackson Smith and Jigba, basically, you don't opt out. Well, you can also have a nagging injury that.
Well,
You know
if
what I
you have
mean?
a nagging injury, you have a nagging injury.
Well, Jackson Smith and Jigba just didn't come back
right.
because he wanted to save his
but
stock.
that wasn't a playoff game.
He wanted to save his stock.
That wasn't a playoff game.
But they did go to the playoffs that year. They went to the playoffs. C.J. Stroud, wasn't that the year that
No, last
C.J.
year
or was
he-
it the year before?
No, it was a Rose. Jack Smith and Jibba had
Oh
a
no,
big
that's
game.
right.
yeah.
Yeah, you're right.
He
Utah
had the
Rose
big
Bowl.
game.
Yeah.
Garrett Wilson and Chris
No.
Olave didn't show up for the Rose Bowl.
Well, wait. When was Smith and Jigba out for the whole year? Was that last year?
He might have been hurt
Yeah, it was
last
last year. It was last year with C.J. Stroud.
but he was hurt. He got hurt early.
Yeah, he got hurt early and then didn't come back, and everyone's like, "This doesn't take 2 months
Well,
to come back
he
from."
didn't opt out of a playoff game. He
Well,
opted
I
out
got
of
to
the
say
opted
this:
out of the season.
NFL scouts believe he opted out of the season without saying it.
Yeah. Okay.
Same way that Stingley opted out of a season. It didn't hurt those guys.
No. It'll hurt though if you're there all year and you're going to the playoffs and you say I'm not playing. That will definitely hurt, and rightfully so. We'll see. I mean, we're talking about stuff that hasn't happened. We'll see. We'll find out whether or not how guys are going to look at it. I think you tell something about yourself if you're not going to be there for a playoff game.
No, I agree with you. I don't want it to screw up the playoffs. I think that there are some things we have to. We've done a piss poor job of anticipating issues so far with college football, whether it's NIL and all that stuff. But piss poor job. I don't know how people have missed the transfer portal and the NIL and what the issues are going to be, and no one had thoughts about it. I think they need to be thinking about, okay, if guys opt out of key situations, what are we going to do? Do we have a backup plan where another team gets in? Can you punish? Because you can't punish a team once you put them in there. Is there a timetable for? Well, the opt-out stuff happens way, way later. You have until mid-January to opt back in. So I just think that's one thing to keep an eye on. I think if you keep it to 6, you don't probably have that. But we are going to deal with that at some point. At some point, a good player is going to opt out.
Yeah,
Because they're saying, I need money. And if they don't tie NIL to this and somebody ends up getting hurt, the big outcry is going to be, you're making them play extra football
well,
while
and
you
there's
make.
$8.8 billion in this playoff.
That's what I'm saying. So
Yeah.
what are they doing about NIL?
I don't know. Well, here's the problem with everything that the lack of a governing body forever in the NCAA and how weak it's been.
NCAA
and how
used to be
horrific
strong.
it's been. Mark Emmert was the worst CEO in any business ever. Mark Emmert was awful, and he was the worst guy to take the NCAA through this period of change. And so now we'll find out whether or not they can grab anything back. 7:44 on the other side. We talk baseball right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. But right now you're talking about QC.
I'm talking about QC Kinetics and what they do for you. Man, wouldn't you like to be outside in this weather, playing your golf, playing your tennis, playing your pickleball, playing disc golf? You may have a bad shoulder. It's bothering your backhand throws.
Golf.
Yeah, okay. Well, you could do that. Maybe you just want to walk, you want to run, you want to hike. Man, if you've got chronic pain in your joints, it makes it really tough. I mean, it makes it tough just staying asleep through the night for some people who have chronic pain because they sleep a certain way in their bed and then their knees hurting, their backs hurting, their shoulder hurts. I feel the hip hurts. I feel bad for you, and I want to see you get better. And the best way to do that is with QC Kinetics because it's regenerative medicine, and it regenerates and restores damaged tissue in your joints with the body's healing power that's concentrated, supercharged, put back in the joint. It works. It's worked for professional athletes for decades. It's now available to people just like you and me. My wife had it, and it made all the difference in the world with her being able to prepare for the Berlin Marathon. Just a huge breath of fresh air is having to do that without surgery, without downtime, without using the pain medicine or even getting steroid shots. It really can happen. 4 locations in Houston. Set up your consultation today, qckinetics.com.
John plus Lance equals a damn good start to your day. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's John and Lance.
All right, good news for Dell. Yep. Baseball not only is not going to cut back on their schedule, but they're going to add teams. Good news, Dell.
More teams?
You tell me, where's the best spots for expansion? Baseball is not. This is the second longest.
By the way, is Oakland a done deal? I mean, is Las Vegas? Las Vegas is not a. Is it a done
It's
deal?
a done deal. They just don't have any place to play for a couple of years.
You had the mayor coming out like, you guys need to go back to Oakland.
Well,
did you see that recently when
yeah.
she came out and said that during the Super Bowl?
Well, they're going to play games in maybe Sacramento.
Oh, Sacramento needs baseball.
Well, they're playing in a minor league stadium now for a couple of years, right?
Well, that's
Yeah.
appropriate.
Yeah. I mean,
How is their win total not 41?
that's what Toronto did it when they couldn't play during COVID. They went to Buffalo.
It'll probably be a better environment at the minor league stadium.
Oh, much better.
Oh,
you know
people
what? They
actually
should
care.
play
Sugarland.
the Dynamo Stadium.
Oh, yeah.
22,000 is too many people.
In the middle of summer, it'd be great.
Be perfect.
We wouldn't go see that.
You mean the-
22,000 is too big a stadium for them.
You mean the place they call the nickname that gave it the oven at Dynamo Stadium? You think you want to play baseball there?
It does have a little capturing mechanism.
Yes, it does.
A little kind of like
Whoa.
we have with
The old Ranger
NRG
Stadium?
Yeah.
It was up high all the way around,
I
and
remember
it just choked you out.
Michael Connor, I think, went on
Oh, I was there in the middle of summer.
a road trip in the summer and just said
It's the worst.
ungodly.
It was the worst.
Afternoon game too.
Yeah.
Who would go to that?
So the leader in the club. Here's the couple of the leaders, and you tell me where it would be best. Austin/San Antonio.
It's tough because I don't think it will.
Better
I think
be an
people.
indoor stadium.
I think people will, but here's the thing: Austin's pretty much just transplants now. I don't. Yeah, it has to be an indoor stadium.
And a baseball stadium. They can't
I
go.
don't think it will. And look, you'd almost have to make it. You can't do it in. Do you do it in Austin? Like, do you do it in San Antonio? Do you put it equidistant where both of them, like in New Braunfels area?
Yeah.
You can't, like, somewhere like that. I don't know. Austin has piss poor infrastructure when it comes to
it's
parking
terrible.
and stuff like that. So, and the traffic. So
Well,
I
if
don't
it's
know.
in Austin, it won't be a San Antonio team, and if it's in San Antonio, it won't be an Austin team. It's going to have
you
to be
have to
somewhere
pick
in between.
one or the other.
Yeah.
Well, no, you have to pick one or the other.
Or
You have to try to. You don't want to.
you want to draw from the two markets.
But then everyone's making a drive every time. You don't want that to be the case.
Well,
You want it to be some easy stuff too.
yeah, I don't. Well, San Antonio's big enough to
All right,
have it themselves.
Next up,
Charlotte,
yeah, I don't know about. Yeah, I think Charlotte makes some sense.
2.7 million is their population.
Mm-hmm.
Population between Austin and San Antonio is over 5 million.
But if you've got to drive 45 minutes to a game, would that make you less likely to go?
I don't think so.
No, would it make you less likely to go? It'd make me less likely to go.
Yeah,
If I got to drive 45 minutes, I ain't getting season tickets.
no, it'd definitely be harder for season.
Well,
tickets.
you haven't been deprived. You've been in a major city your almost entire adult
I ain't
life.
driving 45 minutes for a season ticket.
You would.
You
want to
sell season
though.
tickets?
There's the problem. You would get lost.
No, I have maps. I don't get lost.
I'm not gonna call you.
You can do the fall down thing, but you can't do the lost thing.
I'm not gonna
anymore.
call. I'm not gonna call you spoiled, but you have lived in a major city where you've had access to your sports team relatively easily. For people
still
in
don't
that,
go.
Too easy.
That's true. Well, for people in that area who haven't had access to that, they may think the 45-minute trip is it's fine.
Short term, yes.
Yeah.
Long term, this is a long term.
Depends on how
to
good
me,
the team is.
It would be the first. Wouldn't it be the first time you've ever tried to pluck a baseball's hard enough to get people to lock in when you plunk a team down. You can't ask people to drive 45 minutes either way.
They found that it is much better to be in an urban area, especially a downtown area.
Yes.
Because you draw from
San
those
Antonio,
businesses.
you might be better off doing it in San Antonio.
Maybe. Mexico City.
Yes.
21 million people.
Mexico City.
I think that's got to
now
be the
getting
leader.
around Mexico City supposedly is a nightmare, but Mexico City, you're going to have baseball fans there already. Oh, I think 100% that's the one that makes sense.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, in the metro area, 21.8 million people.
Mm-hmm.
And, if we can go to Canada, okay, we can go to South United States, okay, Mexico. We can go there. We can do that. Nashville. Do you know their city population in Nashville is only 689,000?
That can't be true.
Yeah. And
Everyone was moving there.
Everybody's moving there.
That must be.
2 million in the metro area.
That's got to be.
Right.
Oh, 2 million like we have in the metro area.
Well,
okay,
no, we have
4 million.
5. Yeah. No, we're growing. Yeah, we're big.
No, we're growing. Yeah.
We're as big. We're getting as big, almost as big as Chicago now. That's how big we are. Orlando.
No.
Portland. Nah.
No.
No thanks. Raleigh. Nah. San Jose.
Maybe. I don't know enough about San Jose. Dell, you're our resident San Jose guy. Is there enough? What's it like when you
How
used to
am I
live there?
the resident?
Well, you lived in Orange County
No,
or
I
wherever
didn't.
you lived.
It's not even close.
Where did you live? You lived somewhere out there.
I lived in Los Angeles
Long Beach,
County,
right?
Long Beach.
Is that
which
near
is in
San
LA
Jose?
No, it's not.
No.
It's not. Not at all.
San Jose's
close.
a little north of you, but it's not.
A little north?
Yeah.
A little?
Well, you just got rid of Oakland, so San
Let's
Jose
put
maybe
one-
makes a little bit of sense.
They
Yeah.
do play. A hockey team. Can
They
survive
have a
there.
soccer
Yeah.
team as
They
well.
have a soccer team. It might work.
Might work. And they would want to go there as opposed to Salt Lake.
Where they'd love to have it
that's
is
the
Austin.
other possibility.
They'd love to have it Austin, but I'm telling you, finding a location. You're right. Downtown is what needs to
That's
happen.
right.
You got to try to make it happen.
There's no room downtown in Austin. It's just a
Tents.
gigantic
Too many
mess.
tents.
That place is a mess.
Yeah, Austin used to be really cool. It's way less cool than it used to.
It's
be.
like South Portland now.
Oh no, it's a lot like a San Francisco Portland combination, but it's beautiful. I mean, there's areas around.
Yeah.
It's still really there's still really cool places, but I just honestly I think that because they can't expand roadways and all that stuff.
They need to find a city planner someday.
Yeah, somebody might want to come in with some city planning. Go eminent domain and just start snapping up people's houses and just.
They did
I'm
that
sorry.
for Chavez Ravine. It worked out well.
But now they have so many people that you couldn't do the traffic stuff that we're doing that has lasted for billions of years. You couldn't do that because Austin can't afford to have any construction being done during drive time.
No.
None. It would take people 4 hours to get home.
No.
Not like I care.
713-780-3776. If you want to get in, anything we talked about, we got some Astros stuff to talk about as well on the other side. But right now we're talking about Home Bank. Since 1908, Home Bank's been around. Business and personal banking solutions for you. They are local. They've got 5 locations here: River Oaks, Sugarland, Gulf Freeway, Baybrook, Friendswood. Visit home24bank.com to find out the location exactly where it is. I know there's one on Westheimer right there at Wesleyan. If you're looking for the one near River Oaks, it's right there. And they got great stuff going on. 4.75% APY on a 14-month CD, but you got to put in at least $2,500. How about 5.15% on a 7-month CD? See, if you've got some excess cash laying around in savings, why not? And you're not going to use it over the next 7 months. Get 5.15% on it. Make some money. Let your money make money for you. So this is the annual percentage yield, 5.15% on a 7-month CD or 4.75 on a 14-month CD. Minimum balance $2,500. Let your money work for you. Visit home24bank.com for more information. Home Bank, member FDIC.
I said was Elliott's a breath of fresh air. I said Bill Belichick. I was on
802 ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. 713-780-3776.
Did we end up doing what did you learn yesterday? We did, right?
We did.
Okay.
Yep.
All right. What did you learn yesterday? Coming up at 8:15.
What? No, what now?
It's not
Let's
an
do this every
everyday
day.
thing.
What did you learn?
Let's recap. Let's start let's recap right now. You started the show by asking about Saquon Barkley.
I did.
I have concerns not about the talent but about the fit with Bobby Slowick's scheme. Now I also understand Bobby Slowick may be one more and done, but I also think this scheme, which is a combination outside zone / play action, like there's some things. It's not specifically what Gary Kubiak used to do. It's much more robust now and much more varied. But I'm not sure that he's a little bit of a dancer, Saquon. So I don't, after watching Dameon Pierce dance around, he's much more explosive than Dameon Pierce. But I think he'd be fine, but I don't think he'd be ideal for this offense. I think Josh Jacobs, if you're looking at one, would be more ideal. But you noted you think there's a chance they could franchise tag him because it doesn't cost you an arm and a leg to tag a running back anymore.
Yeah.
I mean, you're going to pay.
Yeah, but
You're going to pay
what is
11
it,
and a half, 12 million probably.
Is it 12
I got to see because we
whatever.
had some new deals come out, so it may be up to tag might be around 12 million. We also talked about where do you prioritize, and D'Amico already told us it's defensive line. So do you handle that in the draft? Do you handle it in the free agency? Do you do a combo? I think you need to have depth there. You're going to let Rankins walk. I think Grenard. I think we both believe you let him test the market, and then if it's a reasonable price, come back to him and maybe make an offer. But if Josh Allen gets tagged, which we believe will happen, then Brian Burns, Chase Young, these are who's another one? Za'Darius is getting older, but Chase Young and Brian Burns are two who are likely to be pretty expensive. Would you go with, like, Leonard Floyd is not a build for the future pick at age 31.
No.
Like, what are you going to do with, to me, everything you're doing should be building towards the championship.
I always thought he was too
Skinny?
What about Danielle Hunter? Yeah, he's too skinny.
Yeah,
Danielle Hunter.
Yeah, Danielle Hunter's another one I like a lot. Yeah, Danielle Hunter's so Danielle Hunter, Chase Young.
Uche. Uche's only going to be about 8.
Cheap.
Huh?
Uche's going to be pretty
He's pretty cheap.
Yeah, he'll be pretty cheap. He had 11 and a half sacks year before. Last year only 3 and a half.
He, that 11 and a half sacks might be broken out again.
Yeah, he's not a long, like he may not fit D'Amico's physical parameters because he's a little stubbier, fast around there. Well, he is.
Fatso.
He is.
Fat.
No, is it? No, it's descriptive.
Well,
Hey, is it a compliment? It's not a slam or a compliment. It's just
double wide butterball.
You're stubby. This is what it is.
well, Dell, you're not paying attention. As soon
why
as you
would the
said
Texans not
stubby.
look at Grover?
Well, I don't think
the Texans not look
everything
at
should
Grover
lead
Stewart
me-
from Indy? Oh,
Well, I don't
sorry.
think everything should lead me into hitting that button just because every player has a description. Not athletic and fit. Then I have to hit the button if he says something else other than that.
Every time.
Okay.
Every time.
He is, but he can get the quarterback. I think.
Well,
But he's the money's right though. The money's right. But if Grenard is $14 million a year, I'll look at it. I mean, I'll think about it. But if it goes higher, I don't know about that. But Chase Young, do you think Chase Young, Brian Burns, and Danielle Hunter all get bigger deals than Jonathan Grenard?
I'm not sure about Chase Young. I'm not sure about Chase
Because
Young.
of the injuries? Because he's got injuries
because he hasn't
too.
been on the field, and quite frankly, his production hasn't warranted it.
Right. No, it's still a lot of it is.
He's
just
a lot of names.
traits.
I mean, he was.
He's Jadeveon Clowney.
Yeah, right.
Traits.
Yeah. I mean, he looks like it.
Was he good in the Super Bowl?
No.
Well,
yeah, he was all over the quarterback. He had 2 sacks in the first half.
Oh.
Yeah, and they started holding him in the second half, and they didn't get called.
Yeah.
As 49ers will tell you, it turned into a hold fest.
Yeah. Now,
Well, they don't. They
Well,
never
they didn't
complain.
count. One of the sacks was a grounding that didn't count as a sack.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
John's right. The 49ers don't complain about anything, so
They
we
don't
should
complain.
take them at the word.
Dude, wait. He only had 2.5 sacks last year?
Wasn't that productive?
Wait.
Are you splitting? Are you seeing both
What?
team stats?
Oh,
with Washington
maybe that's
and
what it
San
is. Let me
Francisco?
pull up his. Because I'm like, there's no chance that's real.
So you guys were willing to give all the money to Chris Jones. He's 29. Is that
All of it.
Is he the only one of that
The
age
full
range?
carriage.
I can play it if you want me to. Don't tempt me.
Okay, so he had 7.5 sacks last year. He's never had more than 7.5 sacks in 4 years. Chase Young. And I'm trying to give him a bag.
You want to give him a bag.
You want to give him the bag.
That's all I do is give players huge bags.
No, you don't like giving players you already have bags, but you like giving outside players a bag.
That's not true. I like giving Astros bags.
No,
that
you
we have.
don't.
Yeah.
No, you don't.
I like giving, you need to be reasonable.
Yeah,
You like
reasonable.
pretty feet, and you like giving the bag.
Be reasonable.
You like giving
I'll
them.
give you a big bag. You just need to have a reasonable bag.
You always want a hometown discount
Looking out for
the,
Jim Crane's
for
money.
the boys. No, that's John's job, not yours.
Good point.
Only one of you should be able to do that.
That's
I'll
his
do it.
bit.
I'll do it.
That's
I'll
his
always watch for
character.
Jim.
That's his character, his NPC.
So I was asking Chris Jones, 29 years old, you want to give him all the money. Is he the only one of that age range? That's usually a range where you're not giving outside free agents all the money. Is he the only one of that age?
He's a rare. He's a unicorn. The pass rushing defensive tackle who also stops a run.
Because I bring Chris
Just reach in here and take as much as you want, and then we'll move forward from that.
phrasing. I bring him up because there's another defensive tackle who looks like he's going to hit the market, but he's 28 years old. We talked about him before. Christian Wilkins, there's a question of whether he's going to get the money he wants from the Dolphins.
You said he's good against the run, right?
Yes, and he upped his sack total this year. I think he got to 9, career high, contract year. Take that for what you'd like.
Yeah, but he's not a guy who. I don't care if he has a big contract year because he is a play hard guy.
He is, but are you?
He's a high character guy.
But he'll be 29 in December, so you'll be paying him upper 20s. He's going to want a major deal.
Whoa!
He's
How
28.
much are we paying him?
He's 28 years old right now,
Okay.
and
upper 20s age.
yeah. But how much he's going to want the deal that goes with Quinnen Williams and all those other guys got?
Oh, you can't have that.
What?
I'm sorry. Let's be more reasonable.
Oh, okay. Let's be reasonable. So you're going to wipe another.
Now it does help him that if Chris Jones stays, it helps Josh Allen staying. It helps these other DNs. You know,
Well,
the more they're taken off the board with a tag.
Well, here he'd be a defensive tackle.
Who?
Christian Wilkins.
Well, yeah, but I'm just saying having Chris Jones off the board,
Yes.
it adds like everyone's got money to spend on a defensive tackle.
So are you looking to pay a 28-year-old defensive tackle all the money?
A smallish.
All of them? No, not the same.
He's going to want all
Here's
the
the
money.
market value from Spot Track. So he's making 3.5, $20 million a year. We were paying $20 million defensive tackles now.
At 28 years old.
They got a 4-year, $80.9 million deal. You have the money to do it. I'll tell you what. I'll negotiate a little harder.
Is he worth that, though?
He is a culture guy. I mean, the Texans
He
may already
is
have already set a culture. So
was a winner at Clemson.
yeah, and he has been outside of the first year Miami when they're terrible in 2019. They've won a lot of games, double-digit wins, and I think they're like 5th as far as win total since like 2020, at least regular season wise.
Yes. So Justin Madubuike, who's really more rush than run, but that's I'd consider Justin. Christian Wilkins. I would have DJ Reader, a conversation about Reader, but the injuries are starting to pile up on him a little bit. But I'd have a conversation about Reader.
The other thing, Christian Wilkins doesn't miss games. He plays all the time.
Man, there's a value in that. There's a huge value in that these days. So, yeah, I mean, once again, the rookie contract allows you with the quarterback to do things like pay a little more for Christian Wilkins potentially, pay a little more for Justin Madubuike, potentially pay more for Brian Burns. Just say, hey, we like Grenard, but we're going to upgrade to this guy who's got more juice off the edge. Although, I think D'Amico would probably argue with a little bit that Grenard was pretty damn juicy this year. You're going to spend a little more on cornerback and target L.J. Snead. If would you go out there and I'd consider that. I'd consider L.J. The guys I'd pay big money to would be probably L.J. Snead from Kansas City, cornerback. I'd consider Christian Wilkins a tier below that, but maybe more like $18 million. But I think you got to spend now because, and I'm not a huge fan of just throwing free agent money around, but you got a chance to build your core out much faster because you have this money and you have a rookie quarterback salary. Just think about this. You're gonna have a discount on C.J. Stroud for 4 more years. You give a 4-year deal to Wilkins, you're good. You're fine, right? A 4-year deal to Snead, Whoever you give the 4 years, you could give it to 2 players, Snead and Wilkins.
And the best
Here you
part,
go.
the best
Snead and Matabuike. Here you go.
Nah, not Matabuike. The best part of Christian Wilkins' name, you can just call him Chris.
Give him the full load. No.
He can call him
no,
Chris
he's
too.
Christian
no,
Wilkins.
He's Chris too.
He's Christian Wilkins.
Chris Wilkins.
I'm gonna have to give him the full load.
So you've already said you'd give Christian Wilkins it too. So
You could just cut the Chris out and
True.
just say,
Hey, I don't need your help on this.
oh, I've already done that.
To give him the full load.
Oh, wow. That is.
So anytime we talk free agency,
The ghost of Charlie Palillo would not appreciate this.
he's
sports
not
talk.
dead.
What? The ghost of? Wow.
He's not dead.
He's not dead.
The
He's
spirit of
very
Rich
much
Lord
alive.
would not appreciate this sports
He's
talk.
not dead either.
not dead.
So just be aware. Anytime we talk free agency, and you always about giving guys the money.
The full load. Okay. Then I'm going to say never give anyone money, and
That's
you won't be able
fine.
to do it.
Well, let's see. Let's see. I think it's more fun if you want to give people.
Chris is going to. I'm going to have to give him the full load. That meant all the contracts.
I know. That's why I'm
I just
playing
wish
it.
I never would have said that.
Well, yes, everyone wishes you never said
No,
that.
everyone wishes are happy that he did say it.
Well, we're happy,
Yes,
but most
he's-
people are like,
I'm just telling
like,
you,
the kids are here.
The
kids? What
the
kids?
Chiefs are in serious
The
trouble.
bad kids are still not
The
in school
Chiefs
yet.
are in serious trouble next year with the Texans' money to
said
get
that
the
this
players.
year.
If you let me run this team, Nick Casario, if you let me run this
Yeah.
team, I'm going to get us a corner. I'm going to get us a defensive tackle. I'm going to go get us a defensive end in the draft.
Mm-hmm.
We're going to get a wide receiver in the second round, and we're rolling.
Well,
Now,
from
we
everything
might
I've
still-
seen, Jeremy's running this team, okay?
Branham,
Jeremy Branham tweets
every day, Branham is like
every
Branham is-
hour.
I don't know if it's click engagement, which I think it
Oh,
is.
my gosh.
But Jeremy's so locked in. Like, dude, the Cougs are about to be #1 in the nation. UConn lost yesterday, got their asses kicked
about
by
that?
Villanova.
Yeah.
Cougs
Creighton.
are about to be #1.
By
Focus
Creighton.
on Cougar basketball. Stop trying to run the Texans. That's my job.
How is the Astros song, though?
Well, it's only a snippet. I guess I'd have to go find it. But one of their prospects has a song. We can hear it
Yeah,
on the other
let's,
side.
One of
let's
the
do that.
Astros prospects has a song?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
don't tell me it's a
Okay,
rap.
do you have a song?
No, it's not a
It's
rap.
not a rap,
song.
right?
Okay.
Okay.
Are you a minor leaguer? No. Do you want to be in the big leagues? No. No one wants that. He does, and he's got a song about it. Right now, though, you got Underdog.
Underdog Fantasy, what I do want to do is watch basketball, and I'm going to be watching Rockets basketball soon enough. And when I am, I'm going to be playing the Pick'em Challenge along with it. My last time I played, I got the dub. I only played 2 players on the Pick'em Challenge. I went higher on, I went lower on points, rebounds, and assists for, I think it was Banchero. No, I went higher on Banchero, and I went lower on assist total for Jalen. And that was a W, and it pays 3-1. But did you know you can win up to 100-1 on a single play? It's awesome. It's fantasy that's completely legal here, and it's for real money right here in the state of Texas. What you do is you download the app for fantasy or for Underdog Fantasy. Download that app. Use promo code Lance on your first deposit. They are going to match your first deposit up to $100. But what's really cool is that you get to you get a special pick as well. So you have that special pick, which is basically an easy W for you, and you're on your way to winning as from anywhere from 20 to 100 times your money when you pick 5 players correctly. But you can pick between 2 and 5, and there's even an insurance feature that I'll use sometimes on there. So make sure you use the insurance feature if you want a chance to lose one and yet still win money playing Underdog Fantasy's Pick'em Challenge. Daily fantasy, season-long fantasy, and, of course, the Pick'em Challenge. But you must be 18 or older and present in the state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms and conditions apply. If you feel like you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER or go to ncpgambling.org.
Currently, in the Veritex Community Bank Studios, one is a renowned forensic blood splatter expert, the other, an appointed master of haberdashery. It's John and Lance.
All right. 8:20. Well, Keith's been here. Let's get Keith in here. He's been wanting to talk on the radio, and then we'll get to the song. What do you say, Keith?
Hey, guys, love the show. I was going to talk about MLB cities, but I want to talk NFL draft free agents. I think you can't pay Chris Jones a bag. Look what happened with Von Miller and the Bills. It's too risky to pay a DN for what he's done and not what he has upcoming in his career. I think you pass on Chris Jones. That's not the move. You sign a Yannick Ngakoue for like a one-year deal. He's got 69 career sacks. You sign like a Daquan Jones for like a 1 year, $8 million, and you pay T. Higgins so C.J. Stroud has an elite receiver as a target. Pass on Chris Jones, too risky. Draft defense, get cheap value with Ngakoue and Daquan Jones. What do you think?
Daquan Jones is fine. I'm not messing with Ngakoue. Now I asked the Bears and they said he was an ideal teammate. And yet, are they keeping him? No. Yannick Ngakoue has been with the Ravens, the Colts, the Jaguars, the Bears. He never sticks around. I'm not interested in a one and done. I'm not. If I am if it's a 2-year deal, Ngakoue, but Ngakoue supposedly is like super serious, doesn't always get along with some people, although he might like Will Anderson. But Ngakoue, the talent, I like him fine. But I don't know if I'm going Ngakoue. But that is one way you can go is Ngakoue or Josh Uche, go cheaper. Where, okay, people say, how are you going to replace the pass rush production of Grenard? Well, this is Grenard's career year. Uche had a career year last year at 11.5 sacks. Year before last. Then he had 3 this year. So just because you have sacks 1 year, although, Grenard does look like I don't see any reason why he shouldn't continue to get sacks. But if I can get 3.5 fewer sacks for $8.5 million less, I'm going to consider it.
It's always a little risky that the guy has his big year in a contract year.
Does Chris Jones strike you as somebody who's going to fall off?
No. Well, Chris Jones has been doing this for a long time. Jonathan Grenard was just last year.
No, but he was mentioning Chris Jones is too risky. Yeah. Anytime you give somebody
a ton of money, Chris Jones is not risky.
A ton of money is risky for any player.
Chris Jones is a beast, a monster. Chris Jones will not fall off.
Did you see him cry during the national anthem?
Yeah. He's streaming down his face.
If you cry during the national anthem,
then you got heart.
Yeah. He was not He cried during the national anthem. And then he went out and won another championship.
Oh, did Caleb Williams cry? Yes. Is Caleb Williams going to be great? Yes.
No, he didn't. But he cried after a game because he lost.
Well, Chris Jones would have cried too if they lost that game.
I do like that you care enough to do that. Yeah. Not my quarterback. It's usually like when my son cries where they're so mad they cry because they really are competitive. I'm not as crazy about it. Or you lose a Super Bowl, totally understandable. I don't know if that was the time to go up to and cry in your mom's arms. I don't know.
I love that. He's a mama's boy. He's loyal. Love that about him. Love that.
Loyal to his mom?
Cares. He cares. And he's a crybaby. Okay? I love that.
I'm not putting that in his profile.
What about...
I'm going to do that on Sources Say. According to anonymous sources tell me he's a crybaby, but he cares. AFC East scout.
AFC South.
AFC South scout.
Friend of an AFC East personnel man.
Oh, that's true then.
Okay.
You are that.
Let's talk about Luke Berryhill. Now, Luke Berryhill is an Astro minor leaguer, and he's also a budding country superstar.
Yeah, I'm not sure how this works.
Luke Berryhill had country written all over
with the rights and stuff with YouTube. So I'm going to play a snippet that
Wait. What do you mean the rights?
Because I don't know if I can play the full song on YouTube. I could play it, but YouTube wouldn't hear it.
You don't have rights to play songs of the South, and you play it all the time anyway.
That's
my IP.
No, it isn't.
It's my intellectual property.
No, because it happened on this air, so I can play
I've got a contract that says anything I sing on the air
that's not true.
Is intellectual property.
These are lies. These are lies.
All right, so that's
Is that
my
your intellectual
German Taylor
property?
Swift stuff.
Is that your
You're not allowed
intellectual
to play.
property?
Okay, you just have to
He
pay me a
is
royalty.
allowed to because
Royalty.
it's on this air. We
We
own
can
it.
play this
And David Gow owns it, not you.
Can
Is that your intellectual property?
yes, it is. Yes,
You
it is.
hover above, rain hell below.
All of these are mine.
Killing them hogs real nice and slow. Brett Myers gonna
This is a
throw
banger,
that gas down around your knees, put you on your ass.
Okay,
Ah!
so play it.
Rebels, rebels, bringing
I like the
muskets
tempo change.
and bringing down death on us. Rebels, rebels.
Don't play the next one.
Oh,
Keep
it's
everybody in bondage.
Oh, way down south in the land of cotton.
You're
Old
versa-
times
you're
there,
versatile.
And I forgot. Look away, look away. That's all me making
Songs of
fun
the
of
South. They're my
making fun of
favorites.
Ole Miss, and
That
it turned into Songs of the
Is
South.
this your intellectual property?
I'm all about that glory hole.
That's Jerry Jones. I didn't say that.
You said that.
Luke Berryhill,
Okay.
country western burgeoning star. We got a chance to help him sell. We got a chance to help him sell singles. Why would he be against us playing?
I don't know the rules. I just been told
Just
things
play
about
it.
playing music. So I'm playing it no matter what. The question is, will YouTube hear it? Here's a snippet, and if you like it, we can play more of the song.
Left our world behind to go and reach out for the dream. Yeah, we break bats and we break bones like hammer and hay, babe and Cy Young. New pitcher coming in, man, I hope he's throwing slow.
That is a snippet from Luke Berryhill's Road to the Show. It's all about making it to the majors, or at least trying to.
Quit baseball now. Okay?
That song.
Do you know
is
how
a
much money
banger.
is in country music right now?
Besides that, no. But this
Lainey,
part-
what's her name?
Wilson?
Yeah. She's coming here and to play the rodeo, and everybody's. Have you seen her? She's lost a lot of weight too since
I don't.
Yellowstone.
I never knew what she looked like
Why are
beforehand.
we,
So
why are you saying that?
She lost a lot of weight.
Who's
since-
Lainey Wilson?
She was in Yellowstone. She was the singer in Yellowstone. That
Your heart's on the loose. I'm just thinking of that guy who was with Hassie Harris.
he was not that guy.
You got that boy with nothing to lose.
No, that he
Ryan, whatever
No,
his
she
name is.
was Lainey was with one of the other cowboys in
Is she the one that jumped on and hopped on that guy who broke his back in the
no.
middle
wait,
of
isn't
the
she the one known
hospital?
for? No, isn't she the one known for the
Yeah, well, it's less now.
what?
Well, but she was heavier though.
Oh, I didn't see Yellowstone, so I don't know
Oh,
what
you
she
didn't
looked
see
like.
Yellowstone.
Oh,
Not
I
her
don't look at
episodes.
her.
Yeah, gosh, that's just terrible.
When was she
That's
singing?
all you care about is that.
When
she
was
lost-
she singing?
She
When
lost
was
70
singing?
pounds.
She lost what?
From 2021 to 2023, she lost 70 pounds.
That's what I said.
Wait,
That's what I
what?
said. She was
That's what-
heavy.
that's
Hold
what I
on,
said.
Lainey Wilson, Yellowstone.
And she was on the People's Choice Awards the other day. Whew. Man, and nothing again, but
This ain't 70 pounds. That
That's
ain't
what-
big
That's what it says.
in Yellowstone.
yeah, she was you could tell she was a little bigger. Now she's not at
I
all.
don't remember
mean,
her at all. How the hell do I?
I'm
did
looking
I
at her
miss a
right
season?
now. I mean, we'd call that thick.
I've watched so many.
We call that thick with some couple C's.
Yeah, thick.
Oh yeah, she's fine.
Yeah. I
Why are
would.
you such a hater?
I didn't call her a fat
She's
ass.
fine. Like now that
I'm
now
not
that
playing
she's
it in
lost
this
some weight.
instance. You're not going to get me to play it.
Look, we're talking about Luke Berryhill.
You just want me to play the sounder.
Luke, don't play it. Luke, because then you're not an
Luke
ally.
Berryhill should quit
No.
baseball right
Part
now.
of the charm is that he's actually trying to make it to the show. Let him keep doing that.
Well, yeah, but if it inspires more music,
No, yes.
Yeah.
His lived experiences are going to inspire. He's going to sing one, Sugarland, oh, Sugarland. Hot in the summer and I can't get ahead. Tired of this bullshit. See? I said ship.
Yeah, no, we heard you.
I ain't never felt a dew point so damn high. Where I hope I hit the home run up in the sky, Sugarland. Oh, Mosquito Sugarland. Go ahead. I don't care. Record it. That's my intellectual property.
Everything's recorded. Stop telling me everything. That's the
Everything.
point. No matter what I don't have to try it. It's all
So
recorded.
damn hot and humid. And my baby's gone back to Conroe. We can do you ever been to Alvin? They got meth all over the place. I don't know if they actually do, but You had bad things to say about Alvin yesterday, Dell.
You did.
Where do you live again?
I live in League City.
Yeah. League City. They got some rough ass strippers in that town. Oh, League City. You can walk all over the neighborhood even if you're
Even if you're what? Even if you're what?
minority. Dale, you do. That's what I'm doing your lived experiences. I'm doing your lived experiences.
You can't sing my lived experiences.
You can be a ghostwriter.
That song.
You can be a
You
ghostwriter.
can't sing mine. You got to do yours.
You can be a ghostwriter. Dickinson, home of heartbreakers. Ain't never been a heartbroken there, but they bust your wallet up good. Oh, champagne room and a little bit of diddling. Oh, it's a fiddle here and a diddle there, coming up with a big ass bill at the end.
Hey, go down to Galveston. The water will take you anywhere.
That's what you got to. I was born in the muck, down by the water. Mike Evans and me just out there running 9 rounds. Oh, I was born in the muck, out by Galveston County. Mike runs the dig, and I'm running a post corner for the Lord. There you go.
Mike was running for the Lord.
Mike was running the dig, and he was running a post corner little combo route. We're trying to stress the safety. What do you want me to tell you?
Songs of the South got new edition.
I told the intern, grab everything that's him singing.
Is that really what you did?
Yes.
Hey, listen, Brett, I will bring you breakfast.
Don't listen to him,
Hey,
Brett.
Southern Illinois, just do what you're told.
You're a military
What'd you
man.
call
You
him?
understand.
Southern
Follow
Illinois.
orders.
Is that where he's from?
He's from Southern Illinois.
He went to school there?
No, he grew up there.
What's What's in Southern Illinois?
South of Illinois.
He's got an Illinois mustache.
Well,
Is that an Air Force
I don't
mustache or an
know.
Illinois mustache?
Yeah.
No, Chicago used to have mustaches.
Oh,
in
yeah,
Chicago.
but that's not Chicago. That's Southern Illinois.
His mustache
It's
isn't
Southern
dark.
Illinois.
He doesn't have a
we
dark
go
enough.
around like this.
Yeah.
Southern Illinois.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
Oh, is it kind of country?
Oh, it's farm.
Oh, Southern Illinois is?
Yeah.
Most of Illinois is.
Yeah.
It's kind of like Oregon. Portland is unlike anything else in Oregon.
Yeah.
Portland is this
Yeah.
little Austin-y place, and the rest of it
It's
are
beautiful.
urban. I mean, it's all rural.
Yeah.
There's some wine stuff. It's really pretty,
Yeah.
but it ain't like there's farmers and wrestlers. It ain't Antifa
No.
in the rural parts of Oregon.
Yeah, Chicago is different than the rest of Illinois. There's no question. Time for me to talk about HRP. Look, I'm going to need HR after those songs. There's no question, and I've got it. We've got it here with HRP. If you are somebody that is struggling right now, it is tax time, and you are struggling with your taxes. If you've got too many people that are involved in this thing, you don't need that. We've got a department of one, Laura Beavers, and she takes care of everything here because HRP takes care of everything for us and for her. And it is such an easy job. When you've got HRP, if it's a hassle for you, payroll, if it's a hassle for you, HR, if it's the tax time is a hassle for you, well, then you're doing it wrong. Let the people who are experts at this stuff do their job, and you do your job. You sell your widgets, whatever they are. Let HRP come in. And if you're not completely satisfied, if you think you may be losing money with the admin company that you're with now. This ain't an admin company. It's an HR and payroll company. The admin companies want to do everything. They want to do your 401ks and your insurance and everything else and your benefits, all your benefits packages. That ain't HRP. They're going to give you choices on the other stuff. So you're looking for that payroll company, you got it. HRP.net, 281-880-6525 or HRP.net.
Your morning continues on its steep trail towards greatness. And these are your Sherpas, keeping you on the straight and narrow. John and Lance, live in the Veritex Community Bank Studios.
All right, 8:37 on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. An old friend of the show, Robert Reed, passed yesterday. Robert Reed went through a time when, do you remember when he was on with Raheel and Hoffy at Nick's place?
Oh, man, it seems familiar.
He was on fire.
I do remember that,
He
but I don't remember what he said.
said a lot of things that were not suitable for radio.
That's what I seem to remember.
Yeah. He had a time, and then, but things got back. Robert Reed was a really, really, really good basketball player. It's 81 and 86 teams. Robert Reed was a key component.
So he was the rare. So for people who don't, weren't old enough to watch that, but you're familiar with Rockets basketball, in the 86, like in 80, but also in 86, Robert Reed, when anytime they played the Magic, they played Magic, they played the Lakers. Nobody had a matchup answer for Magic Johnson. He was a 6'9" point guard, and that's back when point guards were point guards and shooting guards were shooting guards and small forwards were small forwards, and everyone was in their little box. And so what were you going to do? Were you going to have, and there was so much, a point guard was only going to be 6 foot, 6'1", 6'2", maybe 6'3". Once you got to 6'4", you're looking at, you have to automatically go to shooting guard. You're 6'4". You can't be a point guard. So how would you guard Magic Johnson? Well, people were screwed. They'd have to guard him with small forwards, and then a point guard would have to guard a two guard, and a two guard would have to guard small forward. Robert Reed was that rare 6'8" guy, I think, 6'7", 6'8", who could athletically and size wise stick with Magic Johnson to an extent. I mean, Magic was Magic, but remember that Robert Reed used to actually guard Magic Johnson.
Well, that's isn't that how they beat the Lakers to get
and
to the finals?
Larry Bird too.
Yeah, that's how they get to the finals.
Yeah. Yeah, as they had somebody who could match up a little bit on Magic Johnson from a size standpoint, so he couldn't just throw over the top of little point guards all the time.
Great guy, a lot of fun. I knew he and his significant other, they were on Sports Night Live all the time. Robert was really a fun guy, and unfortunately, he succumbed to cancer yesterday. So really, really. Those were some fun Rockets teams. They just couldn't get past the Celtics, right? And they otherwise, Houston would have had, if it wasn't for Boston, and that was the matchup. That was the matchup nightmare. Was Boston for them, not the Lakers. It was Boston that was the.
Well, Boston was a nightmare for everyone. Yeah. Houston had just no answer for.
Well,
the
except
3, 4,
the Lakers
5.
matched up better against Boston.
They had a great two-guard defensively in Dennis Johnson.
Yeah.
And then you had Larry Bird, Kevin McHale, and Robert Parrish. It was just like, it was really tough to match up with them.
Yeah.
You matched up better with the Lakers than you did the Celtics.
Yep. So rest in peace, Robert. Great guy and a lot of fun. He was having himself some fun for a while, and I think he straightened up. Not that there's anything wrong with having a lot of fun, in my opinion. Okay. Other people might have thought. Well, there was one day he was on the show with Raheel, and maybe Raheel, you call in and talk about it. I remember you remember he kept slamming down. He kept slamming on the table. I forget what he kept saying, but it was pretty good stuff.
Well, KJ sent us something. I don't know if he sent it to all of us or maybe just myself and Lance. Robert Reed would respond to something Hoffy said. You don't. And he said it over and over again. I can say it. He said "Negro, please" over and over again.
Oh, that was it.
Yeah,
that was it.
He said that on the.
Oh yeah, he kept saying it.
But he said that word, right?
Negro.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
On the radio.
Yes.
Radio. Okay.
Yes. Yeah. And it was like, oh my gosh, and he could say it, right? But it was Robert was worked up that day. He was really worked up that day. And had himself a big time, and I'm not opposed
to having a good time.
Now, I wouldn't say something like that,
No.
but he could say it.
You would berate people in other ways while you're drunk, in more appropriate ways for yourself.
He was what?
I said you would berate people in other ways if you were
for not drinking.
Yeah.
Why would you not drink with me?
Well, you're not drinking now.
I know, and look at no one wants to be around me.
Well,
None of my friends want me around. None of them.
then are they really your friends?
Yeah.
No, they're not.
Yeah, they are.
They're not.
Yeah. They just don't like me during Lent. That's all.
Why?
And I can't blame them.
or-
They don't like me during Lent. I'm boring.
Don't you not like them
I'm
during
boring
Lent?
like they'll know.
Oh, that's why you don't have any friends. Taking an unnecessary shot at me for no reason.
No, they like that. My friends enjoy me taking shots at you. And they like you taking shots at me, if you want to know the truth.
Because they should do it more often. Maybe it'd humble you a little bit. Because it seems like
nobody's more humble than I am.
I know we said that in the past, but that's a lie.
Yeah, nobody. You see Sydney Sweeney's going to host Saturday Night Live?
Yeah,
People are really, really excited.
It's not going to get
Wait,
me to watch Saturday Night Live,
Shane
though.
Gillis is this Saturday, the 24th.
She's the second, I think.
Okay, she's mine. The
I
second.
think the next Saturday. Not
And
this
then
upcoming
Sydney
one, but the
Sweeney.
one following.
Yeah, March
I've recently
2nd.
become
Yeah.
a big fan of hers after seeing that
Why?
video she has on Hot Ones,
Oh,
Who?
where she looks up.
that meme?
Yeah, I can't believe I'm so off of Dua Lipa so quickly. I'm not off of Dua Lipa, but Mary Elizabeth Winstead can get lost.
Why?
We're done with
Wow.
her. Dua Lipa, yes.
You ain't
Michelle
loyal.
Keegan, yes. What's her name? Sydney Sweeney, yes. As people, I'm talking about, nothing else. They're good. They seem like good people.
You know them?
No, but I've seen videos of them. They seem like I've seen some of their TV shows and movies and streams.
So how long? Well, Mary Elizabeth Winstead has been classified as a homewrecker by some for years
I'm
now.
not a fan of that.
But
I'm not a fan of that.
you were a fan when that was a thing, and now you're not.
Nah, I'm just kind of. The more I think about her, I'm like, yeah, she's not a good person.
What?
Oh, is that the reason?
That's why? Because
No,
she
like
broke
for-
up. She's a house
I'm
wrecker?
just talking about people. I'm just talking about if I'd want to be friends.
You want to be friends with
Not a
Michelle
good
Keegan?
People in an alternate universe.
What? Why can't you just be friends in this universe?
Yeah.
I'm just appreciative. That's all.
Of her
I just-
acting
yeah.
talent?
I'm married. I'm not going anywhere. I've got too much baggage. No one's going to like me. I sit next to you guys all the time.
Oh, that's your biggest
I'm
problem?
you're going to want to spend all your time with me, and I have to do this draft stuff. It's just like, I'm going to be hard for you to love because I care more about people than I do about myself. So I'm going to be out doing philanthropic stuff.
And that makes you unlovable?
Well, you can't get close to me. I can't get close to you because I'd like to eat by myself and watch shows.
Right. That's
I don't
for
want
the
Michelle
people.
Keegan to eat next to me. I'm like, I'm trying to watch a show. I'm with you, but still, I'm watching this show.
You're just too much of a people. You just give too much.
Yeah.
You're too much of a giver,
Yeah.
but
Yeah.
not of your time because you wouldn't want to eat with her.
I'll watch her as I'm eating. Watch her on a show.
But not.
You'll watch
in
her on
person.
Netflix, but not
Why can't you watch
sit
her
with
in
her?
person?
Blah, 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 blah.
Talk.
I'm trying to watch it. I just put my passive aggressive, just put headphones in
Yeah.
while she's trying to
Yeah.
talk to me.
No, that's
Sorry,
probably,
Michelle.
You
I'm
know
trying
what?
to watch this.
That's
I'm
probably
trying to watch you.
That's probably why Michelle Keegan won't be with you is because you're too much of a giver.
No, I don't want to be with anybody other than
right.
my wife. But
Right. Of
as
course.
far as just like in an alternate universe, if I had gone back in time traveled,
Right.
like she wouldn't like the fact that you're always working, you're always helping people.
That's,
What about us?
you're always helping people to turn off for women?
Yeah, apparently that's what
That's
is
what.
in my mind.
That's what.
Now my
a lot
wife
of
doesn't
stuff in your
seem to.
mind.
My wife would say, "What helping people? You don't even help with homework. You're in watching your shows all the time. You don't even help with the homework." And I'm like, "Yeah, but those are my kids. I like to help other people, like give somebody $5 at a stop sign."
You know what I think Michelle Keegan would have a problem with? You referring to having a bubble. I think that might turn her off.
No, let her touch it.
Let her
You're gonna let-
touch it.
Is this a bubble? My wife would say, "See, told you it's not. Is it, Michelle?"
It's a crepe is what it is.
You know
It's
what?
not a crepe.
You need to drink more tequila because
Yeah.
this whole world, this fantasy world you're living in, needs to get straightened out with some tequila.
By alcohol?
Yeah.
Well, it
The
makes
only
it
thing
worse.
that could straighten this
No,
out.
it makes it worse. Hey, follow me, Michelle Keegan.
I got to ask you a question. Will you come on the radio station? We got a radio show.
I don't want to send a direct message and say, will you come on a radio show with us? I think it'd be really fun. You'd like our show. We talk about you all the time. No. And Maestro Bell won't make me do that because it keeps me sensible. Maestro Bell is a tequila that keeps you sensible. And you know why? You make good decisions with Maestro Bell. You make sensible decisions because it's a sipping tequila that you're not trying to take shots and get it over with. You want to taste the flavor. You want to taste the sweetness, the hint of sweetness at the back end of your sips of tequila when you're drinking the Cristalino or you're having the Añejo or, whatever the case may be, the Reposada. The silver and the smoked silver are great for your margaritas. But with every bottle of Maestro Bell, you're getting distilling that is aged properly and done the right way so that the flavors stand out and you don't get any of that burn because of the impurities. That's the difference with Maestro Bell. It's a premium tequila for a very reasonable price. Make sure that you grab your bottle of Maestro Bell.
Hey, it's time to talk about my bookie. It's time for you to listen. You can bet on all the sports, right? You can bet on everything. Right now, you got the NCAA tournament that's coming up. You still got NBA. You got baseball that's going to be coming up. I think you can even bet spring training game. I mean, anything, anytime. It's ridiculous. It's so good. But you've also got casino games with live dealers, and that to me is important. If you're getting dealt by a computer, I just don't love that. What I love is seeing a dealer actually deal me the cards, and these are the cards that I get. And you are somebody who is going to love playing blackjack, poker, baccarat, roulette with live dealers. And that to me is the best. You don't have to leave your house now to get to a casino to play. And if you are somebody who's already been a client of MyBookie, or if you're somebody new, all you have to do is put in bet 975 and you get bonuses for either reloading or for your initial deposit. So you're looking for the best way to play, win, and get paid. Turn your space into your casino, mybookie.ag. Use promo code bet 975. Bet anything, anytime, anywhere, MyBookie.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's time to rejoin the undisputed best sports talk show in Houston. It's Clearly John and Lance. Accept no substitutes.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. 713-780-3776 is the number if you'd like to get in here with us on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Tucker wants to talk on the radio. Hey, Tucker.
Hey. Hello.
Yeah, how you doing?
Yeah, what's up, Tucker?
Hey, you guys.
We're good. How you doing?
So I went to a little junior college out in West Texas, and Robert Reed was the assistant basketball coach out there. And every now and then, if there was a rival game or a bigger basketball game coming up, he may or may not have dropped a couple of cases of beer off for the rodeo and the baseball team. So there would be a little bit of a crazy crowd. He may or may not have. I'm not saying he did or didn't, but y'all stories are adding up with mine. And I just thought that was funny.
What school was that?
It was Ranger. It's a little small junior college.
Yeah.
Out in West
You
Texas.
said Ranger
Yeah.
Junior College?
Yeah.
I've heard of Ranger
Yeah,
Junior
yeah.
College.
Well, Robert was.
Yeah, it's a tiny, like 1,000 kids maybe.
I remember him telling me about. It was like on the middle. You're just driving down the highway, and then all of a sudden, and there's nothing, and all of a sudden, here's the school, and
Yeah. Oh yeah.
yeah. And he was like, it was a different experience. I think he enjoyed himself there, though.
So you had a rodeo team?
Oh yeah, he did. Yeah, we had a rodeo team, and yeah.
That is so cool. Yeah, he wanted to coach so badly. For whatever reason, he was ostracized in the NBA. Maybe because of his
Dalliances?
yeah. Well, and he had some habits that he
Habits
he,
is really what I meant.
Yeah, he had some habits that he needed.
Oh, a lot of the Rockets did off those 80s teams.
Yeah, they really did. They really
Pretty
did.
much every guard.
Pretty much that whole most of the team.
Robert Reed, more small forward. John
Wiggins.
Lucas, Wiggins, Lou Lloyd, who was my favorite.
Yeah,
All.
they had
Yep.
a lot of fun.
Guess we lost another one to either Coke or alcohol.
Well, how about that? They still won. Can you imagine if they didn't do any of that stuff? What they would have won?
Mm-hmm. Oh, no. Houston was building a dynasty with Rodney McRae, the Twin Towers, Lewis Lloyd. Even when you lost John Lucas, you had Allen Level sucked, but you could have gotten another.
Wow.
That's me.
Allen Level was a
He's
Sports
a
Night
fine,
Live
I know.
legend.
Okay, that's 1986 Lance talking.
Yeah.
We hated Allen Level and Buck Johnson. That's just who we hated. You just hated those guys. If
He
you
was
were
the
my
Dave
age,
Clark.
Yeah.
Yeah.
because he was to dethrone. They dethroned the Lakers, and it looked like there was going to be this great. And then Lou Lloyd and Mitch Wiggins couldn't stop snorting, and Ralph Sampson's knee went bad, and then you went to a yucky place, and then came out on the other end and won 2 championships.
Mm-hmm. Well, those teams were pretty fun. And I remember Robert telling me about that junior. I was like, man, you really want to coach? What are you doing out there? And I said, what is there to do out there? And he was like, nothing. I mean, there ain't nothing there. Nothing. So he really, really wanted to coach. He just couldn't get into the league or into a major college because, that is this your bubble right here? Like Hank Hills? That's your bubble?
Maybe. Maybe. I feel like it's better than that, but
And you're off Mary Elizabeth Winstead? Man.
I'll reconsider.
Oh my goodness.
How old is that?
That's a while ago though.
Yeah, this is when she was in that Robert Rodriguez movie.
Yeah,
Robert Rodriguez.
Was she a high school cheerleader there?
Well, she was in her
She would've
20s
been
at
younger.
the time, but yeah, she was playing a high school cheerleader.
Yeah. You are now the preeminent country music singer. It's songs of the I-45 South.
Yes.
Songs
That's his
of the
second
I-40
album,
South.
second EP.
Yeah, right. How about this? Do you think this could be a hit? This could be gold, right? This could be a gold.
I think people enjoy when he does that. So we've got the first EP was a real hit. Sold.
Let's negotiate the rights.
They belong to the station.
Let's negotiate the rights. I don't see David Gow anymore. Let's negotiate the rights.
There is no negotiation. They
No
belong
Craig
to the
Larson
station.
The
anymore.
station owns yours.
It's my
You recorded it on the
rights.
station.
I'm out of contract.
It's a
It's
station
my
product.
rights. It's my intellectual property. This is already.
Ooh.
We have a handshake.
You
for
get
that.
paid by the
handshake agreement.
station for your intellectual properties every day.
But the
and they own
ownership
it.
of said properties are mine. I own Songs of the South and Songs of I-45 South.
You do not.
Yes, I do.
You do not.
We'll have John Daspit look into this. We'll see what happens.
Go ahead.
He's
No.
going to name you and John in a lawsuit.
Good. Name us. Name
we'll-
us.
This all started with an Astro minor leaguer. Do we know if Luke Berryhill's any good?
He's
Yeah,
I don't
he's
know.
actually he does. He's actually got a little.
Because I like this country. I thought the country song was a good. I think it's a good. But him trying to make it to the show, like I could see that one playing at minor league stadiums all over the place. Luke Berryhill is 25, going to be 26 years old. So he's not a young minor leaguer
No.
necessarily.
Mm-mm.
He was drafted in the 13th round, pick 384. Let's
That's
see.
all right. Mike Piazza. Okay.
Last year he had he hit 228, but had a 755 OPS, 8 home runs.
Yeah.
I mean, doesn't feel like he's coming up anytime soon.
No, I think this music thing is going to be best for him.
Yeah. I mean, he's got a dream to make it to the show, which
Yeah.
is great.
But he could sing about it too. That's pretty well produced too. Dude's produced.
better produced than this.
Yeah.
Sugarland, oh, Sugarland. Hot in the summer and I can't get ahead. Tired of this bullshit. I ain't never felt a dew point so damn high. Where I hope I hit the home run up in the sky, Sugarland. Oh, Mosquito Sugarland. Hot and humid. And my baby's gone back to Conroe. We can tell you. You ever been to Alvin? They got meth all over the place. League City, they got some rough-ass strippers in that town. Oh, League City. You can walk all over the neighborhood even if you're minority. That was you. Dickinson, home of heartbreakers. Ain't never been a heartbroken there, but they bust your wallet up good. Oh, champagne room and a little bit of diddling. Oh, it's a fiddle here and a diddle there, coming up with a big-ass bill at the end. Are we done?
No, go down to Galveston. The water will take you anywhere.
Banger! I was born in the muck. Down by the water. Mike Evans and me just out there running 9 routes. Oh, I was born in the muck out by Galveston County. Mike runs the dig and I'm running a post corner for the Lord.
So you're like Travis Scott. You didn't tell us you had a feature. John's on there too.
John is on there. I didn't know I had a feature.
Featuring me.
John Granado.
Featuring John Granado. So now
He's got to tighten that up just a little. Just a little. Well done, though, Southern Illinois.
That was he put that together.
Well,
pretty quick.
Pretty quick.
wait.
Well, he's got to take out where you said.
No, he needs to keep all of you in for sure.
No, I'm out. That's out.
Nope.
And there's no featuring in there. Okay.
It's a feature. It's funny. Our resident teacher and show mom, Joan, you know what she said about Alan Level? You thought that was just me talking about Alan Level?
Mhm.
Listen to what she says. Level, constantly out of control, dribbling down the floor, lose a ball on the drive. 100%. That's why we didn't like him. Robert Reed show with Hannah Storm on Channel 20, cult classic like Sports Night Live. Bobby Joe loved to watch him play. All those guys you mentioned as well.
Yeah.
Alan Level was totally out of control at all times.
That's not true.
My generation,
Alan Level is a
my
great
generation,
person. He used
was
to come on Sports Night
disgusted
Live.
by Alan Level's ball handling.
Alan Level was a Houston
And
institution.
Buck Johnson just happened to be born in an
Whoa.
era where small forwards
Wow.
just
What did you say?
Buck
Okay.
Johnson.
Okay.
Who happened to be born in an era where small forwards would just give him 40 every night. He'd go from Wilkins to Purvis Short to Larry Bird to it was James Worthy. It was a nightmare. Oh, Adrian Dantley. Alex English, like every night was an ass kicking from a small forward for Buck Johnson. Kids, make sure you never watch highlight reels of Buck Johnson, nicknamed the Blade.
Let's break it here. 713-780-3776. You got a song you want to sing?
No.
You're more than welcome to do that here on the show. Yes, you can sing your song right here on the show. I'm singing the praises of Canstead and Dublin, okay? Michael Chandler is a fighter for Kill Cliff Fight Club, right? He just called out Conor McGregor, as a matter of fact, the other night on Raw. And they're going to fight. And he is going to be representing, because the Kill Cliff Fight Club is representing Canstead and Dublin, okay? They're in Fury, they're in Bellator, they're in UFC. These fighters, they're going to be popping up all over the place, and they love them. And you know what? That's kind of cool, because UFC is kind of cool, and there's a lot of guys who are watching UFC or any kind of cage fighting that like to dip. I can see that. I can see if you like cage fighting that you like to dip. The little pinch between your cheek and gum. Well, guess what? Get rid of that. Go with hemp in a pouch made of hemp with CBD oil. All right, CBD American Shaman says, yep, we like that. We like that so much, we're going to sell it at our stores. You, my friends, can get it at 975dip.com as well. But here's the deal. It's cool, and hopefully these guys will persuade you that it's terrible to have nicotine there. It's dangerous. Hemp in a pouch made of hemp with CBD oil, not dangerous. So if you want to switch with the same taste and the same sensation, 975dip.com. All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. 713-780-3776. Anything that we talked about or If you want to sing a song like Lance, you are more than welcome to get in here.
It's been a mix of serious Texans roster talk and bad music. Haven't really gotten to the fact that you think the Cougs will jump to 1. I mean, the number 1 lost, but at the same time, sometime
yeah,
they'll sit tight with the ratings from time to time. This would be the second time this year Houston's number 1.
Yeah,
if they move.
I don't know that they will. Although they beat the number 6 team in the country, and they got the 11th team in the country, Baylor. There's a good on the road. They win that game in any kind of convincing fashion. They could. But
it doesn't really matter, does it?
No, it doesn't. As long as they're top 4.
As long as you have a big playoffs, being number 1.
Allegedly, if you're the 1 overall seed, though, you're supposed to get the 8th seed as the second.
Allegedly. But it depends on where people get slotted, and if they're slotted properly. I mean, you're going to assume that they'll be slotted, reasonably.
As long as you're
properly.
a number 1 seed.
Yeah.
You don't want the number 5 overall team. You don't want to be the 4th seed and get the 5th seed.
It's been quiet from spring training, by the way, hasn't it?
Well, the first couple days we got sound from Tucker and Altuve. Like we heard from Tucker, Altuve, and Bregman, but maybe all that stuff is done with now. As far as sound.
and it's the usual stories.
Yeah.
The contracts. Altuve, first of all, Altuve got his contract. How does he feel? He says he feels physically better than he has in a while, which is great. Tucker's like, yeah, we're not going to listen.
I'll listen.
Really not.
I thought that was a non-story.
Yeah. I mean, it's the obvious answers. Yeah, well, I'd love this. It's be great. Bregman is going to he's going to be on a world tour. Bregman feels like he's going to be really, really good. Verlander is throwing, so that's good. Everybody's watching Josh Hader, and that's a story. To me, the stories are going to be how's Fromber, how's Javier, how's Hunter Brown. Those are the 3 stories.
3 of your top 5. That's a lot.
And they got to be a lot better than they were.
How do you rank it in terms of your concern? I'd go
Javier 1, Brown 2, Fromber 3.
Why do you say Javier 1?
Because he was awful. When he was supposed to be great.
Hunter wasn't even a starter anymore. He got kicked out of the rotation.
Yeah, well.
J.P. France had
Javier
to
would have
his
too
ass
if there
out.
was anybody to take
But then
his
Javier
place.
started balling at the end.
Yeah, but
I was thinking I might say Javier because I think he's more important than Hunter Brown.
Yeah.
Maybe that's why.
Well, he's got a higher ceiling. He's got the highest ceiling maybe in the rotation right now. An older Verlander.
Did Hunter Brown ever pitch good last year? I mean, Christian Javier got out of the gate good. And then around 4th of July, it was like.
Yeah. It was that Mets game.
It wasn't.
Go look at that Mets game.
Is it the Mets game?
It was the Mets game. And it was from there, it was just awful.
I mean, Hunter Brown last year had a whip of 1362. 11-13 with a 509 and a 1362 whip.
A 1362.
1.362.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah, 1.362.
That's a little off. He had 13 runners per inning.
Whip.
That's a lot. That seems like a lot.
The whip for Javier, his ERA was 4.56, so it was lower, but I mean 5.09, 4.56. He was 10-5. Remember, he had like 1 win over the last 2 months or something. And actually, he had fewer strikeouts per inning than Hunter Brown. He had fewer strikeouts in innings pitched last year, Christian Javier, where Hunter Brown still had more strikeouts than innings pitched. The whip was 1.265. So, yeah, you really, if you look at this, not a whole lot of difference other than Christian Javier showed up in the postseason for a little bit, and Hunter didn't. But no doubt, Hunter and
his postseason.
I'm not worried about Fromber. Fromber's going to be fine. Those 2 young studs, you're relying on them to help you become a major. Like, you can't not have good pitching.
Christian Javier was, Fromber pitched 12 innings in the postseason and gave up 19 hits and 12 earned runs. Wow. That was awful. Javier pitched 11 innings and gave up 5 earned runs. So that's his 409. You're right. Was a big improvement.
No.
12 strikeouts and 7 walks in the postseason.
Go look at it by game.
Well, no.
You're going to have one game that kind of blew it up.
Yeah. He was 2-1. He was 2-1
because he actually had 2 really good games and 1 not good game, and that happened to be like the biggest game. Wasn't he the starter for Game 7?
Game log. He was.
Wasn't he the Game 7 starter?
Texas. They lost 11-4.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was Game 7.
And that was terrible.
That was
Game
his
7.
terrible game, but the other 2 were great.
Yeah, that's great. Except when you needed him in Game 7, it sucked. He threw a third of an inning.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So look at the other 2.
5 2/3. He gave up 2 runs. Not bad. Pretty good. And then 5 innings, 1 hit. Yeah.
So, I mean, I like that at least we got 2 out of the 3 were good ones in the postseason. Hunter Brown has just, I don't know what the deal is with him. I'm just telling you, those pitching coaches need to earn their money now because I don't remember Strami having these issues. And this is a huge part of what you have to do. And Christian Javier is not getting paid. So get Lance McCullers healthy, get Garcia healthy. When is Garcia expected? He's June?
Yeah, I think so. Garcia and hopefully McCullers before the All-Star break. We'll see. Well, let's see how everybody's pitching. Yeah, before that Mets game, holy crap. It might have started at Cleveland. Christian Javier on June 9th, 5 innings and 4 earned runs. But the next outing, 5 innings, is shutout ball.
And a bunch of strikeouts,
6
right?
innings shutout ball against Washington. And then that Mets game, 2 1/3, and he gave up 4 earned runs. The next game he gave up 6. The next game he gave up 8, 3, 2, 3. I mean, he wasn't the same guy. He was just a different guy. On June 21st, something happened.
Couldn't strike people out. Well, remember, now we're revisiting something that we've already talked about in the past, but just kind of resurface, and we're remembering different things. Like World Baseball Classic there's a chance World Baseball Classic was really bad for the Astros. And we're not the only one. We said it in the past, but I think a lot of people believe World Baseball Classic was not great for some of the pitchers that needed to just let the arm rest. I was a little concerned that maybe Javier's newfound stardom and money could have maybe gotten the best of him.
Maybe.
But he started off good.
Yeah.
But he didn't have the same stuff. Like, his slider was real flat. He didn't throw as hard. His fastball was down, remember?
Yep.
I mean, that could have been either there was an injury that he didn't talk about, and that never happened. No one ever came out and said anything about an injury. No one gave him a rest. It could have been overuse from, pitching in the offseason, or maybe he just wasn't in the same shape. I don't know. But that's got to get fixed. I'm with you. You know what? Javier and then Hunter Brown. Because if Hunter Brown doesn't do it, you can still pull in
you
somebody
can move
else.
JP France back into the rotation.
But Christian Javier's getting paid.
Yeah.
And this now got to have output.
Got to have him being what we thought was a Cy Young guy, and he wasn't anything close to that. 713-780-3776. Aqueduct Plumbing is what we're talking about now. Both Lance and I, big advocates of Aqueduct Plumbing. We love Billy Brown. We love what Billy does. Billy Brown and his whole crew, including, you may even talk to his sister. You may talk to Mary. If you call up there, tell her, Mary, we say hi. But here's the deal is if you need him, you've got to have him. You've got to have this number in your phone, 281-488-6238, just in case. Put it in there, Aqueduct, or put in plumber, or put whatever the case may be, but have that in your phone because you never know when you're going to need. I never needed a plumber until I needed him like 3 weeks in a row, and all of a sudden I was like, what? But you can do some proactive stuff. You can take a look at your pipes. If you've got an older home, you can look for leak detection, camera inspection, plumbing fixtures. You can do some stuff. You can clean your water heaters.
Yeah, clean your water tank, tankless water heaters. If you have them, you need to get them cleaned. If you don't have them, it's really time that you get with the tankless water heater. Never run out of hot water. I mean, it's a big deal. If you've got multiple people in your house, you know that you got to stagger your showers and it takes time to get the water cranked back up, and maybe you've got an old water heater. When it gets damaged or needs repaired or replaced, it's going to cost you a lot of money. Why don't you get tankless and not worry about it anymore? Tankless water heaters are the thing. It's Aqueduct Plumbing Company. Go to aqueductplumbingcompany.com.
Your morning continues on its steep trail towards greatness. And these are your Sherpas, keeping you on the straight and narrow. John and Lance, live in the Veritex Community Bank Studios.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. 713-780-3776 is the number if you want to get in here. Let's go. Pena. Apparently Pena has a song he would like to sing. Is this about I-45, Pena?
No, it's about League City.
Oh.
So, all right.
Down.
Here I go.
Yeah, go ahead.
All right, here we go. So not only in League City can you walk in your neighborhood as a minority, but you can also find an old white lady in the in the middle of the floor with her chihuahua before you need to drop a Newcomb. Thank you.
I don't know how it ended, but it's a poor rendition of whatever he's trying to sing. You gotta write that out. You gotta carry it
nothing
better.
guys too. It was bumpy. The lyrics weren't.
We weren't even sure if you knew your own
didn't
song.
go up and down the scale at all.
Yeah.
It was
Pena,
poor effort, Pena.
Poor job, Pena.
Granny, come get this money. Hey, come get this honey. Granny, it's in my pants. You could sing that. You could have done that.
Granny, it's in my pants.
That's the name of the song. The song's named Granny, and then you know they parentheses
in my
it's
pants.
in my pants.
Come get this honey. It's in my pants.
And everyone at the
Who puts honey
fair
in their pants?
And when you go
Jam
perform,
Boy?
No, you spread that across your entire body, and it's jam, not honey. So is the honey in my pants, or is there something in my pants that's honey? What?
Granny, you got to find out. That's the whole thing. That country
it's a
music
surprise.
is subtle.
Okay.
It's not like little Big Mac truck inside this little garage.
Hey, that's
not subtle.
That was subtle.
That's not subtle.
You talked to John about that yesterday.
Cardi B is not subtle. In country music, we're subtle, like Granny. Come get this money. Come get this honey inside of my pants. Is the money there? And honey means love. I didn't say something like, you can get a sausage, like John would sing. He would have immediately gone to some type of cured meat. And I, of course, am more subtle as a country and western singer. And I said,
in your pants. The honey
he did
in
say
your
in your
pants.
well, I mean, you know.
That's subtle. Yep, nothing says subtle like you.
Am I talking pockets?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know.
Come get this honey.
Sorry, I'm a songwriter.
Do people normally carry honey in their pants?
Yeah, I don't know.
Honey is it's a double entendre.
Well, we get it.
It's a play on words because honey is also loving.
Yeah, you're not fooling anyone.
See?
We understand.
But country, we keep it more subtle. We don't do it like Chicago over here.
John's Pizza, large sausage speaking.
That's what I mean.
You see? No, that's what we do.
No, you're going to want some pepperoni with your sausage, with your pizza.
Let's get Ryan.
I'll deliver it all night long. Just a back and a forth and a turtle stroke, and I'm coming right here. Hey, it's pizza, folks, and I'm coming around here trying to deliver my pie. See?
Well, that's a country song.
It's a country song.
But
Turtle
You go in the middle, you're like, oh, and then you pull out with like, hey, it's just a pie, folks. I mean, you come out of the lyrics and you say, hey, it's just a pie, folks.
Maybe you're done singing for the day.
Maybe,
Yeah,
you know what?
maybe.
I am, actually.
He was sing-songy today. Ryan wants to get in here. Hey, Ryan.
Hey, sports fellas, how y'all doing?
Yeah, that's the wrong
That's
show.
a different show.
That's not our show.
Hey, so what's going on with the station midday? Are they finally going to give Rahizi a show? Is Fred Mapp coming back? What y'all thought?
Are we allowed to talk about it yet, or is there some big announcement?
I don't know how that'll work because I'm not here tomorrow and Friday.
Are you coming back? Are you done?
Are you done?
Yes, I'm on a state mandated vacation.
Well, it's not mandated.
Mandated
you could
by the
actually
state.
give up your days,
No,
but
Greg,
okay.
Greg Abbott called and said you got to take them, so I'm taking them.
Well, no,
Me and Greg
you
had
don't
a
have to take them.
Me and Greg had a conversation. He said you better take these or you lose them. So I said, okay, I'll take them. Thanks, Greg. Appreciate it. Personal relationship. I don't know how to, because Paul went on X or Twitter and said,
why is it a secret? You're going to take over the middays.
well, that's my announcement.
Oh, I just
Oh,
did
He's
it.
such a
man.
terrible person.
That was his
That
story
was my
to tell.
announcement.
Oh, go ahead.
No, it's too
Oh,
late now.
just nothing. Go to the
God.
next caller.
Let's go to something else.
I mean, my gosh.
what is wrong with you?
What?
I was gonna.
John's getting ready to ask you to marry him, Wendy. I was going to propose.
Jeez.
Why
Wait
did
a
you
minute.
do that?
Why'd you step on my announcement?
Why did you do that?
Oh, did I?
Yeah, I was going to do it on
It's
the
not a big announcement.
I know, but I was
really.
going to
If you
do
wanna
it
know
on the
truth.
I
Not
was-
that big.
He's got his
Look
own
at him.
show. That's not a
really
big
big,
announcement.
that deal.
Now that you stepped on it, now you got to take a deuce on it. Thank you, John. You're a great person.
Man, I was excited for you until John ruined it.
I mean, I was going to say it
What were you going to say? You were humming and hawing instead of saying
because
it.
I was going to wait till the next show when I have to fill in for Paul and say, well, this is going to be permanent.
Well, now, no, it's on this show. Nobody be listening to that one.
Once again, here we go. He's an awful individual. I don't know if you know this about him. He's terrible.
Gotta do it when people are listening.
Stop
Nothing
it.
is a surprise.
Golly, he's terrible.
Nothing is a surprise.
It's not a big deal.
It's
It's cool,
you gonna
man.
Announce it? Okay.
It's
Never
too late
mind.
now.
Never mind
there
what I
it
said,
is.
everybody.
There it is.
There you go.
And for your
Just
answer,
say it. What the bleep?
I wasn't gonna make.
What do we need? A red carpet?
Jesus,
Okay,
you're
you're gonna have
such a-
Sydney Sweeney out
Golly.
there to announce
First of
it
all,
with
I
you?
wasn't even.
God willing.
I was going to talk about Paul on Twitter, talking about he's leaving that slot, but he's going to still be at the station because he's going to do a show from 12 to 3.
Oh, did you say that? You just ruined it for Paul.
Did I?
Yes.
Did
you
I?
just ruined Paul's announcement.
So
Yeah,
where was
'cause
he
you
going?
ruined Dell's.
Congratulations.
Where was
It's
he
a
going?
domino
If he
effect.
wasn't doing 10 to 12 and he's not taking over Killer Bees, where was he going?
Okay, now are you gonna make Joe George's announcement too?
I don't. What announcement?
Okay, that's
Why
all
don't y'all
I'm
fire
saying.
that in there too while you're
Go
at it?
ahead, John. Go
You're
ahead.
the worst.
I'm the worst. When
Yeah.
you set off the dominoes, and now I'm the worst.
Yeah, you're the worst.
Yeah, well, I was going to say Paul went on Twitter yesterday and announced he was no longer going to be doing the Paul Gallant show from 10 to 12, but he was still going to be at the station because he's still going to be a host, and he's excited about the opportunity. And if John had just left it at that, we'd be good. But John had to be John, and now all the announcements are out the door.
yeah.
Congratulations.
Because we had
What an awful-
Don't
Look, you can play that game all you want, but you know you screwed up. It's
No,
fine.
I didn't
You
screw
screwed
up.
up.
I don't care.
You screwed up.
Okay, just say it.
Yeah,
No, he
messed
doesn't.
it up.
He screwed up, but he doesn't
Yeah.
care.
I
They
don't.
both can be
I
true.
really don't
He's terrible.
care. I'm
We
not.
know. We know.
Okay, wait a minute.
Hey, by the way, did you guys see? It's not like being carried on a lot of the. I'm surprised. Am I late to this? That they charged 2 adults with in the shooting at Kansas City? Do you see that?
Well, charged to well,
2 adults.
yeah, but they're being charged as adults.
No. These are adults. I think that it's other. I think these guys have been shot, maybe, or one of them had been shot. I don't know that they're the same people.
Oh, well, the
names
one.
were-
You know what the kid said?
Or maybe it.
When
maybe
that was
it is, but-
arrested,
who?
he
What?
said, "Yeah, I kind of messed up.
Okay. Well, these
I kind of messed up."
are these being charged? According to the court documents, the 2 men were okay. So the names are Lindell Mays of Raytown, Missouri, and Dominic Miller of Kansas City. Let me see if I have ages on them. Do you think? Are they just being charged as adults? Because I don't think so. Because you couldn't give their names out. Because this headline is 2 adults charged with murder in Chiefs Parade mass shooting. Listen to this. In their discussion with police, according to court documents, they're each being held on $1 million bail. According to court documents, the 2 men were strangers who pulled out guns and began firing within seconds of starting an argument. Both men were shot, and they have been hospitalized since the shooting. So, see, I think these are in addition to because one guy was run. Because I think this is in addition to maybe the 2 minors that they caught or the juveniles they caught. Because this is not just 2 guys, by the way. It's more. This is what they said. The argument began. You want to talk about weak as ice water. The argument began when 2 groups of people grew agitated over the belief that people in the other group were staring at them.
Oh my God!
According to the affidavits from police, surveillance video shows Mays and someone with him aggressively approaching the other group. The video shows Mays was the first to begin shooting, despite being surrounded by crowds of people, including children. Mays told detectives he hesitated shooting because he knew there were kids there, but luckily he was able to get over that, his hesitation. He told investigators he began firing after someone in the other group said, "I'm going to get you," which he took to mean they would kill him. He said he chose a random person from the other group to shoot at as the person was running away. Miller initially told investigators he and his friends began running and hearing gunfire and that he had been shot in the back. When investigators told Miller they had video of him chasing someone in Mays' group and shooting, Miller admitted to firing, 4 or 5 shots. A bullet from Miller's gun killed Lisa Lopez Galvan. Lopez Galvin was in a nearby crowd of people watching the Chiefs rally. Quote, it's reassuring for our family and the entire community to know that the joint team effort has resulted in the identification of the suspects involved. Authorities did not release the ages of either man, but court records show Mays is in his early 20s and Miller's 18 or 19. So they're not. So I think these are others because they said, I do want you to understand, we seek to hold every shooter accountable for their actions on that day, every single one. So while we're not there yet on every single individual, we're going to get there. So they're going to go after multiple shooters.
Well, the good news is that at least there was a good reason. At least
staring, you can't stare and disrespect somebody like that without expecting without expecting to rain down bullets on a crowd.
So as opposed to the mass shooter theory, it was a stupid argument that led to someone dying and others injured.
Oh, I don't know. Did anyone think it was a mass shooter?
I mean, when stuff like this happens, people assume.
But once we saw some of the information coming out, it felt like in the gun there, people couldn't believe that this was just a. So I saw
when you see a gun,
the gun like that, and they said this is not what you bring to arguments. Jason Brown said that. I'm sorry, Jason, you may need to sit this one out because kids are packing now. And it's not unusual for them to be packing. It ain't just pistols anymore. It's not just a Glock or whatever. They're packing heavy heat now. So the idea that this was going to be a mass shooter stuff because of the guns used, that's just carried on their person, and it's all completely open carry
in Missouri.
Completely open carry. So you can walk around with guns, and the police have said we can't stop people unless we have a reason. Like they can be rolling around like that at a parade. How is that possible? And then as soon as somebody stares at somebody the wrong way, it's on, and bullets are flying, and kids are getting shot. A radio host is killed, and
a mom.
Yeah. I mean, that this Kansas City stuff pisses. The more I read it, I mean, I just had a feeling it was going to be some kind of disrespecting or whatever. You're staring at me the wrong way, and now somebody says something, and when you pull your guns, I promise you the other squad has their guns.
Yeah, right.
I promise you.
Yep, absolutely.
What do you think is going to happen?
All right, 713-780-3776 if you want to get in here. John Daspit wants to get in here right now.
John Daspit can get in when he wants. Daspit is busy now. I hadn't even been able to get a hold of John Daspit because that man is busy. He's busy working cases. He's busy making sure that people get taken care of, that their hospital bills are paid for, that their pain and suffering is compensated for, that physical therapy and surgeries, these are all taken care of. Time missed from work, that's another big one that no one accounts for. They'll pay for your hospital bills, but if you can't get back to work because your knee's all jacked up or your back's jacked up, the insurance companies don't care. They want to get the settlement done as quickly as they can with you. Oh, yeah, we want to get you taken care of. We'll call you later this week. We'll have a check for you. Like, have you gone to the hospital? Have you had x-rays on your spine, on your hip, on your back? Have you had an MRI? Have you had, a CAT scan with concussion stuff? Like, when you're badly injured, you need to have everything checked out. You need to make sure they're paying for all of it. And you need to make sure that injuries are going to have long-lasting ramifications and effects, which happen every single day out on the roadways and at certain dangerous jobs, are going to be compensated for. And that's what John Daspit fights for. He fights for you. He's not fighting for the insurance company. He's fighting the insurance company to make sure you get fair settlements. 713-CALL-NOW. That's 713-CALL-NOW. Or go to daspitlaw.com.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John Granado and Lance Zerline.
Lance sent me this little Italian girl talking. Brava.
I got an Irish girl.
Why
My
you gotta
favorite
be-
video now are Irish kids. Listen to them. This 6-year-old girl was so mad at her mom because she wouldn't let her go down to the pub.
To the where?
You let me go down to the pub? The 6-year-old is so mad that, and then she rats on her dad like, he says he's cleaning, but he's not cleaning. He's on his phone. When you're gone, he's on his phone. He's not cleaning. And you won't let me go to the pub? Because she wants to see her aunties at the pub.
Oh,
A 6-year-old.
that's
The
great.
Irish. The Irish and the Italians.
Oh, stop.
Woo.
Don't do it.
Y'all are different now.
Betting favorite to land Russell Wilson this offseason?
Who cares?
No, you'll care. I know who. Dez will care.
Oh.
They're the favorite for Russell Wilson and for Justin Fields.
Russell Wilson's year was better statistically than I gave him credit for, but you're not fixing anything with Russell Wilson.
I want the Steelers to be better with him.
Yeah, but you're not fixing it.
Would you fix it with Justin Fields?
Probably not. But at least they're
What,
still.
in that-
You're not sure.
What about in December?
Russell's best days are.
What
for
about
su-
in December?
Russell's best days are for sure.
Yeah.
What Justin Fields can do is he can actually run still.
In December, you might want Justin Fields.
No, I'd rather have Justin Fields than Russell Wilson.
You would?
Yeah, because I just think he can make more
Look at
positive
those
plays.
numbers. They're not good.
No, I know, but I'm just not throwing with them that much.
No. Steve, first of all, at some point, did Stephen A., there's ESPN's creating its own content again. Apparently, Stephen A. said something about Pat McAfee, that he's where he's at because he's white.
I didn't hear
I
that.
haven't seen
I don't know.
that.
the
Yeah,
context.
there's
That's no. I'd be curious for him to say that because he's been pretty positive about Pat McAfee. Pat McAfee's where he is because he's an athlete, a former athlete who's really personable. I remember when we were at the Combine and Pat McAfee was there after he had just retired. He had literally just retired that day and was doing a press conference, quote unquote, a press conference where people were, and Barstool was there, and he was getting ready to announce that he was going to do something, on his own, outside of, the world, being a punter. Pat McAfee is where he is because he works just like Stephen A. He's an outrageous character, just like Stephen A.
Mm-hmm.
And Pat McAfee fills a void, but I think it helps to be a former. These shows are all getting filled up with former.
This is what he said. At least the pull quote is, Pat McAfee, according to Stephen A. Smith, doesn't have to be as polished politically as Stephen A. does because he's white. He's not where he is because he's white. He doesn't have to, dance around certain issues the same way Stephen A. does.
That's incorrect because a white guy's going to have to dance around a lot of issues.
A white guy always has to dance
It's
around. A black guy can say whatever he wants.
Stephen A.
Not
Smith
according to
is Stephen A. Smith would never.
That's the
Stephen A.
exact
Smith
opposite.
could never
Stephen.
get canceled at all.
Oddly, the white guys and the black guy disagree on something.
Well, wait a minute. Tell me what happened when it was Aaron Rodgers on his own
I'm just telling you
podcast.
what he said. You're talking to the wrong person.
Yeah,
Stephen
but
A. Smith
I just
says
disagree
that.
with Stephen A. Smith because
Yeah.
actually there's a lot of stuff where you have to walk on eggshells where Stephen A. Smith, frankly, doesn't have. Now, maybe, I don't know how he means that. Stephen A. means it
Says
politically.
more polished. Stephen A. believes he has to be more polished politically than Pat McAfee.
What does he mean politically?
I don't know if people.
Yeah,
someone
I don't
else
know
got
that
into
either,
it.
but I think that when you get big enough, you don't have to be polished
And this was
anymore.
on the Bussin' with the Boys podcast.
Oh, well, okay. Well, he said it on a podcast that is friendly with Pat McAfee.
He goes, because he has a desire to be because he has no desire to be number one, Smith said. And number two, if we're being honest, he's white and I'm black. He doesn't have to be. I had to be. So I get all that, and I'm not knocking him for it. I guess Stephen A. Smith just said he had to. I don't know if politically means with the people he deals with, the media. I don't,
maybe
because
he may mean behind the scenes.
Yeah, he might have meant that politically.
That may be different. Yeah, that may be. I would say from a topic standpoint. Oh no.
Oh,
no.
well, if you're talking about Pat McAfee saying stuff about the bosses there, yeah.
Yeah, he may now.
But
If he
Stephen
says
A.
that,
Smith, I don't remember him ever ripping management at ESPN.
Yeah,
ripping management's always stupid.
Well, not
period.
for Pat McAfee, it wasn't.
not so.
Pat McAfee ripped
Well,
him.
but he created his own. Stephen A. could do that if he wanted because he's created his own brand now. Where if Stephen A. started his own media company, he would succeed.
Yeah, right.
You know, Clay Travis succeeded with his media company. Pat the Kelseys, they've all figured this stuff out.
Yeah.
They start their own media companies, and you can't. You're kind of limited on what you can do to them.
Yeah. Then on JJ, was this on First Take? JJ Redick?
Yes.
Here is JJ Redick. Listen, Doc Rivers has been a mess. It's just him going to the Bucs.
Are we going to go to him versus Pat Beverly?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
This is not only Pat Beverly, but Austin Rivers. Austin Rivers was on, I don't know if it was right after, but, boy, he came.
Okay, tell us if I've noticed that sports are now, especially as it pertains to, it's literally just drama. It's all like
well,
it's all,
and ESPN creating its own content.
Well, yeah, but but now having podcasts, Micah Parsons is creating drama. Having families on social media badmouth Dak.
Boy, and I
Dallas.
can't agree with Emmitt Smith more. Micah Parsons is taking it, and God bless. I mean, he's taking advantage of his celebrity. But and Emmitt Smith's like, "What have you done? What have you done?" And it's all I hear is excuses, and it's all I hear is, and we're great, and oh, look how great, and you guys are coming down on us and all of this stuff. What have you done? Win, as opposed to Micah Parsons is a winner. He's got a big contract. He's a celebrity. He's got stardom forever now. They haven't yet. He hasn't won anything. He hasn't done anything yet. And I couldn't agree with with Emmitt Smith more about that. Here is JJ Redick talking about Doc Rivers.
Conference. Side note, real quick. No one's going to react to Doc's audio there. We've been 7 minutes since we showed that audio. Nobody's going to react to Doc's audio.
Do you want me to get it repeated for you?
You don't have to repeat it. We don't have to repeat it.
I can repeat
I've
it.
seen the trend now. I've seen the trend for years.
What's the trend?
The trend is always making excuses. Doc, we get it. Taking over a team in the middle of the season is hard. It's hard. We get it. Just like getting traded in the middle of the season is hard for a player. We get it. But it's always an excuse. It's always throwing your team under the bus. They lose to Memphis. Oh, it's his players. Memphis was playing G League guys and two-way guys. And then you look at his quotes over the weekend. Now he wants to take credit for the James Harden trade to the Clippers working out. He wants credit for that. There's never accountability with that guy.
That's pretty strong. Pretty strong words there.
Well, you got Pat Beverly or you got Austin Rivers?
Well, Patrick Beverly just tweeted at.
Oh.
He said, for the most part, Doc saved your career, JJ. And this is the way you talked about him. JJ responded, Pat, I had a 4-year offer on the table before I even joined the Clippers with Doc. What are you talking about? FOH. He responded to Pat Beverly. So Pat Beverly's now with the Bucs. He loves Doc Rivers, and he's played for Doc Rivers in multiple stops.
Now, you don't have the Austin Rivers thing, do you?
I do have the Austin Rivers.
Okay, here's Austin Rivers responding to the criticism of his dad.
First off, I don't feel responsible to take up for my dad. He's a grown man. He could do his own thing. But in this regard, I just simply don't agree with it. For someone who's not accountable, he seems to always be held responsible, considering he's the guy that's always fired when things don't go right. He got fired in the bubble for a 3-1 lead versus the Denver Nuggets, which in half his team didn't want to be there. They had players saying that.
I just want to point out, and we'll get back to it, Austin is doing exactly what his dad does.
Starts making excuses.
Yeah,
Does his dad do that?
Yes, he will get to throwing people on the bus very quickly when things go poorly, and Austin has learned from the best, apparently.
Their mind wasn't there. He had guys leave. That happened. Then he gets fired for losing to a team that was favored over him, which was the Celtics last year. It seems like he's always responsible. It's just as strange coming from JJ. And I have some love for JJ. You're my dookie. You know that. You're my bro. I love you. It's just your best years were with the Clippers. I don't think he saved your career. I appreciate you, Pat. But I don't think it – I mean, this just seems a little bit weird. They're 3-7. Dame has missed most of those games. Middleton's missed a lot of those games. They haven't even had their full team yet. We'll see what happens. The pressure is there. They do have to perform. But in terms of accountability, like, what are we doing here? Your best years in the NBA or when you played for him in the
Middleton
Clippers?
missed time, and they were still really good. What do we?
And JJ's previous point, at least something we didn't play, was they lost the game to the Grizzlies. So shout out to the Rockets for doing the same with the G League roster, and Giannis and Dame played. And what Doc pointed to was, half my guys were thinking about Cabo. That's who you blame That's what he blamed for losing to the bad Grizzlies team. So
see, you don't put that stuff out. Even if you
you
think
don't say that.
you can tell Austin that. You can think it privately.
Yeah,
You
right.
don't say it publicly.
No. What are you doing? I don't.
What are you watching? Little Italian
Sydney
Girls?
Sweeney.
Oh, okay. That's not a little Italian girl.
No, she not. There's nothing little about Sydney Sweeney. Yeah. Listen, that Austin Rivers is on and he's ripping his dad. I mean,
I'm not taking up from. Then what? That's
yes,
exactly
you
what you're doing.
Yes, you are. It's exactly
what
He's
you're
a grown
doing.
man. He doesn't need me to. But he took a 3-1 lead. But then all of his teams went. Well, isn't that the same team that wanted to leave, didn't want to be there, took a 3-1 lead?
Mm-hmm.
Like he acted like they all wanted to leave when it was 3-1. They all were trying. They didn't want to be there. They tried to get out of there. But didn't they take a 3-1 lead? Not the same team that took a 3-1 lead?
Well, then they realized, man, we might win this thing. Man, I want to get down to Cancun.
John Granado's a mean white guy when he's sober during Lent. Sorry, Dell.
That's not true.
Well, you ruined his thing.
I didn't ruin anything.
Doc Rivers is one of those guys.
Don't worry, we're going to have a red carpet. So
that's what everyone is suggesting. Yeah, we get it, John.
Let me
you
finish
screwed
this up
We
with Doc
understand.
Rivers. Doc Rivers took a job that he's known for. Like, Doc is hoping he has the talent to make this work out. And what it's going to be is this is just going to be another chance for people to say Doc is a choker in the playoffs. He's like stepping into a choke. It won't even be a choke. Like, this team lost who they were. A lot of people believe, many Bucks fans believe they lost the glue with Drew Holiday on the team. They lost him, and they added Dame. And even though you add more talent, it's not really meshing with what's there. And so Doc's going to take over that. And then when it falls short, Doc's going to be here taking the blame.
Yeah,
but at the
this
same
team
time,
isn't good enough. It's just not.
I mean, Adrian Griffin, they danced whenever he got fired. And they were winning when they did a dance the day he got fired.
There must have been
the game.
something wrong with Adrian Griffin.
Oh, yeah. No, clearly.
I mean,
there
you
was
don't
some
do
disconnect.
that. You don't do what they did.
But it ain't going great with Doc.
No.
We here in Houston, we got to figure it out. Lose on the road, win at home, everything's fine.
Well, I think they might have thought that, you know what, we need a Steve Kerr solution here.
It ain't Doc Rivers.
It ain't Doc Rivers.
The Doc's been around.
Yeah. No, it ain't Doc.
Have they thought about Pat Beverly as head coach? Or Sam Cassell?
A player coach?
By the way, we never even talked about
Anthony
Rendon's comments. No. Yeah, I don't even care about baseball, really. It's just a job for me. If I'm here, great. I just want to make money and just be with my family. And, baseball's never been my priority. Players have complained about that about him before, and now he just says it publicly.
Well, no,
fans are not happy about it.
Yeah, and you know who's not happy about it? The Angels.
Yeah, you mean
ever since he went there, he sucks.
And for you to suck, get paid a good paycheck, and then tell people, yeah, baseball's not even really my first priority, honestly, unapologetically.
No kidding. You know what they're saying? Well, you didn't have to tell us that.
You should have told. You should have told us before we signed you, or you should have never said something and just let us know it.
Yep.
And without you confirming it.
I know he can afford some All-State siding and windows.
He can. If he's a listener of ESPN 97.5 and 92.5, he's going to be able to afford it even more because you have big discounts when it comes to ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 listeners. And they are going to give you discounts on not just complete siding jobs, but also on your windows. And what do windows do? Well, they're built here in the state of Texas, and they're built for Texas weather, which can mean hurricane-strength windows, can mean hail, heavy rain and moisture and water, the incredible heat. These windows are going to be sealed properly so that they help keep your air conditioner in. It can lower your energy bills by as much as 40%, which is a study showed that. That's incredible. But they also just make your house look better. They provide greater safety for you. They provide an opportunity to reduce noise around you if you live off a noisy road. All-State windows and siding, get that job done today. While the weather's good, make sure you get put on the books and get new windows, get your old ones taken out, get the new ones retrofitted in, and enjoy lower energy bills and better efficiency and a better looking home with All-State Windows and Siding.com.
Wow. Did that make it on air? Okay, good. Oh, good. Suffolk County, New York, looking for some thieves. A trio stole $640 in Haagen-Dazs from a Suffolk County 7-Eleven. First of all, $640 worth of Haagen-Dazs in a 7-Eleven? That seems like a lot, doesn't it?
How much is a pint?
Pints are like $200 each.
No, they're more expensive now, but yeah, that does seem like a lot.
That seems like...
Well, it ain't shoplifting, it's stealing.
$640 worth of Haagen-Dazs. First of all, they're not going to jail because you got to steal more than that, don't you? Right? Not today?
I think
don't you have to be over 1,000?
Where are they? I think it has to be over 900 or something, maybe instead
1,000, something like that. Yeah. There is a special place in hell for someone in Fort Worth. A Texas Girl Scout troop was robbed while selling their cookies in front of Walmart.
No.
That's just awful.
Oh, my gosh.
Look at that life lesson they learned.
Well, that's not the way to look at this, Dell.
I mean, life ain't fair.
He's between 18 and 24 years old. He reached behind the table, grabbed the bag that contained the earnings for the day. I mean, there is a real special place in hell for you, stealing Girl Scout cookie money.
They better get in the gym, Girl Scouts.
Well, wow. Jacksonville, Florida. A Florida man is reportedly healing after doctors found 150 live bugs in his nose.
Oh, what?
Yeah, this happened.
150. Oh, my gosh.
Over a couple of hours, my face just started swelling. My lips swelled. I could hardly talk. My whole face felt like it was on fire.
How do you get
150 bugs.
If one bug's in there, you know it. How does 150? Don't tell me this is one of these things like climbing a nose when you're sleeping and larvae. It's the worst nightmare ever. Something hatches, lays eggs, and they all hatch.
Yeah, I don't know for some reason. They were right up against his skull base, right under the brain. They had to go through.
Oh, my God.
Had they gone through, it would have killed him. Wow. How much do you think?
If you sneeze, a bunch of bugs come out? Sounds like they're rooted too far in there.
Well, man, just blow your nose once in a while.
Oh, my God.
They took the larva in for testing. They had he had all of
larva?
Yeah. According to research, how much do you think the average American spends a day?
Period?
Mm-hmm.
That's the end of... Oh, man. I don't know if we're counting gas money or just discretionary income. I'll say the average American spends $9 a day.
Higher.
Okay, $29.
Higher.
Oh, no, 9. That's not going out to eat it or anything.
The average... A survey of 2,000 adults revealed, aside from their job, Americans think they do $134 worth of work when factoring in cleaning, cooking, and driving. But they spend $35 a day. Do you...
Well, I get if you're eating at home, I don't know how that counts.
Does that include what it costs to drive from your home to your
I
job
think
and back?
That the average American, yes, I think that
okay, well,
the study says...
well, I went low just... First of all, why did I say $9? What? You're gonna... I'm thinking everyone eats at home all the time. I spend over $35 a day probably because I'm going to eat lunch for sure, and I get a coffee, and it adds up.
Yeah.
But I'm not the average person.
Well, that can't include rent and all your
no,
bills.
No. It doesn't include.
But just what you spend.
Oh, what you're spending specifically on a day.
I think it's cash or beep, or tapping.
Yeah. What?
Doop. Your little Apple tap. You tap your card, right?
Tapping costs more than that.
Card tapping?
No.
Don't. Just let's move on.
My bad.
Jeez.
How many hours?
I'm glad I'm going on vacation.
Does the average American spend in the kitchen a year?
365?
No. They say over 1,000 hours a year in the kitchen.
Okay, I guess. Not me.
The average American. You're not average.
Yeah.
I mean, because I think a lot of people eat in the kitchen or...
Get back in the kitchen.
Wow, that's awful.
You're talking about the kitchen.
Yeah, that's awful.
How
you know
so?
What? Your misogyny.
It wasn't directed.
Your misogyny is terrible.
The man, he could have been talking to anyone. In fact, you do a lot of the cooking at your home.
I'm pretty sure.
So wouldn't he be talking to you to get back in the kitchen?
Pretty sure that should end the show, and you should take over next right here.
Whatever, John. You're not cleaning up what you did previously. Nah, just let's move on.
Time to talk about Houston Safe and Lock. My man, Derek DeSola. He's the best. Derek DeSola knows more about safes than you do. Derek DeSola knows more about safes and locks than maybe anyone in this city. Houston Safe and Lock is responsible for around half the safes in this city. If you need a safe, go to the place that's the biggest and the best. 2 locations, one at Westheimer and the Beltway, one at Wirt and I-10. You need a safe, you want to go where they got an entire display, okay, that you can go and you can see the safes. You can pay. They start as little as $600 or $700. You can get a safe for a small one. And if you've got a gun or you got jewelry, this is something that you want to put it in, especially the gun so that the kids can't get to it. But you can get to it right away because you can open it up and bam, you can get your gun out. But you don't want the kids to be able to get it. So you want a small safe. That's fine. But if you need a big safe for work or whatever, you need a bigger safe, that's fine too because they got those. They go all the way up to $12,000 or even more. I mean, you're talking about heavy-duty safes. And if you're looking for any kind of a lock change, if you need locks or if you're at a business and your lock system is not good, if you want to know who's coming and going at your business, you need Derek DeSola because they have all the solutions you could possibly need for your locks. 975safe.com, or you could talk to Derek directly, 713-522-5555. Ask for Derek DeSola or just go to 975safe.com.
ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 at work, in the gym, and in the bedroom.
I've seen the huge difference it's made for you in the gym, at work, and in the bedroom.
Bye, bitch.
I'm Nicole Murray with Your Money Now. British Telecoms Group BT has announced it will sell London's iconic BT Tower to developer MCR Hotels for just over $346 million. The 189-meter structure has carried telecommunications signals from London to the rest of the country, but it has since become redundant with mobile networks. The tower was also known for a revolving restaurant on its 34th floor. The iconic landmark will be transformed into a hotel. The Remington Gun Factory in New York is gearing up to shut its doors and relocate to Georgia after more than 200 years in the Empire State. Remington is the nation's oldest gun manufacturer and told union officials the firearms industry is more supported and welcomed in Georgia. The closure of the New York location will result in about 300 people losing their jobs and for the area to lose about $1 million in revenue. Stocks are slightly lower. That's Your Money Now.
Don't miss John and Lance. You might miss some gold like this.
I won't be here to give them away. I'm going to be working my ass off.
No, you won't.
Yeah, I will.
No,
you don't know how hard the Cabo Cup.
Cabo Cup. It's me and my buddies in Cabo playing golf in a palatial estate, staying there. But we're going to give it a name and make it important.
Yeah.
That's what all golf is, to be honest with you.
That's John and Lance, weekdays from 7 to 10 a.m. only on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Let's face it, you're hooked. It's never easy to admit that you have these compulsions or addictions, but it is the first step in understanding who the real you actually is. The fact that you can't stop listening or consuming ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 is not a bad thing at all, and it's okay to share us. Tell your friends, your wife, your Sherpa. Tell them all about ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 and how good it makes you feel. Sharing is tearing. Tearing off a piece of you to give to someone else? Yeah, I think that works. ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. Brought to you by Zadok Jewelers, KFNC and KFNC HD2, Mont Bellevue, Houston.
You could not live with your own failure. Where did that bring you? Back to me.
Welcome to the Interlude with Del Olalekia. An interlude is an intervening or interruptive period, space, or event. It can also be a musical composition inserted between the parts of a longer composition, a drama, or religious service. Yeah, it's none of those things, but it's still the Interlude with Del Olalekia. So get used to it. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Del Olalekia.
When the world was a sign with this and that, I was young, didn't know to hold it back. Now we here in the world of something else.
Welcome into the Interlude. I am Del Olalekia. It would be the final Paul Gallant show without Paul, but Sean let's say Sean made the right call. We're just going to use some old imaging that I used to have instead of Paul's old imaging. Paul, as you might know, if you listened to him yesterday, is going on vacation, and not one of those radio vacations where they say that and you never see him again. He's actually going on a real one. He'll be back, I believe, Monday, as the start of the new lineup begins. He will be on from 12 to 3. I'm not sure how much more I can say. I wasn't even going to say that until John ruined what I was going to say earlier. I will be the new host from 10 to 12 in this time slot. It'll get a new name. It'll probably be something don't come back in here. We're done with you. Don't come in here. You've already ruined my announcement and you left your stuff. Move on. Move on. Get out. Fuera. Fuera. Get out. That's Spanish for leave. Get out. Get out of here. John Granado left his dirty ass earbuds in here, so he had to come get them. But that's John off to do something else to ruin someone's day like he ruins mine on a daily basis. But yeah, I'll be hosting the show from 10 to 12. As I was saying, it'll probably get some simplistic name, mostly Del Olalekia show, because who cares about a name, I guess. So that'll start Monday, because I won't be here Thursday and Friday. I'm going on vacation too, and a real one, just like Paul's. So we'll start the new lineup on Monday. John Lance will be the same. I'll be here after producing that show. Paul will be doing a show with someone yet to be named. And then the Killer Bees will be like they always are from 3 to 6. But they'll get a new producer. And maybe that can give you some information about who might be with Paul if you do some deductive reasoning. But we'll get into that. They'll get into that later in the week, I guess. Sean Mates will be here with me today and going forward. And he'll also be the new producer for the 12 to 3 show. So Sean gets more work.
Yay.
Is that a real yay or?
Come on.
No, it's not a real yay. But hey,
I mean, it's not the worst thing. You know, still work with Paul, get to work with you.
Yeah, it'll be fun.
It could have been worse.
And I got some things because Sean is a guy who's a big UT guy. So there's a couple of things involving UT I want to get to, and mostly Sean's experience as a student who went to the school and also was a big fan of sports. Because there's something going on at the University of Houston where a part of the student body isn't all that thrilled that the money they're paying for tuition is going to sports. And there's a big protest, I believe, probably started about 5 minutes ago. At least that's the Chronicle told me. So we'll get into that. Was there a big split and divide when Sean was at UT? And is this a normal thing where students get sick and tired of paying for the athletic programs and have said enough? That's what's going on at Houston right now. But that's kind of the logistics of what's going on the rest of the way. And things always change. Unfortunately, some things change that cause these things to happen. A lot of good guys no longer with us. And shout out to Michael Connor, Andrew, and Josh Beard. And I remember Andrew's last name is Carlson. There it is. Andrew Carlson. Josh Beard and Michael Connor, unfortunately, no longer with us. Like those guys, they're a lot of fun to talk to even before their show. Coming up on this show, another Michael will join us, Michael Carroll, who you hear sometimes on our air, voicing commercials. He also hosts a Comicast podcast that you hear on this station at 9 a.m. on Sundays. He's going to give you what you should be watching as we're in a bit of a slow time with sports. You know, the NBA season doesn't come back till tomorrow. And then you also have spring training, no football, although free agency is right around the corner. So Michael's going to give us some insight on what we should be watching. He'll also give us a review of the most talked about thing on the web right now, Madam Web. Michael, I'm going to ask Michael if that's a good, bad movie or just a bad movie, because there is a difference. And from what I can tell, people are enjoying it, but not the way the creators probably wanted them to enjoy it. So we'll discuss that going forward. Before the previous show closed out, we did have some discussion about the messiness that is going on in the NBA. We'll get into that. Does ESPN create content by just pitting people against each other? Sure.
And JJ Redick, who is at the center of the controversy now, has some thoughts on why people enjoy the back and forth as opposed to the actual basketball stuff that he does, because he is a good basketball analyst, but he's also a guy in the center of something involving Doc Rivers and Doc Rivers' son of all people. And somehow Patrick Beverly decided to insert himself into that as well. We'll hear a little bit from Luke Berryhill, not him talking, but he's got a song, a country song that I want to get Sean's opinion on. I don't know if Sean's heard it, because Sean will know. We've heard a lot of people who aren't musicians place or create songs around sports. It's generally if your team's really good and you're in a playoff stretch, so all of a sudden songs come out. We played a lot of them on this air. Luke Berryhill is an actual artist, and he's an actual player, so he's a little different from the fan-created ones. But he has a song, well-produced. It's a country song about the road to the major leagues. You can kind of figure out how that's going to sound, so we'll play that a little bit later in the show just to get your opinions as well, not just Sean's. We'll hear from Jose Altuve, who feels better than he did last offseason from the sound from earlier in the week I want to get to as well. But before we go to a break, I'm going to pose a question to the people listening and to Sean. Jameis Winston said something about Galveston water making Mike Evans a different type of wide receiver. I don't know where Stephon Diggs grew up. Actually, I do. He grew up in Maryland. I'm not sure if there are a lot of bodies of water near him, so maybe he's just a regular wide receiver and not the super one that Mike Evans is, because he grew up near Galveston. Now, there are odds out right now about Stephon Diggs and where his next landing place is. We know the Texans have money to spend. They like Tank Dell, who should be back for organized activities coming off his broken leg. They like Nico Collins, who may get extended this offseason. But there is a push from some. I heard a caller earlier say, go get T. Higgins. Don't pay big money to a defensive player. Go pay T. Higgins to solidify your wide receiver core. Stephon Diggs will probably cost less than T. Higgins because he's older, but more accomplished. So if I gave you the option, Sean, because Stephon Diggs is the odds-on favorite for his landing spot are the Houston Texans, according to one book. So if I gave you the option of Stephon Diggs or Mike Evans to pair with Tank and Nico and maybe Dalton Schultz, which is your choice?
I would go with Mike Evans. I think because he has a more consistent production throughout his career. Like you said, Jameis Winston credits the Galveston Waters for making him the receiver that he is, much like the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles.
The ooze in Galveston.
Apparently, it's the same principle at play. But, I mean, you talk about Mike Evans being and Stephon Diggs being a little bit older than T. Higgins. They're both 30 years old. So Stephon Diggs isn't any younger than Mike Evans is. So with age being, a draw, give me Mike Evans.
Gotcha. And
less of a headache, too, it seems like. Less drama.
We haven't heard much from Mike Evans. He just goes about his business getting 1,000 yards per season, exactly. No matter who the quarterback is. Stephon Diggs, the other thing is he's not a free agent. There is maybe an expectation that the Bills could cut him or try to trade him, depending on what's best for them. Or they could keep him, maybe go one more year, but he declined as Joe Brady took over as offensive coordinator there. They changed the way they did things, threw the ball to the tight ends and the backs a little bit more than giving Stephon Diggs opportunity. So he may want out. The Bills may want him out. We'll see. But, yeah, that just came across. I saw that Stephon Diggs is a favorite. At least the Texans are the favorite to land him. The Texans will have options. I'm not sure Stephon Diggs is at the top of the list. So that wraps up the logistics. A little Texans talk. We'll get into what Jose Altuve said. We'll play a little bit of Luke Berryhill, and I say a little bit because I'm not sure how much we can play with the YouTube rules. I'm really not sure, so we'll play a snippet of that, and I'll get your opinion, Sean, if you haven't heard it, and anyone else's opinion wants to chime in. Oh, by the way, I mentioned YouTube. You can watch the show on YouTube. Just search ESPN Houston on YouTube, or even if you just do that through Google, you'll be able to find it live streaming all day. The lineup in its entirety, which really will be formed on Monday. Coming up from 12 to 3, it'll be ESPN National, I believe. So there won't be anything to watch. But the Killer Bees will be back at 3. So remember, if you want to watch us, go to YouTube, ESPN Houston to find us, or listen live, on all the other methods. But this is the first segment of the final interlude because the show will get a new name starting next week. I'm Del Olaleye. Sean Mace will be my producer throughout. We'll be back.
Refurbishing the Veritex Community Bank Studios with high-quality sports knowledge and rapier wit. It's Del Olaleya and The Interlude.
That's right, The Interlude with Del Olaleya. No Paul. He's on vacation. He'll be back in a different time slot starting next week. So I'm going on vacation too. So I'll say goodbye at the end of the show, temporarily, not permanently. Hopefully, because things always change. Things can always change.
Couple of well-timed vacations by you and Paul.
Yeah. Hey, you guys figure everything out. I'm gonna go. I'm gonna head out.
Looks like it's kind of a mess.
Yeah,
Later.
I'm out.
See you in Cabo.
Yeah. Me and the rest of the Bucks, apparently, if we're listening to Doc Rivers. We'll get to that a little later, too. I love NBA mess. I stand on this. I don't really care what a player says after the game because maybe it's because of the questions being asked by the media don't elicit interesting responses and the players are just trying to get through them. But when they like to get messy away from post-game stuff, because they have the opportunity now with their own voices and podcasts and other things, and even former players now with J.J. Redick, give me all of that. And the back and forth between J.J. Redick, Doc Rivers, Austin Rivers, and Pat Beverly, spectacular stuff for the NBA when there are no games to talk about. And if you do want to talk about a game, it's the awful All-Star game. So we'll get to that a little bit later. But I did mention before we went to break, we hear from Jose Altuve. We all remember the World Baseball Classic and the broken hand he suffered against plays for Venezuela in the World Baseball Classic. A tournament and a game a lot of people probably didn't want him to play in, and all their worst fears came true when your star got hurt. Now, it's been a very different offseason, at least particularly in spring training for Jose Altuve and National fans. He signed for the rest of his career. He's healthy. There is no World Baseball Classic to worry about, and here's Jose Altuve talking about how he feels physically compared to last year.
What's it like coming to camp this year knowing that you're going to be here for the rest of your career? Do you feel like you're in a different place just mentally, just with that out of the way now?
Just a little bit. I think it's pretty much the same that every year. I come to spring training with the mentality of getting ready, prepare myself mentally and physically for the long season and, just have a good season and try to win again.
Do you feel physically you're, you missed so much time last year. Do you feel that, physically you're in a really good spot this year?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, the fact that I didn't play a full season last year, I feel like I'm more rested now. I spent the whole off-season working out, like I said, preparing for spring training, and now just the last touch for opening day. So it feels really good.
How can you still improve at this point and, keep getting better at, 33, 34 years old?
I think in baseball you learn a lot every day. You keep, improving, getting better. And now it's, you're not 25 anymore, so you got to do everything right to stay healthy, to go out there and help your team.
Particular focus of your offseason?
Not just overall. Healthy, nothing that really concerned me, so it was more like a normal offseason.
So we got health on his side. Alex Bregman says he feels stronger, put on muscle. Hopefully he gets off to a better start than he normally does. And I think we're now at the point of spring training between everybody reporting and actual games being played that we just film guys practicing. That's what we're getting from the McTaggarts of the world, the Chandler Romes. I think they got all their questions out of the way, and now it's just, hey, look, Verlander's throwing, or Josh Hader he's pitching against Pena, and he's sitting down, he's striking out this guy, striking out that guy. So we're at that point now. Eventually we'll get into the games, and then there'll be actually more to discuss. Sean, since I guess the cat's out of the bag, how are we going to approach baseball season? Are you a live and die with every inning, every pitch guy? You're like, I'll check in every 5 games, see how things are going. If they're on a winning streak, great. If they're not, they're the Astros, so they'll be fine. Because I know I work on a show where the plate appearance in the 7th inning may piss someone off.
Yeah.
So how are we as a show going to approach baseball season? Me noted baseball guy, and you I'm not sure about. How do we look at a series as a whole? Do we go, man, send the runner? What's the approach?
You got to pull them in the 6th. What are you doing?
Yeah, stuff like that.
No, I'm not as into like you said, day-to-day, decision by decision stuff that you will hear with with John and Lance and with the Killer Bees. And I think they're good at it. It's just not how I can watch 162 of these things is, hey, I know we're going to win 90 of them, but let me tell you about this one.
Yeah, at a minimum. Like they've reached a point where they're not boring per se, but even when the Rangers had the lead on them last year, I said it a couple times. Don't worry about it.
Yeah.
And it was late.
It was as close as it could possibly be, but they
pulled
did it.
But they pulled it out. So I'm at that point. As long as health remains good, I don't imagine fretting over a 4-game losing streak or getting swept at a place you don't think by the Twins or whoever. They're the Astros.
Yeah, I think big series, we talk about it, and if something interesting happens, we'll talk about it. But we're not just like the Marlins are in town for a 3-game set.
Yeah. Well,
how should they attack Sandy Alcantara? Like we're not interested in that.
Understood. I'm always interested in the game within the game, so if some nonsense occurs, certainly we'll get to it.
Oh,
yeah.
We'll be all over the nonsense, folks.
I love newsflash, I love the nonsense in sports. So we'll talk about that. But so far so good. The Verlander scare was something early, but he seems to be okay. We'll see how JP France is doing as spring training goes on. So health, get to the start of the season and everyone feeling good, and then we'll start to, I guess, in July, we'll hear about McCullers. But we'll get updates throughout. But we'll see at some point as the actual pitchers who are dealing with real long-term injuries start to make their way back. But that's a long time in the future. Sticking with the Astros, I didn't know who Luke Berryhill was because I don't follow the Astros minor leagues closely, but I do know of him now. If you don't know, he's a prospect, young catcher for the Astros, but that's not all he does. He is a country artist. He's put out several singles. In fact, when I type in his name, it comes up singer, not pro baseball player, because he hasn't done anything on the major league level. But he is at least a somewhat accomplished singer. You can find him on all the streaming services, YouTube, Apple Music, Spotify. But he has a song that he played a little bit of, I believe, in the clubhouse. At least Joe Espada had him play acoustic in the clubhouse. But he has a song out called "Road to the Show," and I want your opinion, Sean. Have you heard it yet?
No, I have not.
So I'm only playing a snippet.
Okay.
Of this, mostly because I don't understand the YouTube rules for us. So I don't want to get demonetized because a Luke Berryhill song's being played.
It would be fun. It would be fun.
So we'll play a snippet here of Luke Berryhill, an Astros prospect, and I'll get your opinion because I don't know much about country music, but it seems well produced, and that's all I can give you.
Left our world behind to go and reach out for the dream. Yeah, we break bats and we break bones like hammer and hay, baby Cy Young. New pitcher coming in, man, I hope he's throwing slow.
What do you think, Sean?
I mean, it's fine. It's perfectly fine. The lyrics are funny.
Yeah, they are.
New pitcher coming in. I hope he's throwing slow. It's a very minor league catcher thing to want.
Yeah. My issue with all these songs is the interjection of the baseball or sports lyrics into the music. I get what you're doing. I understand. He probably will do it better than most, like fans will do it. But that stuff always falls flat to me. You've got a fan will put something over a Jay-Z beat and then talk about throwing touchdown passes. That guy was talking about selling crack over this song, and you're talking about scoring touchdowns. Well, that's old Jay-Z. Now he's talking about his art and stuff, and buying buildings
Monet or whatever.
Yeah, but at a time, I don't want to hear you rapping over a Jeezy song, The Snowman. I don't want to hear you rapping about knocking down threes.
It's the wild card. You got to put on for your city. All right.
Stop it. Like, we play those songs all the time, and that's the worst part. Like, if you create your own original beat and do that, then I don't have a reference point where I can start making fun of you. But if I know the song that you're rapping over, and wait a minute, he was talking about this, and you're talking about converting on 3rd and 5.
It also just sets an immediate comparison to where this rando who's uploading a song on social media or on YouTube is now, like, you hear the beat and you're like, yeah, this is Lil Wayne. Like, you're worse than Lil Wayne. Newsflash, everyone. If you're gonna make a rap, you're probably going to be worse than Lil Wayne.
Yeah,
You're going to be worse than Jay-Z. You're going to be worse than anyone that you're using the beat from.
Don't rap about Brandon Ingram and Zion over 8 foot, 7 foot. Don't do it. Don't do it. Stop it. But those will continue because fans like to support their team. I am one that will welcome them because it's show content, but it's not great.
Luke Berryhills is better than all the fans.
Yes, and it's an original. I said 8 foot 7, 6 foot 7 foot. Excuse me, the Lil Wayne song. I got that wrong. Messed that up. But yeah, he is an actual artist, so it's an original.
He's like the Willie Beeman of baseball.
Should I watch that? I got time. I have Michael Carroll coming in and give me options.
Ask him if you should watch Any Given Sunday.
Yeah, it's probably not
a movie from 1999.
Probably not in his wheelhouse, but I'll ask. Hey, Michael, I got time. I got 4 days. What should I watch? Should I cram that Willie Beeman special in? Al Pacino and Jamie Foxx, shout out to that, and Cameron Diaz, who walked through a locker room and all the naked dudes are staring at her. That's for whatever reason I still remember that part from that movie.
Part of the movie.
Yeah, it's memorable, and hopefully Luke Berryhill is memorable as a Astro, but at least in our opinion, he may have a path to something else if it doesn't work out. We'll see. The whole song is out there. I just didn't think I could play it, but you can find it. The Road to the Show by Luke Berryhill out now. You can find it on YouTube right now. Coming up, we're going to switch to basketball. I mentioned this earlier. The J.J. Redick, Patrick Beverly, Austin Rivers, Doc Rivers stuff is great because I love Messi, and J.J. Redick has responded to all the talk online about the back and forth between he and two of Doc Rivers' defenders, one being Patrick Beverly, the other being Doc Rivers' son, who was like, I'm not coming on to defend my dad, but then I'm going to use a minute and a half to defend my dad. We'll hear from Austin Rivers as well. 2 former Rockets involved and J.J. Redick. So we'll talk about that on the other side. This is The Interlude. I'm Dell. That's Sean. We'll be back.
Refurbishing the Veritex Community Bank Studios with high-quality sports knowledge and rapier wit. It's Del Olaleya and The Interlude.
Welcome back. If you're just tuning in, yes, I'm here. Paul's gone. He's on vacation. He'll be back. And then you'll have a whole new lineup starting Monday. It'll all be figured out. You'll be good. You'll be good to go. But I do want to give you something to call in about if you didn't just want to call in about sports. We all know who Usher is. He was at the Super Bowl. He touched Alicia Keys, and it set people aflutter. Even except for, her significant other was like, everyone calm down. Swiss Beats was like, relax, everyone. But Usher's going to be in town after Vegas. He's going to capitalize on that, and I'm going to give you a chance to go see him. Let's say caller 8 at 1040 wins a pair of tickets to see the Usher show at Toyota Center on November 27th. You can get your tickets live. You can get your tickets now at livenation.com if you don't win them from us. But after his electrifying halftime show at Super Bowl 58, Usher's now making his way to Houston for a 3-night show. Join Usher for his past, present, and future tour at Toyota Center on November 27th, 29th, and 30th. These tickets are for November 20th, 27th, so make sure you can go. They're a pair of tickets. So caller 8-1040-713-780-3776 wins a pair of tickets to go watch Usher do all the hits you saw at Super Bowl and many more. Been around for 20-plus years now, putting out hits. So, Usher, in town, caller 8-713-780-3776 at 1040. And if you don't win it from us, go to livenation.com to get your tickets there. Moving away from Usher, we're going to get into something that was a bit entertaining yesterday, at least entertaining for me. If you're online, you saw it. There was the Rivers versus Redick versus Beverly back and forth. Now J.J. Redick is a guy I think people like as an analyst. Didn't like him as a player. When you go to Duke, that's kind of what you sign up for. But as an analyst, he's kind of done a bit of a face turn. People appreciate him. He's now in a prominent position on ESPN, not only on their talk shows, but on their game broadcasts as well. He's in fact replacing the guy he kind of took apart yesterday. We're going to start, because there's plenty of clips to play. We're going to start with J.J. Redick yesterday discussing Doc Rivers and his lack of accountability.
Conference. Side note, real quick. No one's going to react to Doc's audio there. We've been 7 minutes since we showed that audio. Nobody's going to react to Doc's audio.
Do you want me to get it for you?
You don't have to repeat it. We don't have to repeat it.
I can repeat
I've seen the trend now. I've seen the trend for years.
What's the trend?
The trend is always making excuses. Doc, we get it. Taking over a team in the middle of the season is hard. It's hard. We get it. Just like getting traded in the middle of the season is hard for a player. We get it. But it's always an excuse. It's always throwing your team under the bus. They lose to Memphis. Oh, it's his players. Memphis was playing G League guys and two-way guys. And then you look at his quotes over the weekend. Now he wants to take credit for the James Harden trade to the Clippers working out. He wants credit for that. There's never accountability with that guy. There's never accountability.
Well, let me say a couple of things. Number one.
So J.J. Redick played for Doc Rivers with the Clippers. I believe he played with him for the Magic as well. So they do have a connection. He's played with him. He knows him. And he's dead on. Doc Rivers is a guy who will always pick someone else to blame for his failings. Now, Austin Rivers will respond, and one of his responses was the 3-2 lead they blew to a team they were favored against. Yeah, but you're up 3-2 at the home game against the Celtics, and you lost. Doc Rivers known for blowing 3-1 leads. The Rockets have been the beneficiary of that. The famous game where James Harden didn't even play the fourth quarter, the Clippers were up 3-2 in that series at home, up big in the fourth quarter, with a chance to close out the Rockets and get to a Western Conference Finals. And you know what Doc's team did? That Blake Griffin, Chris Paul team blew it, and then they came here and got their ass kicked in Game 7, and the Rockets went on to the Western Conference Finals, where they subsequently got beat by the Warriors as they were starting their dynasty. So this is a long storied history since he left Boston, really with Boston, since they won the title. In 2008, he blew a lead against the Lakers coming back to L.A. with a 3-2 lead, I believe, in the finals, and blew that one. So it's what he is. It's what he has been since 2008. And J.J. Redick, a player who played for him, knows this. Now, when you've got a son who played for you and a son who has a space on ESPN, you can probably expect a response. And this is Austin Rivers responding to J.J. Redick, who was talking about his dad.
Conference. Side note, real quick. No one's going to react to Doc's audio there.
And I believe that was J.J. Redick, but we'll hear Austin Rivers.
First off, I don't feel responsible to take up for my dad. He's a grown man. He can do his own thing. But in this regard, I just simply don't agree with it. For someone who's not accountable, he seems to always be held responsible, considering he's the guy that's always fired when things don't go right. He got fired in the bubble for a 3-1 lead versus the Denver Nuggets, which in half his team didn't want to be there. They had players saying that their mind wasn't there. He had guys leave. That happened. Then he gets fired for losing to a team that was favored over him, which was the Celtics last year.
You're up 3-2, though.
It seems like he's always responsible. It's just as strange coming from JJ. And I have some love for JJ. You're my dookie. You know that. You're my bro. I love you. It's just your best years were with the Clippers. I don't think he saved your career. I appreciate you, Pat. But I don't think it – I mean, this just seems a little bit weird. They're 3-7. Dame has missed most of those games. Middleton's missed a lot of those games. They haven't even had their full team yet. We'll see what happens. The pressure is there. They do have to perform. But in terms of accountability, like, what are we doing here? Your best years in the NBA were when you played for him in the Clippers. Let's not forget that. I don't know if there's, like, frustration there or there's tension there between you. I know a lot of times we had to sit you towards the end of the game due to defensive reasons. But you had your best years as a starter there, especially our whole system was drafted around you because you're a shooter. You're not a guy who could put the ball on the floor. You were a strictly shoot guy. You're not like Klay Thompson or Steph who could put the ball on the floor. You're a guy who could catch and shoot. And you did it at a high level. Hell of a career, by the way. Big fan. But your best years were under him. It's just very ironic and kind of weird that you have this energy towards him in terms of him never, ever being accountable, considering he's always been responsible.
That was pure hater by Austin Rivers. You can't start off by saying I'm not here to defend my dad, and then just attack JJ Redick for points that everyone has made. The great part about what JJ said is that's not breaking news. Now he said it on ESPN on a giant platform, but everyone thinks that about Doc Rivers. It is known. In fact, the entire Eastern Conference, when they saw the Bucks fire Agent Griffin, okay, that might have shook them up because a lot of people didn't think Agent Griffin was a great coach, despite the Bucks record. But when they saw that Doc Rivers was going to be the head coach, people were rejoicing. Fans, now the teams and the executives aren't going to come out and be public about it, but no fan is afraid of Doc Rivers. They were thanking the Bucks for saddling Giannis and Dame with that guy, a perennial underachiever since about 2008. So all of this over something that was a fairly obvious point, cool. But I think J.J. Redick is dead on. He's probably has been his most popular because the Duke stuff ain't going to make him popular. But going after Doc Rivers would bring NBA Online people together because everyone thinks the same thing. Now, Pat Bev got involved. You heard Austin Rivers reference Pat Bev. Pat Bev quote tweeted the clip, the original J.J. Redick clip, and said, "The man saved your career." That was what Austin Rivers was responding to. And then J.J. responded to Pat Bev with something too. But this is the discourse about Doc Rivers, and it should be. And it, of course, the strongest person to defend him was his own son, who maybe rightfully or wrongly has been accused of having his career saved by Doc Rivers. Now, Austin Rivers has made money in the NBA playing for different teams, but he did spend quite a bit of time in LA playing under his father while his career was kind of floundering as a first-round pick who didn't work out. So it is interesting that he would go after J.J. Redick when you can look at his past and go, well, what did Doc do for you? Where were you? Where would you have been if Doc Rivers didn't help you out when you were young and you weren't playing great in your first stop? So there that is. We do have a winner for the Usher tickets. Thank you for that. Thanks for Sean. Thanks to Sean for getting that squared away while he had to play sound as well. I understand what that can be like. Ken, you want to talk about the new Nike jerseys? I believe that's about baseball. I do like apparel stuff. So, Ken, what's up?
Yeah, those Nike jerseys are garbage. They give me a rash.
That's Eric Wong. That's all right. Bye, Eric Wong. That's not Ken. That's not Ken. Eric Wong, you got a rash for something else. I've heard the women you have call in on this show. Or, well, maybe not this show, but the John and Lance show. That's Eric Wong, frequent caller to the John and Lance show. Hangs out with, let's say, women of ill repute. That's a phrase I'll use because I watch a lot of old-timey English television. They use that type of terminology. So, no, the Nike jerseys didn't give you a rash. Now, they're being panned by fans. They look less than authentic, despite what they're being called. If you've seen them, they look like knockoffs of the previous jerseys, but they're the ones that are going to be selling for hundreds of dollars and being called authentic. Instead of being stitched on, I think they're all like screen pressed or whatever. As far as the players themselves, they've taken issue with them a little bit. Rob Manfred, everyone's favorite commissioner, has said that they're more performance-based. Once the players get to play in them in the summers, they're going to feel great. But the aesthetics aren't doing it for people. It's a Fanatics Nike thing. People have taken shots at Fanatics for years. Now Nike's catching some of the shrapnel. But we'll see how the players feel in them. But what they look like, according to people, is cheap. And I've seen them. They don't look great. The side-by-side comparison of them with the ones from last year, they're going to take a hit from people. Have you seen them, Sean?
Yes, I have. They look cheap.
Yes.
They look like the Chinese knockoff version.
DHgate.
Yes, but
our favorite guy, Raheel, would buy his jerseys from there, but they would be a better quality than the ones we're gonna see this year.
I was gonna say, I think now DHgate has surpassed actual Fanatics.
Yes.
the people with an actual MLB deal.
DHgate is insulted that I would compare what's going to be rolled out this year with what they provided in the past from a knockoff variety.
Do you think this helps or hurts Michael Rubin's white party this summer? Do you think
I don't think those
players are
going
to be like, man, you kind of ruined jerseys, you know?
Baseball players get invited to those parties?
True.
Yeah.
True.
I mean, I'm sure a couple of them do, but generally baseball players don't have, how do I put this? The fame or the cachet to show up to be invited to those parties and people care. Maybe Aaron Judge, he's a Yankee, he might be there. Stanton, maybe the Yankees will be there, but like our best players, Altuve wouldn't be there just for it's just not his bag.
Yeah.
But let's say Jeremy Pena, an MVP of a World Series.
Yeah.
Is he getting invited to the white party?
Probably doesn't get the invite. Him, Kyle Tucker probably don't get the invite.
No. I can't see an Astro that would get an invite to
Justin Verlander could get
yeah, he would get he's got the model wife. Yeah, he would Kate Upton. He would get invited if he wanted to go.
The rest of them have to go to the DHgate white party.
Yeah.
In the summer.
Where you can see the threads coming out of the shirts. Yeah. Baseball players at that white party, not likely. But maybe Justin Verlander gets to get there because he's got Kate Upton on his arm. We've got a couple more things to get to. I do want to get into what's happening at U of H. That protest might be over now. It's supposed to have started 45 minutes ago. But the students at the University of Houston are upset about their money being spent or being directed towards athletics. They got their student groups together for a protest today. I want to talk to Sean about his experience at UT. Was there a divide there? I didn't get to go to one of the big schools where sports was a big deal, so I don't know from that. But I do want to hear from you, Sean, about that and others. If sport, now we're in a sports bubble, but there are people, oddly enough, who don't care about sports and would like their money directed one way. And somebody tweeted us earlier to this point, because we were talking about Anthony Rendon in the earlier show about how he considers baseball not to be his top priority. And I think it was Concept Mayhem. Yeah, he went to Rice. Of course, sports isn't his top priority. And that is Rice's reputation. Despite when Rendon was there, Rice had a pretty good baseball team. So we'll talk about what's going on at U of H, and we'll get to other stuff as well. This is the interlude for the final time. We'll be back.
Olele, ooh, del olele, del olele. Refurbishing the Veritex Community Bank Studios with high-quality sports knowledge and rapier wit. It's Del Oleleye and The Interlude.
Welcome back. Short segment here as we head to 11 o'clock here on The Interlude. And I did want to get to this before we went to break, or at least we closed out the hour. Now, I went on Twitter or X, whatever you want to call it, to try to see if I could find anything about these protests going on. I don't know if I don't know what the right search terms are, but the University of Houston, at least some of their students, are protesting a $1.5 million, I guess you want to call it a fee, that they have to pay through tuition to subsidize or at least help the athletic programs. At least their contention is, because if you go through their article in the Chronicle, there's a suggestion that the school isn't giving a certain amount of money, so the students are saying, why do we have to? And obviously that, comes out of their tuition. So normally when we talk about schools, it's particularly a team like Houston, who could be the number one team in the country if they beat Baylor on Saturday, with UConn's loss to Creighton last night, is that, hey, we're all in. We want to support the teams and the school, because, all we see is people going to the games and the tailgating. Well, there are probably pockets on the campuses who don't care about sports and are wondering why they have to pay if they're not seeing the same type of buy-in, or at least buy-in might be correct as far as the money is concerned, buy-in from the administration on that aspect. But it's a number of student groups are saying, after talking to Renee Couture, that they think it's unfair. They don't want to pay the 1.5, and now the regents are meeting at 2 p.m. today. That's why the protest is scheduled for today at the on-campus Hilton Hotel, just to figure out if they can find a way to keep money in their pocket. I'm going to tell them now, you're not going to win. You're not going to win this one, but I applaud the students' effort for saying, hey, we don't want to pay for that. That's not what we're here for. But for others, they're all in on helping the athletic department. We know in some places you go to the school because of the sports programs. These students aren't, but they're probably not going to win, and that's just the way business works. And I don't know what it means, but I could understand if I didn't care about sports. Why am I funding your third alternate helmet? You guys won 4 games last year. Why do I have to pay for that? I'm sure it's not directly like that, but in my mind, I'd probably think that way as a college kid too. I don't care about your Love You Blue inspired jerseys. I don't want anything to do with that. I'm here to get my MBA. I don't care what happens on the courts or the fields. So that's going on at Houston. I haven't seen anything on Twitter about it, so maybe it hasn't had the impact. I'm sure the Chronicle will write a story about it afterwards, depending on how things work out. Sean, you went to Texas, obviously known for its academics and for its athletics. Shout out to Steve Sarkisian, getting a new deal because of what they did. What was it like there? Was there any pushback on sports? I couldn't imagine there was, but were there groups who were like, why are we paying for this?
No, because a lot of it is donor funded, but just because, U of H has Tillman Fertitta.
Yeah.
Texas has like 15 Tillman Fertittas
yeah.
for good and bad. There's both the positive and negative aspects of having 15 of them all in a room together. But no, there wasn't. I don't remember any like specific like what they're paying. Charlie Strong's buyout. What's going on? It was all fine on that front, but there was different perspective. I mean, you see on Saturdays, especially this past year, Darrell K. Royal Memorial Stadium absolutely filled. You have Big Noon Saturday or game day there, and it looks like it's taken over the whole city of Austin. That's not how it's like. There's plenty of people that don't care. That are just you'll going to the game. You'll walk past the library. In the library, there's a lot of people in that library during game time.
Think about it. I mean, sure, the student section's full, but they don't fill that section with students. They fill that section with people coming in from everywhere to watch their Horns play. So yeah, there's always going to be a divide. As I point out because of a tweet, it's not much of a divide at Rice. It's what's this doing here?
Yeah.
What's the stadium or basketball court doing here? So it's different in different places. U of H, as in the Big 12, thriving in basketball. Like I said, could be the number one team in the country at the end of the week, or at least when Monday rolls around. And yet there are people on campus saying, we don't care about all that. Stop taking our money. But their money's going to get taken because the president's not backing you. Don't worry about it. That money's going towards athletics.
Spoiler alert, you're losing that money anyway.
Yeah.
However, whatever form it takes, they can just shuffle it around from the faculty budgets. Like, actually, okay, we'll take less from the faculty budget, or we'll take a little bit from the faculty budget, send that over to the athletics, and now your tuition's paying the faculty budget. There you go.
Either way, that money is being diverted.
Is that better?
And you feel depending on who the professor is. Dez says when Tech hired Bobby Knight, the faculty went nuts because of the cost. That happens.
That happens a lot.
That does happen a lot.
You get the right professor, and they're paying again.
Yeah, particularly.
I didn't mean for Charlie Strong to catch so many strays, but
he will forever catch strays. That's just how it's gonna go.
They're paying Charlie Strong $7.5 million to win 5 games every year.
And particularly Bobby Knight coming off what he came off at Indiana. He wasn't winning a lot, and he had all the other stuff. And Tech is paying him what? Now Tech is all in on football. They got their NIL stuff going, so money, at least in that for them in that sport, is going in the right direction. We'll see how it plays out on the field, but yeah,
it is interesting with NIL being basically donor, like it is donor funded. That now the other stuff that donors would fund, like if you're one of these big money donors and you're like, okay, so I'm paying for a quarterback, whatever. That I get it. I want to win some games. And then the school also comes around and is like, by the way, we also need to freshen up these locker rooms.
Yeah.
So if you could break us off a piece of that.
Sorry.
And so that's when the cost then trickles down.
To something else.
Yes, to something else.
Yeah. You're either paying for buildings or players, and some people have made the decision, I'm going to pay to make sure we get the wide receiver from here to come here, but I'm not paying for an add-on to the football facility. I've already made my donation for the year. Yeah, it's the balance. Some schools, they don't have to worry about it because, like you said, Texas has 15 of them, and it doesn't matter. Someone will pay for something, and they'll be fine, particularly if they're getting the results they got last year. Others have to make decisions. You have Houston's in the second category, particularly, as you mentioned, they only have the one, and they're going to have to find the money from other places to keep up with being in the Big 12 and what it'll cost to compete. And at least today, the students are trying to push back, but I guess Sean and I agree. It's not going to matter. That money's going to get paid to whoever it needs to get paid to. That'll wrap up hour one here on the Interlude. We're going to get into more college football because college sports, because we found out the format for the playoff, and also because it's this time of the year, people have the biggest questions for the top 25, the pre-spring top 25. And unfortunately for the state of Texas, or fortunately, depending on who you root for, there's only one team from the state of Texas in that top 25. Who could that be, Sean? So I'm going to get Sean, a Texas guy. We're going to talk about Texas and what their questions might be and see if he agrees with this one. And we'll talk about some of the other teams around the country. But so time in sports, we're starting to make a list, because how else do we get digital print out there for people to read? So we'll talk about that and the playoff model and how it screws over Notre Dame, and I'm thrilled about it. An hour to go here in the Interlude. We'll be back. So Sean and I were having a discussion during the break about my cord cutting because I'm a YouTube TV guy until football season's over, and then I tap out. Probably don't check back in with YouTube TV until the tournament, NCAA tournament. But with baseball here and the change in my situation for doing this show, we will be watching and talking baseball. We're trying to find the right streaming service. Now, the guy who sat in the seat before Paul Gallant was a Fubo guy, and he wasn't thrilled with the service. So we are trying to, and we obviously have to have Space City. So we're trying to figure out what service to go with. I mean, there are less than legal means to watch the games, but I would like to watch them on my TV and not have to worry about an ad popping up while I'm trying to watch the game. So that will be something maybe the show figures out. What is the best streaming service or streaming app or whatever? If you're just trying to watch baseball, it's really your only concern, but you need Space City. I'm not going back to cable. I refuse. I rarely put my foot down, but my foot is down on cable. I'm out mostly because it's so hard to get out of it. Because once you call them on the phone, it's a pain in the ass to try to get rid of them. That's why I switched to YouTube TV. I don't have to talk to anyone. I can sign up without talking to anyone. I could cancel or pause the service without talking to anyone. It's probably the best thing about it. But now I need to find a way to watch Astros baseball in a reasonable fashion. And I guess I have to figure it out before first pitch of opening day. So we'll figure that out. But a sport that I will always have TV for is college football, and the playoff format has been decided. They finally had a vote. Now the vote was delayed because of the Pac-12 or the it's not even the Pac-12 anymore. It's the Pac-2, but the rotting corpse of the Pac-12, Oregon State and Washington State were delaying things because they're trying to figure out their financials and how they could get a schedule going and still be involved in the playoff if one of those two teams, unlikely as that might sound, made the playoff. So we have a 5+7 model. And what that means is simply we're going to have the 5 conference champions, which what that means is the 4 Power Fives that currently stand and the highest ranked group of 5, which they won't actually acknowledge because it kind of screws up how they're doing things. But the top 5 conference champions will have an automatic in. And then you'll have 7, if you want to call them wild cards or at larges, whatever, 7 of those. But the knock or the little bit of a twist for Notre Dame is, since Notre Dame doesn't belong in a conference, no matter how their team is, how good it is, they will never get a bye as it stands now. Because the byes go to the 4 top conference champions, and that conference champion could reside in the Conference USA or the Sun Belt. Obviously, the Power 5 will be involved, but Notre Dame is not included. They could have the number 1 team in the country voted on by everyone, but because they're not in the conference, they're playing on that first weekend. Now they would host the game, but they're playing on that first weekend, and they don't get a bye, which honestly is perfect because screw Notre Dame, honestly, in all aspects of it. So it's just my deep-seated Miami hate. That's all it is. I'm not going to be biased about them at all, or unbiased about them, excuse me. So Notre Dame doesn't get a bye, but anyone else can, no matter what conference you play in, as long as you are considered one of the top 4 teams in a conference champion. Now, because of the Pac-12 and their dissolution, Oregon State and Washington State are still considered a conference, and they will also get an opportunity to get not a bye per se, but they will be, obviously, if they play well enough and win enough games, they'll get into the tournament, but they will get a full share if they make the playoff. They will get a Power 5 share. So credit to them for negotiating that. Now, the deal is up in 2 years, the current deal, and then the extension will kick in, and then things will probably have to change for them. They'll probably have to find their way into a conference. But right now they have a scheduling deal with the Mountain West. So they'll play, I think, 6 games against the Mountain West competition, and then they'll have to find a couple other games to make their schedule have to be 12. So the playoff is set on site, at least on campus games will be the first weekend, and then the teams who had byes will face off in quarterfinals across the country with the bowl games that we've known and sometimes loved and sometimes hated. So that's squared away. 12 teams, we're locked in, and Texas is going to be one of the teams people expect to be there, particularly after coming off a really good year last year. And I mentioned Texas because we talked about this before we went to break. ESPN has their questions for each top 25 team, and these are things you will make when you have to fill the content void in the middle of February when there are no sports to watch or talk about unless you really care about hockey, which isn't a thing I can say about a lot of people. Just the way it is. And even with college basketball heating up, it's still February, and a lot of people don't care about that till championship week and the tournaments and the conference tournaments, unless you have really a team like we have here in this city who will have a big game on Saturday against Baylor. But as I mentioned, the questions for each team in the top 25, and this is the pre-spring top 25, so things can change. Who knows if these teams will still be in the top 25 once the season begins. So, Sean, have you looked at it yet?
I have the page open up.
So you know what number 4 Texas and the big question about them is?
Yes.
And do you agree that the question about what the passing game will look like is the biggest question for Texas football going forward, at least right now?
Yeah, I mean, as far as like on the field question, you could go much bigger about like, can they sustain whatever, all that stuff. SEC, the big bad SEC football schedule. But I would say either the passing game on offense or the passing game on defense would probably be the two biggest storylines for Texas going into next year, because they do bring back Quinn Ewers. He would be going into his 3rd year starting if he beats out Arch Manning in spring and fall practice.
I thought he was named the starter.
I think he was named the starter. I just like
being messy. Like,
I
like being messy.
And I had to let Arch know that he's still, he can still start. Don't
hey,
transfer.
Arch,
you can still start.
Stay locked in, buddy.
Yeah, compete every day. But they do lose Adonai Mitchell. They lose Xavier Worthy, Jatavion Sanders, Jordan Whittington. They're top 4 receivers from last year.
Yeah, in the paragraph about Texas, they talk about, as you mentioned, the losses of those guys and who's coming in to replace them. All transfers from Isaiah Bond out of Alabama, Silas Bolden from Oregon State, Matthew Golden from Houston. He's at Texas now, and Amari Niblack from Alabama. And they have, they recruit well, so they have some 4-stars coming in. So it'll be an all-new receiving core. Quinn Ewers will remain. The offensive line will be good. So, yeah, it's a good question.
I think ultimately, because the question isn't like about talent. It's not can Isaiah Bolden and Matthew Golden play, or Isaiah Bond and Matthew Golden, can they play? That we know that they can play. It's just about the chemistry that they can build with Quinn Ewers in the spring and fall practice. And when you're already starting with the starting point of bringing back 4 offensive linemen and the quarterback, you feel pretty good about they can make this work with just the amount of talent. If I was one of them, maybe I'd be like, how much playing time am I actually going to get? Because one thing about Steve Sarkisian is that he doesn't really rotate out the wide receivers very much. Last year, Mitchell, Worthy, and Whittington were the 3 wide receivers for something like 80-something% of the snaps. So it was those 3 guys. There's very little rotation of the wide receivers. So you have to think that if you're on this roster and you're not one of the top 3 receivers,
am I gonna play?
How much am I even freaking playing? And like you mentioned, they brought in 3 transfer wide receivers. They have Jonte Cook, who was highly thought of freshman last year, got a little bit of playing time, but not much. And they also brought in another 5-star freshman this year, Ryan Wingo, at receiver. So that's 5 guys that could realistically play. Never mind all the other receivers that are probably also 4 and 5 stars that think they should play. So it's more of an issue, I would think, on that side of things of who's going to be the odd man or odd men out.
Yeah, and it's not just they brought in transfers. They brought in accomplished transfers.
Yes.
Golden, Bolden, and Bond, all guys who made plays, and a lot of them for their past teams. So is there going to be playing time available? Unlikely. Now, Ryan Wingo, as you mentioned, the 5-star, he will get his opportunities, and maybe his immense talent will just you can't keep him off the field. But for the rest of those guys, it probably in some ways they thought, oh, these guys are leaving, we got a shot. And then they started looking at all these guys trickling in and go, oh, maybe we don't have a shot.
Because there is that like in between time where it's like all Worthy declares for the draft, Mitchell declares, like all these guys declare for the draft, and you think, oh, okay, it's gonna be the Jonte Cook show here.
Then it's Bond, Bolden, Golden, like, oh, it ain't gonna be the Jonte Cook show. Oh, and then they signed Ryan Wingo. Yeah, that's just the life of being an athlete at a big time school. You're always going to get recruited over, and it's your job to to make sure you don't. Yes, Silas Bolden, the guy probably not a lot of people have heard about here from Oregon State, 54 catches, over 740 yards, 5 TDs. Just another guy who can make plays. And he was catching passes from DJ Uyunglele, so you know he could make plays. And now he's coming here. So it'll be a tough road for anyone who isn't named, any of those guys we haven't named on that Texas roster to try to get time. And I misspoke. I said they were the only Texas team mentioned. I missed A&M. They're all the way down at 25, so I didn't scroll down that far. But somehow A&M, maybe just on reputation alone. Now, people like Mike Elko, but I'm not sure what A&M did last year and all the departures makes anyone – what that combination makes people think they should be a top 25 team. But then again, I root for a team who's always in the top 25 to start the year, and they stink. So I know all about dumb expectations.
Miami is number 24.
I know, that's why I mentioned them. I'm very much aware of my team not earning anything and still being considered.
I'm used to the token number 19 in the country, Texas Longhorns, the first week of the season.
Understood. But now, because what they did last year is not token anymore. So the questions about A&M are a lot about Jimbo Fisher and what everything's going to look like under Mike Elko. They referenced Fisher and the lack of offensive evolution under him and a lack of accountability and discipline. The first half of the paragraph was mostly just taking shots at Jimbo Fisher's past program, and the hope is that Mike Elko will change that, and we'll see how Colin Klein, the former Kansas State quarterback and now OC at A&M, will do to fix some of the issues. So A&M still has talent, had to deal with plenty of departures, but still good enough, according to ESPN, to be ranked in their pre-spring top 25. We'll see how that plays out in Mike Elko's first year. We are late for a break. We're going to have Mike Goal. I call him Mike, but everyone calls him Michael. So Michael Carroll will come in at about 11:30. We'll discuss what to watch beyond how I'm going to find a way to watch the Astros. There are other things to watch on streaming services that I have plenty of, so we'll talk about that. Michael went to go see Madam Web, the movie of the internet right now, for all the wrong reasons. So we'll talk about his experience, what's going on Comicast, his podcast that you can hear at 9 a.m. on Sundays here on ESPN 975, and some other things. Michael Carroll, great guy, does a lot of the imaging for the station. A lot of the commercials that get put together here, he's the one recording them and putting them together. So we'll hear from him coming up. We've got a couple other things to get to here in the interlude as I wrap up my week, because as Sean said, it's a perfect time to go on vacation. So I'm going to exercise that right coming up here starting tomorrow. We do have 2 segments to go as I'm planning my exit already. We'll be back.
Refurbishing the Veritex Community Bank Studios with high-quality sports knowledge and rapier wit. It's Del Olaleje and The Interlude.
Welcome back to The Interlude here. You can watch the show, or any show on ESPN 975, at least from 7 to 7 for the most part. You can watch that on ESPN Houston on YouTube. You can find that. Go on YouTube, type in ESPN Houston. You'll get the option for the live stream. Also, if you're just in your browser, you can find it that way as well. You can watch us, listen to us on ESPN 975 as well. Multiple ways to listen to us. And, of course, the traditional way if you're in your car. Sean, a story I just saw is giving me, hey, we can watch porn at work as long as it's not affecting our job, right? And you wonder, how did you get to that, Del? Well, it's because the NFL players are really upset about the rules regarding gambling. Calais Campbell, one of the prominent members of the NFLPA, I guess with the backing of the rest of the PA, is asking for the NFL to change their rules regarding how players are governed when it comes to gambling. They think they should be able to gamble in the facility because of the way technology has changed. Look, they're like, look, hey, we don't think we should be able to gamble in football, but why can't I gamble on basketball or baseball while I'm at the facility? Look, I don't know how long a player spends at the facility. Depending on your position, you could be there for 12 hours if you're a quarterback, or maybe shorter if you're let's say, a running back. I don't know. But you just can't wait to get home. You can't bet on the Astros versus Rangers at home. It has to be done at the facility. Let's think about when players practice. Like, we know from our experience that a lot of the times they're done with practice by at the latest, 2? Now, you got meetings and stuff. You got to work out. But for the most part, if you're not a quarterback where you have to be there 18 hours a day or people look at you like you're not working hard, if you're out of the facility by, let's say, 3:30, you can bet on the games at night. You can be at home. You don't need to be in the facility. But this is what they're pushing for because the apps are on the phone and because the NFL promotes gambling. They want to be able to do it from their locker, I guess, in between meetings. And it feels like something I can't feel bad about them bad for them about. Just go home. Just wait. It doesn't feel like that pressing of a need because I know here we don't do a lot. I mean, we do this show. It's not like we're NFL players. We don't work out and stuff. It'd be funny if they did make us do that. Get in a couple push-ups between the show being over when we went home. But I find a way to be focused on the job and then go home. And whatever I want to do when I go home, I'll do it. But this is a point of contention for the players, and it seems silly. It's not something because there's always a give and take. So if the players get this, the NFL will take something back from them. And being able to gamble in baseball from your phone at the facility feels like not a fight you want because they will grab something from you that you probably didn't think you really wanted because there will be concessions made, and I don't get it.
It's also the idea that these guys aren't going to make money betting.
That too. You're going to lose. That's the other thing. You're not going to win.
What you're fighting for is for the opportunity, the ability to lose money while at work.
Yeah.
It's like that's what you're fighting for. It's like, no, I need it. I need to be able to bet on what if they're like, I need to bet on Champions League,
in the middle of the day. Yeah.
Stefan Diggs, like Bayern Munich and Inter Milan are about to kick off.
They must not know how bad Thomas Tuchel is because they bet on Bayern Munich. It's over for them.
Yeah.
That's the you mentioned Champions League. That's the other one.
I don't know if they even care, but even then, even if it was, there are games going on while they're at the facility, and they need to gamble at you don't need to gamble. You don't need to do it.
Yeah, and I'm mentioning baseball. They won't. I know they'll be practicing during the summer, but they want to be in the facility all the time, like it's in the season. So I'm trying to figure out. It would have to be a basketball thing.
Yeah,
for the most part.
MLK Day weekend or the MLK Monday with the Hawks play at like 11 o'clock.
Yeah, you have to get that game in. You gotta bet the over on Trae Young's points that day. So you have to do it from the locker room. Yeah, it's not something I have a lot. If they get it done, great. Hey, if you can find a way to get that concession, go right ahead. But it's not. It feels like you're actually hurting your players because we know the guys who got affected were guys who were mean, Jameson Williams we knew about because of his status as an Alabama player, but they're either young players or guys we didn't know a lot about. They weren't making a lot of money. So it's not going to be the Josh Allens of the world who are fighting for this. Somehow they'll find a way not to do it. It'll be the third string cornerback that we hear get suspended. And look, he's making a nice salary as an NFL player, but he's probably one of the guys who shouldn't be gambling at the facility, and in some cases at all. Gamble however you like, but it seems like something where if this is a fight you want to have, it's one you probably are going to lose, and if you do win it, it's because you gave something else up that probably will be more important. But we'll see how that goes. The NFL is in bed with all the with a lot of the services. They do promote gambling. It's a big part of professional sports, but the NFL players would like to be able to do it from the meeting room and the locker room, and it seems like a silly thing to get into a fight about. But hey, we'll see how it goes. But we imagine the NFL, considering they had to suspend so many guys this season, doesn't want it to be something where it becomes free reign and let the players do whatever they want. Maybe something they decide they want to take some control over, as they have already. So we'll see how that plays out. But I found it interesting, and that the players wouldn't even step in for themselves and go, probably a bad idea. But gambling is gambling, and people love to do it. We know here, we got the MyBookie stuff, we got the Underdog Fantasy stuff, so I know it's a big deal.
It's also, we're talking about these guys like they're only going to bet on basketball or college football or baseball. It's like, I'm sure they're also throwing a couple NFL bets, so you're also signing up to make it way easier to suspend you.
Yeah, you're asking guys who've already shown the inability to make the right decision, but now they don't have to hide it. They can just go on their phones and you think they're not going to bet on NFL games. They're just going to. Who was it that there was? It was, I don't know if it was an NFL guy,
Calvin
but we
Ridley?
did the story in the news. Not Ridley. It was a guy who used like his mom's bank account.
Oh, it was the receiver from LSU, Boutte.
Yeah,
Keyshawn
Keyshawn Boutte. He wasn't even I don't know what the word is, skilled enough to figure out a way to not use a name that led back right to him.
Had his last name in it.
Yeah. How about these are the guys you're hoping don't gamble on NFL games at the facility. Guys who wouldn't even change the last name of their account. It feels like you're asking for trouble, Calais Campbell. This guy's been in the league a long time, one of the most well-respected guys in the league. I'm sure it's coming from below him for guys who want to do it. Maybe you step in and say, we're going to protect you from yourself and not do it, because we always have the Keyshawn Boutte example. Would you guys even change your last name so not to get in trouble? Probably not. So I can't wait for this to go through, and then we're going to hear about, I don't want to besmirch a guy. Desmond King 02 was found to, and Desmond, come on, man. Change the name, at least. Give us a shot. Plausible deniability. Those are the stories we're going to hear if they let gambling into NFL locker rooms on a legal basis. But we'll see. We'll see how it is going forward. Coming up, we're going to be joined by Michael Carroll. On a lighter note, we'll talk about some of the good things on TV, maybe some of the bad things in movies. I want to hear his opinion, the host of Comicast. And if you are struggling for things to watch, he'll provide you with those things. I know with John and Lance, we're always having these discussions about, I need a show. In fact, John texted us over the weekend, maybe last weekend, hey, I need something to watch. So this segment is for him, even though I know he's not listening because that's who he is. He's probably playing golf. We got a couple more segments to go here on the interlude. We'll be back.
Refurbishing the Veritex Community Bank Studios with high-quality sports knowledge and rapier wit. It's Del Olaleje and The Interlude.
Welcome back to The Interlude. Couple more segments to go of this show, like overall, honestly, before it gets a new name. And it'll be me and Sean starting Monday in this time slot. Paul Gallant will be doing a show from 12 to 3. I'm not sure if I can mention who he's going to be with. Sean will be there with them as a producer, and that's all I'm allowed to mention, I think. I don't know the rules, to be honest with you.
I won't be involved, so I have no idea.
Yeah, there it is. Who knows what we can and can't say. But if you are wondering what the Killer Bees, they'll be the same, except different because they'll be a different producer. Do all the deduction you like, if you so choose. But Michael Carroll's the voice you heard. He is the co-host of Comicast. I keep saying the host, but you do that with Jong Lee, who used to be a producer here. If you guys remember the Blitz, yes, the Blitz was here. I know we make a lot of changes, but the Blitz was here at 1.2.
Been a while, but yes.
And Jong Lee was the producer for that show, and he's also, as I mentioned, the co-host with Michael Carroll for Comicast. If you don't know what Comicast is, it's exactly what it sounds like. It's all the, if you want to call it nerd culture stuff, whatever. It's just culture now at this point. It's just pop culture at this point. Because of Marvel, less DC, less because of their inability to make a good movie or really a good universe. They've struggled with that. Now Marvel's doing the same, and that leads me to what is really a Sony Marvel joint. The first thing we'll talk about is Michael's experience watching what has been critically panned. Is some people think it's a good, bad movie. Some people think it's an awful, awful movie. Michael went to go see Madam Web. I like Dakota Johnson. She seems very quirky. When you see her in interviews, she seems like a person who's kind of just figuring out her way through this weird Hollywood thing where you have to sit down and talk to people you don't know about your work. I think she's delightful. The movie, probably not so much. What were your thoughts on even her performance as the titular Madam Web and the movie overall?
Well, first of all, I like how you described it as an experience because it definitely was an experience.
Okay.
She was fine. Like, if anything, the actors and actresses were fine.
Okay.
The material, though,
atrocious,
pretty bad.
Okay.
It was like Del. I kid you not, and I think I told Sean this. Watching the movie, it's like the first minute of the movie, literally first minute, 2 minutes of the movie. The main villain, his face is in frame.
Mm-hmm.
He's in the back of the frame. Another character's in the center of the frame, but you can clearly see his face.
Okay.
He is uttering lines of dialogue. He's saying things. His mouth is not moving. I don't know. Like, I've seen a few movies. I feel like that's
important.
That's kind of
they even have something that allows you to go back in and fix stuff.
Yeah.
Particularly with sound and their lips are generally moving, you may not be hearing them. So the actor goes back in and fixes it, so it sounds great. But this was an issue with the actual film itself, and his mouth wasn't moving.
So yeah, and let me add, that's not the only time that happens. That happens over the course of the movie.
Can you, this is a Sony production. So we know Sony doesn't make great comic book movies, but it's still Sony. There's money involved.
Yeah.
So how could you explain this slipping past to people? It slipped past for it to be in a movie.
As an editor, not okay, I can't say too much because I don't do the video editing, film editing, whatever. But I don't know. Like, when I listen to something, I tend to listen to it a few times before I, release it to people.
Yes.
You know what I'm saying? Like, if I see that in the frame, again, me, untrained film eye, looking at it, it's right there. How do you miss that?
I say this to be fair. Game of Thrones had a coffee cup.
It's also true.
So it happens.
It does happen.
I believe was there a boom mic visible in Madam Web as well?
Jong had said he saw, he didn't watch the movie because he was like, no way.
No way. You're not punishing me.
And I was like, I'll fall on the sword. I'll do it.
Okay.
And he said that, there was a boom mic in a shot, and the thing with the ADR, which is the adding the audio after the fact, the dialogue after the fact, that happens over the course of the entire film. The main villain specifically, he must have recut a lot of his stuff because it happened over and over where his lip sync did not match whatsoever. Mind-boggling.
Yeah, because I can't explain how that movie, I don't know what Sony thought it would do for them. You talked about how it doesn't really lead to anything. It doesn't really connect to anything. It's just a bunch of nonsense for the most part as far as the interconnectivity of all the worlds. But you put money in it, you're Sony. It almost feels like at some points the way it's being described, like everyone involved hey, let's make a terrible movie and see how it goes.
It's really like we're taking this side character, which, by the way, Madam Web, complete side character. And that's like probably the core of this issue is like, oh, let's make a movie about Madam Web. What's there about the character? Like, it's a mysterious character for a reason. Like, there's literally
you're not
nothing
supposed to dive deep into the character.
You're not supposed to. We're not supposed to get it. Or it's. I relate it to like Assassin's Creed, that movie that came out a few years ago.
Jake Gyllenhaal?
Yeah. Well,
no.
It was Michael Fassbender.
He was in Final Fantasy.
Yeah.
Jake.
He was in Prince of Persia.
Prince of Persia.
Yeah, another bad video game movie.
Yeah, he just that awful tan he had to make himself not look as white as he actually is. Yeah.
Oh boy.
I mean, I'm just telling you what I saw.
It's true.
Yeah.
Assassin's Creed though, like they latched on to like the reason why people play those games is to be in the period set and everything.
Yeah.
They latched on to, but what about this other thing about this game that literally everyone does not care for? Let's make a whole movie about that. This movie, you've seen the trailer, right?
Yes.
You know how in the trailer they show like all these spider women in the suits and everything. Literally, that is all like the trailer. That's it. Like that's the amount of time that they're in the suits. They're only in the suits for like 30 seconds to a minute, and on top of that, it's not even actually happening. It's a vision. They're not even superheroes for the duration of the movie. They're just like, we got to go here. We got to run away from the bad guy and hide.
So
oh no, they found us again. We got to run away and hide.
It's a movie with Sydney Sweeney, and she's like wearing jeans and a T-shirt because the whole time, pretty much from what I remember, from at least the trailer.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah.
So we compare. Look, I saw Anyone But You, and that's an awful movie. But I get why they made that one.
Yeah.
Just have her running around in a bikini in Australia. I understand why you make that movie, and that's appealing. You try to get two hot people, Glenn Powell and Sydney Sweeney, together and see if it works out chemistry-wise. Editor's note, it didn't, at least in my eyes. It stinks. The premise is terrible. It doesn't make any sense. I hate that movie. That movie, as far as rom-coms are concerned, I don't care for them all that much. I'm a guy who likes angst. I like couples when they fight. In that movie, they're fighting, and it still stinks. So it was not for me. But that's my rant aside. You can't have a superhero movie and I guess the biggest superhero is a mysterious character that no one really cares about. So we're gonna set that aside as something no one should watch unless you enjoy train wrecks. Right. And some people do. So
yeah, it's just a bad movie.
Okay, it's not even bad good. It's bad.
It's not even a good bad. It's just bad.
Oh, so don't spend any money. Wait for it to come home and into your home, and maybe even then don't watch it.
I think it'll eventually be on Netflix. I think is
Netflix is buying up everything. At some point it will be.
You know.
So if I said I need the opposite of Madam Web, I want to be entertained by something, whether it be in the theaters or at home, what would you recommend right now?
Right now, well, the last time we did this, I forget when it was.
I was in the summer. Probably.
Yeah, I guess it was in summer. I was beating down the drum for Warrior. I'm going to beat down the drum again because it's available right now on Netflix.
It is, yes.
It's all 3 seasons. If people go watch it, we will get a 4th season. It needs exposure. So I'm going to just keep beating down the drum on that because it's a phenomenal show.
Warrior is inspired by writings of Bruce Lee.
Bruce Lee,
yes.
And he tried to do it, but then they took his ideas and made that, what was it, the David Carradine Kung Fu show back in the day? Like they just took his ideas
We
and ran
mentioned
with
David Carradine earlier.
Wow.
But it wasn't about the movie stuff. It was about the other stuff.
The other stuff. Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Not on this show, but on the show you might imagine it would get mentioned on.
I could see that.
Yeah. So Warrior, I've seen the first 2 seasons. I didn't get to the 3rd season on HBO Max or Max as it's now called. I will watch on Netflix. Michael's right. That's a great show. Entertain. If you like action, it's there. If you like violence, it's there. If you like a really good story about maybe a time period you don't know a lot about, that's there too. There are some things that you probably can't say in company just because of the time period.
Yeah, no, there's quite a lot of that.
Yeah,
you can't say.
But that's people like that stuff. So I'm with Michael there on Warrior. That if you want to watch something really good, and sure it's 3 seasons, sure it's like a 45-minute per episode thing, but it's really good. I'm with him there.
It's worth the investment.
Yeah.
Like I can't speak enough because like. To me, it's one of the most. I was writing about it the other day. Like, it's one of the most underrated shows out there. Like, even when it was on Max, it just didn't get
it didn't get enough play.
It didn't get enough marketing, press, push, anything.
Yeah. So we've got Warrior as something you should watch that's out now. I mean, I guess we could talk about the Godzilla stuff, but Godzilla -1, great movie. We'll see how, at least according to people who've seen it. I haven't seen it yet. We'll see about Godzilla and Kong.
Oh, it's Godzilla X Kong.
X Kong, and there's another
The New
subtitle.
Empire.
The New Empire.
Yes.
We'll see. But is there something that you're really looking forward to that's not out right now?
Two things I'll mention. Shogun, which is the limited series on FX that premieres next, I think it's Tuesday.
Speaking of Godzilla, one of the lead actors in that was in the Apple TV Monarch show, which is about Godzilla. And
I still need to watch that one.
Yeah. Legacy of Monsters is what it's called. She's had a big spring. She's in that show, and now she's in Shogun. I'm looking forward to that too.
I'm looking forward to that, and then of course next Friday, Dune Part 2.
Of course, that one. I've seen the reviews coming out, and people are like comparing it to the Two Towers from Lord of the Rings as far as its impact and how good it is.
I mean, honestly, that's how I felt after the first one. Like it felt like it's not a apples to apples comparison in terms of Lord of the Rings and Dune, but it felt like something where it was like this bigger mythos adventure story that we only saw the first part.
Yeah, and if you don't know the Dune history, there's plenty of books about it now. This is a second take at Dune because they did make a movie in the past with Kyle MacLachlan or something. I think
it was like an 84 or something like that.
Yeah. So this one obviously, I don't know if I want to say taken more seriously, but it's more grounded as opposed to the past.
Well, I think they tried to cram like one book into one movie, and it's like you can't do that.
It always makes for a jumbled mess. So we've got Dune Part 2 coming. I'm with you there. I'm really looking forward to seeing that. And so we got Shogun, Dune, and if I was asking for something on TV beyond Shogun, I guess I say Shogun. I'm thinking of Shingun, Shogun. I'm combining Shogun and Shingun. So those are your two locks. Is there something like I wouldn't maybe not even call it guilty pleasure, but maybe this is just for Michael that you might recommend?
Well, I haven't finished it yet, so I can't like say for sure. I guess there's a theme kind of, but the show that I started watching, I've watched 2 episodes of House of the Ninjas.
Okay,
have you seen this?
I know
Netflix?
It's on Netflix. I haven't seen it though yet.
It's like a family that used to be ninjas, but they're not ninjas anymore. So it's like them trying to get back into they want to do it, but they all don't necessarily want to get back in. It's like it's an interesting show so far. It's like it's more serious, but it also has some funny elements.
Gotcha. I got one for people. Tokyo Vice on Max. Season 2 is out. I mean, some people feel a certain way about Ansel Elgort, one way or the other. But the show itself is really good. It's set in Japan. I'm in. I really like the season 1. I'm watching season 2 as it goes right now. I hope it gets as many seasons as the guy wants to make it because it's pretty entertaining and it gets into the Yakuza and all the stuff. And even like Ansel Elgort, as you might imagine, is not a Japanese man, but he's in Japan, and you see how he tries to navigate being white and working for one of the lauded papers in Japan. He's the first guy to ever work for them, and it's based off a real guy. So that adds a little bit to it as well. So I'm watching Tokyo Vice. That's a really good one. Sean, you got anything before we go?
No,
that you're
not
watching?
really. I watched The Gray Man the other day. It's not new in any way. It's
With
Ryan Gosling.
Ryan Gosling. Yeah, I've seen it.
Chris Evans spy
I saw that,
movie?
yeah.
Are
It's
they
like
spy assassins?
Kinda,
whatever?
yeah.
And it's getting a second one, I believe.
Yeah, that's what led me to watch it. I was like, oh, they're making a second one. Oh, I'll watch it. It's fine.
Yeah,
It was like a good kind of actiony movie that had no aspirations to be insane movie.
Made me think of The Beekeeper. I just watched that too.
Oh yeah.
That's like it's John Wick but less good. That's all.
I'm in.
Okay, it's fine with me.
It's fine. Yeah, it's that.
I got 4 days. I can watch something less good than John Wick.
There you go.
Irv, I see you on the other side. We are late for a break. I want to thank Michael Carroll for joining us. We'll be doing this pretty consistently throughout the spring and summer because there's only so much baseball I'm going to be able to talk. And we'll generally do it on Fridays going forward. Thank Michael Carroll for joining us.
Thank you.
He's right. He's always right. Listen to ComicCast at 9 a.m. If you're not listening to it in podcast form, listen to it at 9 a.m. on Sundays on ESPN 97.5. He and John Lee will take you through the world that is pop culture. I'm refusing to call it nerd culture anymore. Too many people watch it for it to be nerd culture. It's just pop culture. Join him and Jong every Sunday morning at 9 a.m. here on ESPN 97.5. We got one more segment to go here in the interlude. We'll be back.
Refurbishing the Veritex Community Bank Studios with high-quality sports knowledge and rapier wit. It's Del Olaleya and The Interlude.
Quick final segment here as we wrap up the show. Coming up next, you'll hear ESPN National, and then you'll hear the Killer Bees from 3 to 6 here on ESPN 97.5. Irv wants to talk a little Marvel DC. I think I had this conversation with Irv at the Super Bowl / John birthday party. What's up, Irv?
Hey, what's up, Del Vincito? What's up, Sean? Thank you for having me on the Blitz Sports guys.
It's not Blitz. It's not the Blitz. You know that, but go ahead.
Yeah. No, I was going to say RP to the Connor and Beard show. I know that redhead down. I'm sorry to hear that. But the Marvel DC universe, like you were talking about earlier, because Man Away was such horrible. Did you get to watch the trailer for Deadpool? And do you think Deadpool can actually lift the Marvel Cinematic Universe back up to where it needed to be or start even better? What do you think?
You know, that one's rough for me because what made Marvel the king, and they're still the king, but the crown's kind of bronzed a little bit, is that that the characters, they spent so much time developing these characters and relationships, and then to lead to something. Deadpool is funny, and he's going to do that whole breaking the fourth wall stuff, but can he be someone that brings all these things together, make all these storylines that no one cares about come together? It seems unlikely. I think Deadpool is more of a standalone guy. And he will be with Wolverine. If you haven't seen the trailer, it's out there. You can watch it. Ryan Reynolds in that role is really good. I just don't know if, depending on the smart aleck anti-hero, is going to be what gets Marvel back to where they need to be. But they need a good movie. So if Deadpool and Wolverine is that, credit to them. It would be a nice step in the right direction. And we'll get to something I just saw on television. We're watching ESPN as we always do. We talked about the Cougs earlier. Well, mostly because of the protests going on the campus. But the Cougs, really good basketball team, had a big win against Iowa State this week. They are projected as the third national seed. And there was a discussion on the John Land show earlier about what it would mean to be the number 1 overall seed. And, it gives you, at least hypothetically, it gives you an easier path because everybody you're playing is the lower seed of that, the lowest seed of that particular seed line. So, right now, they're projected to be the third national seed. That could certainly change. We'll see if they're number 1 in the country on Monday. They have a game against Baylor that could decide that. I think if they beat Baylor, they're number 1 because UConn got smacked last night against Creighton. Ends a long winning streak for UConn. And if U of H can get 2 almost top 10 wins in the span of a week, how do you keep them out of the number 1 spot? I mean, I'm sure if it doesn't happen, we'll find reasons why. But you go beat Baylor on the road. After beating Iowa State at home, give the Cougars the number 1 spot in the country. That seems like a simple formula. Not even a formula. Just do the math. They've had a really good week. The number 1 team lost. That's traditionally how it works. Give number 2 the number 1 spot as if it even matters. Because once the tournament gets here, they don't even really look at the rankings. They have their formulas, net rating, strength of schedule, all those things, and rarely is where they finish in the AP top 25 considered, if at all. So it's really more cosmetic, but it's good for the social teams. Like if the Cougs are number 1 in the country, all the social teams will get involved. The fans will be thrilled. And so it's good for that week. And as long as you can hold the ranking, it's good to be number 1. It just matters very little in the scheme of things because the Cougs have bigger goals. Getting to a Final Four and getting a national title. Kelvin Sampson, as far as knocking on the door, they probably were less close than they wanted to be last year, losing in the Sweet 16 when the Final Four was in Houston. But that team is primed to make another run, and we all know what the bugaboo would be, or the kryptonite would be, a bad shooting night where your defense can't make up for your inability to put the ball in the bucket. But they're going to be one of the teams we consider, and hopefully, if they can get another win this Saturday, they're going to be the number 1 team in the country going forward. Sean, the last I saw Texas, some guy was getting clobbered on the layup.
Yes, they won that game.
They won that game.
Despite getting clobbered on the layup.
Okay.
Yes, they played absolutely horrific basketball, but they won.
Okay. So I haven't kept up with it because my team is not making the tournament because of how bad they've been in the last 4 or 5 games. Texas, what kind of run did they have to go on at the end of the year to get in the tournament?
They need to finish like 9-10 in conference, or 8-10 or something.
Okay.
They need to finish like slightly below. They need to win their home games and steal one on the road for the rest of the way, and they should be in. They obviously get helped by how good the Big 12 is. That all their losses are quality losses.
Quality losses. Okay.
So that helps them. I think right now Lunardi has them as an 8 seed, I want to say.
So would you have called this season a disappointment so far?
Slight disappointment, just coming off the high that was last season. Even the season before that was really good. This is the worst team of the past 3 years, but it's still a good team.
Understood. And as you said, as long as they don't fall completely apart, they'll make the tournament once again. We are done on the interlude. I am done for the week. I'm going on a quick vacation. I'll be back on Monday at Republic Boot with John and Lance, and then the start of the new show with me and Sean will begin Monday, 10 to 12. It'll probably just be my name as the name of the show. That's kind of where we've landed. But ESPN National is up next, and then we've got the Killer Bees from 3 to 6 here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.